Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei had the world's grimoire. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Hayato family consisted of 5 members, though one of them was often excluded due to being seen as unimportant. His name was Issei, the younger brother of Isami and Ryu, who were 2 years older and excelled in both academics and sports. In contrast, little Issei struggled to stand out in any area. Despite being rejected by his family, he always wore a smile. At that moment, he was 5 years old, while his brothers were 7. Isami called out to Issei, urging him to get up so they wouldn't be late for school. When he opened the door and found no one there, he wondered if Issei had already left. Their mother asked Isami why he wasn't downstairs with Issei, and Isami replied that it seemed Issei had already gone. Their mother reassured them that it was fine. He probably just went to play. She instructed them to eat breakfast quickly and head to school. As they ate, Isami asked Ryu what he thought Issei was doing. Ryu shrugged, indifferent, stating that as long as Issei didn't interfere with their lives, he could do whatever he wanted. The 2 brothers finished their meal and left for school, while Issei was already seated at his desk, watching the other students interact around him. One student remarked on Issei's solitude, while another agreed, noting how much better his brothers were. Issei lowered his head, waiting for the teacher to arrive. No one spoke to him, and no one wanted to be his friend. His brother's reputation overshadowed him, and he was often used as a means to get closer to them. Realizing this, Issei decided to cut ties with everyone and focus on his studies. Days turned into weeks, and Issei found himself sinking deeper into the emptiness of loneliness. He had once felt a glimmer of love, but now all he felt was a void in his chest that he didn't know how to fill. A year passed, and Issei was now 6, while his brothers were 8. No one celebrated his birthday or gave him gifts, but he knew the date. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't even know how old he was. His brothers received everything, including a grand party filled with presents. Issei retreated to his room, collapsing onto his bed without tears, screams, or any expression, just a vacant stare into nothingness. He no longer seemed human, he was like a lifeless doll. Issei reflected on another year passing, feeling as though he wasn't truly alive. He reached into his shirt and pulled out a small, chained book. He wondered if he would ever see colors again or if he would only perceive a world shrouded in darkness. Silence enveloped him as he wished the book could talk, imagining they could be friends and share their thoughts. But he knew that was impossible. He wasn't alone in this world, was he? As the shadows in Issei's room deepened, he pondered whether his family would be sad if he were gone. Perhaps, he thought, if he died, he might finally receive some of their love. He sat on his bed and searched under the mattress, retrieving a cutter. Slowly, he brought the blade close to his neck, almost touching it. Suddenly, the book emitted a red glow, startling Issei and causing him to drop the cutter. He gazed at the small book, questioning if it didn't want him to die. The book glowed again, this time in green. Issei wondered why it was reacting now and not before. Tears began to fall from his eyes, landing on the book. Then, the book shone brightly, breaking its chains and expanding, glowing a deep crimson. Issei was taken aback as the book opened, revealing text within. The book conveyed that Issei's life should not end because he was the owner of the world's grimoire. It recognized his pure heart, burdened with hatred but not seeking revenge, only forgiveness. It deemed him worthy of wielding the magic of the grimoire and fulfilling his deepest desires. Issei, overwhelmed, could only utter one word: he accepted. The grimoire glowed once more, confirming Issei as its new master. New text appeared, stating that while Issei was young, the grimoire would suppress its power to avoid detection. His life was more valuable than anything else, and he needed to train to unlock the spells and techniques contained within. He could also access information by simply asking the grimoire if it possessed the knowledge. Issei realized this was incredible, but he decided to keep this secret to himself. He didn't want to worry anyone. He resolved to train to protect what was important to him. As days passed, Issei practiced with the grimoire, asking how he could become stronger and unlock his abilities. The grimoire responded, explaining that his magic would improve through meditation and imagination, while techniques would unlock based on his level. Issei nodded, beginning to meditate. He could faintly feel the mana in the air around him, gradually accumulating within. He continued until he grew tired, sensing his reserves increasing. 2 months passed, and Issei had learned to cast simple spells, like launching elemental orbs. One day, upon returning home, he sensed a presence different from that of his family. He entered to find a red-haired girl who appeared to be the same age as his brothers. He watched her for a moment before retreating to his room, staying close enough to overhear their conversation. The girl asked who the little boy was that had just entered, and Ryu dismissed Issei as just an unimportant person. The girl, Rias, then asked if they believed in the supernatural. The family was confused, except for Issei, who had been asking the grimoire about this world, learning about the existence of demons, angels, fallen beings, and even gods. Ryu questioned Rias about her claims, and she revealed that she was a demon, unfolding her wings before them. Their parents stood up, ready to protect their children, but Rias reassured them that she meant no harm, she had come to make a deal. The family calmed down at her words. Issei listened intently, intrigued by what was unfolding. Rias explained that they were powerful artifacts created by the god himself. Isami asked how they could obtain them, and Rias suggested they think of something very strong. As they focused, a red gauntlet appeared on Ryu's arm. Rias exclaimed in awe that Ryu possessed the legendary boosted gear, which contained the Red Emperor. Ryu felt excitement at this revelation, but soon a blue light emerged, and a sword wreathed in blue flames appeared in Isami's hands. Rias noted that he had the Blue Exorcist, whose flames could defeat even the strongest demons. She expressed her concern that their powers might be in danger and proposed that they join her team for protection from her family. The family exchanged glances and agreed. Rias summoned her pieces, and the 8 pawns entered Ryu while the knight entered Isami. Rias welcomed them to the family. Mi asked Rias if she could inquire about the small one who had joined. Rias replied affirmatively, and Mi expressed concern that the newcomer seemed sad. Rias clarified that he was not just an ordinary human. Mi dismissed the boy, believing he would always be useless. Issei overheard this, and darkness began to cloud his eyes once more. Ryu reassured his mother that he would become strong and protect everyone, smiling confidently. Isami declared that he would not fall behind, vowing to master the sword and protect them all. Rias encouraged their spirits and informed them that in a month, they would journey to the underworld to meet their other companions and train their abilities without issue. Pi expressed pride in the children, contrasting them with Issei, who felt a pang of regret. Rias assured them that everyone could join, including their little one. Mai insisted that the boy should not come, deeming him unnecessary. Rias acknowledged this and promised to return in a month to take them to the underworld. As the days turned into weeks, Issei trained in the forest until he felt something that made him stop. He lamented that they had left without him, feeling abandoned and forgotten. Tears streamed down his face as he clenched his worn shorts. Suddenly, the grimoires appeared before him, revealing a message. Though life may mistreat you, the strong move forward. If life knocks you down, the strong rise again. If life breaks the bridge, the strong rebuild it. Life brings pain, but only those with great strength and will continue on, regardless of what life throws at them. Issei reflected on these words, wiping his tears and standing tall. He realized that if he wallowed in despair, they would win. If he proved he was not useless, he would triumph. He decided to embark on an adventure with the grimoires. The grimoires glowed green, and Issei smiled for the first time in a while. He returned home to gather everything he might need for his journey. Back in the forest, he resolved to change his appearance, believing that since they had abandoned him, they were no longer family. The grimoires glowed again, enveloping Issei in a white aura that transformed him. He admired his new look and felt ready for the adventures ahead. With the grimoires hanging around his neck, he set off deeper into the forest. 4 years passed since Issei began his adventure to explore this world. Initially challenging, he had grown stronger, mastering magic to the level of a high-class demon. He had worked hard to achieve this, focusing first on spatial magic to teleport and store his belongings in a pocket dimension. Although it took time, he succeeded, though his dimension could only hold a few items, leading to occasional mishaps during teleportation. Now, resting in a forest, Issei reflected on his journey. He acknowledged that despite the challenges, he had enjoyed his time exploring the earth. He mused that while they may have been the worst, their greatest act was leaving him behind. The grimoires glowed in agreement. Issei wished they could speak, finding it odd to converse with a book. The grimoires glowed again, and he decided to move on, excited about the next destination. The following morning, Issei created a new portal to determine his next adventure. He stepped through and found himself in a dark wasteland, reminiscent of a horror film. He felt a chill and hoped he wouldn't encounter a vampire. As he walked through the eerie terrain, he reached a small cliff and marveled at the beautiful landscape, smiling despite the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed a presence nearby and approached to find a little girl with black hair sitting on a rock, dressed in a revealing outfit, gazing at the view with a blank expression. The girl questioned what a human was doing in such a place. Issei was startled that she had noticed him and stepped out of hiding to approach her. He explained that he had ended up there while exploring the world for adventures. The girl became annoyed at his comment and revealed her aura, which drew the attention of several nearby individuals. Issei speculated that she was a dragon based on her aura, but sensed she was not an ordinary dragon. The girl confirmed her identity as Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity, and noted that he was no ordinary human for recognizing her true nature. Issei acknowledged his research and study, which allowed him to distinguish her. Issei felt the energies of the different races around him. Ophis, accompanied by a group of 4 individuals, caught his attention. She introduced them as her servants who helped her return to her silence. Issei, curious, asked what silence meant. A silver-haired figure approached him, inquiring about his identity. Issei replied that he was just a normal human passing through. The silver-haired individual seemed slightly annoyed by the response and attempted to strike him, but a magical shield appeared, surprising everyone and drawing Ophis's attention. Issei expressed his desire to avoid trouble, stating that violence was not the answer. A black-haired girl, along with a brown-haired and a blonde individual, approached. The black-haired girl questioned how a normal human could create such a shield without needing to cast a spell or pay attention to an attack. Issei explained that it took him a year to perfect it, but it became simple once he understood the theory of light magic. This revelation astonished the group. One of them wondered if he was an angel, to which Issei clarified that he was 100% human and introduced himself. The others introduced themselves as Arthur, Kuroka, Bikwa, and the silver-haired individual remained silent. Issei noticed the silver-haired figure's lack of introduction and sighed, turning back to Ophis. He felt it would be better to leave since he didn't feel welcome. However, before he could take a step, Ophis spoke, finding him interesting and asking him to serve her in achieving her goal. Issei declined, stating he still had much to see and did not want to serve a girl who didn't know how to enjoy life. Some were taken aback by his directness, and Ophis began to raise her aura, enveloped in a purple energy. Issei drew his grimoire and summoned a sword as Ophis approached him. Ophis questioned whether a small sword could defeat her. Issei replied that it wasn't his only trick. Not understanding, Ophis lunged at him, but before she could reach him, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and her aura faded, leaving her power diminished. Everyone was shocked as Ophis appeared like a normal human. They rushed to help, but a barrier rose around the two of them. Issei explained that since he began his training, he had asked his grimoire about the strongest existences in the world. Realizing that most were powerful due to their magical abilities, he wondered what would happen if he took that power away, leading him to create his domain. A shadow appeared beneath Issei and Ophis. He welcomed her to his domain 0, where magic did not exist, rendering them both ordinary humans, albeit temporarily. He stated that this was the best creation he had made, as it had saved him from many problems. He positioned his sword at Ophis's neck, declaring it checkmate. One of the others insisted they needed to help her, revealing white and blue wings. The dome surrounding them shrank slightly, but the silver-haired individual fell to the ground, coughing. Issei warned him not to try that again, explaining that the shield was made with light magic, which was harmful to demons. The silver-haired figure was taken aback, knowing the implications. Issei reiterated that he disliked violence, removing the sword from Ophus's neck and sheathing it. He asked Ophus why she was so violent. As he sat in front of her, she attempted to strike him, but her punches had no effect. Issei remarked that within this place, she was like a child, and her blows only evoked tenderness in him. Ophus paused and questioned why he didn't kill her when he had the chance. Issei pondered her question, explaining that he felt a connection due to their similar eyes, which made him want to help her. He inquired about her goal, and Ophus revealed that she wanted to expel Great Red from her home and regain her silence. Issei found her desire sad, noting the lifelessness in her eyes. Ophus asked what he intended to do, and he expressed his wish to show her the sadness of her life. He would release his domain to reveal what it truly meant to live. Ophus considered this and nodded, curious about what he would show her. Issei instructed her to fist bump with him. Hesitantly, she complied, and images flooded her mind, memories of his first 6 years of life. The others watched in surprise as small tears fell from Ophus's eyes. Kuroka asked what Issei had done to Ophus, while Biqua demanded to be let in. Ophus finally spoke, asking what she had experienced. Issei explained that he had used the spell Lost Memory, which transmitted not only his memories but also all the emotions he felt during those moments. Ophus questioned how she felt that way, and Issei offered to show her how he could move forward with a smile. He encouraged her to fist bump again, and more images filled her mind, memories of beautiful landscapes, beaches, meadows, forests, lakes, and countless places that would evoke joy in anyone. In Ophus's eyes, a small glimmer appeared as they separated their fists. She asked why he was showing her this. Issei stood up, stating that he wanted her to feel the joy of living, as she had never received any affection. He smiled at her, a gesture that confused everyone. Ophus questioned how he could be happy after everything he had endured. Issei chuckled, sharing a saying that had accompanied him on his journey. The past is something that remains behind, the future is uncertain and unwritten, but the present is the greatest gift you have. Life can be fleeting, so it's better to enjoy it without the burdens of the past and the fear of the future. This was Issei's belief, and he intended to live by it until the day he died, making the most of each day. Everyone around him was surprised, as they carried their own pasts and problems, while he focused solely on the present. Ophus remarked on Issei's unusual perspective, acknowledging that he was indeed a rare human. Issei accepted this and expressed his determination not to waste the present life he had been given. He smiled at everyone, and gradually, the protective barrier around him faded away. He hoped they would agree with his outlook and refrain from attacking anyone without reason. With a light-hearted laugh, he announced that he was off to enjoy more of life's gifts. As he took a step away, he felt a tug on his shirt and turned to see Ophus holding on to him. She asked him to teach her how to enjoy life, admitting that his memories had overwhelmed her and left her uncertain about her own happiness. Issei understood her feelings and offered to let her accompany him on his journey to explore the wonders of the world, mentioning the many places he had yet to see, including the underworld, the heavens, the 9 realms of Asgard, and even Olympus. Ophus nodded in agreement, ready to join him on this new adventure. Meanwhile, Ophus reassured her companions that she had found a new purpose and encouraged them to seek their own. This left them astonished, but they said nothing as they watched Ophus and Issei depart through a portal, embarking on a fresh journey together. A year passed since Ophus began traveling with Issei. Their journey was filled with excitement as they discovered various places that Ophus had only seen through Issei's memories. Now that she was experiencing them firsthand, she understood what Issei meant about truly living. The world was vibrant and full of life, a concept she had never considered before. Ophus also began helping Issei train his magical control, accelerating his learning to an impressive level, bringing him close to the power of a Mao. Thanks to her guidance, Issei started training against renegades, whether demons or fallen beings. Rumors spread about a powerful human who had risen to the level of the factions. One evening, as Issei and Ophis sat around a campfire, he asked her where they should go next. Ophis shook her head, having changed her appearance and concealed her aura to avoid drawing attention during their travels. Curious, Issei inquired if she had ever been to the underworld. Ophis confirmed that she had, and when he asked what it was like, she explained that it was different from Earth, with a unique sky and varied vegetation, as well as a higher level of mana that would aid in their training. Excited by the prospect, Issei quickly took Ophis's hand and urged her to open a portal to the underworld. They emerged in a beautiful forest, and Issei marveled at its beauty, asking Ophis where they were. She informed him that they were near the Grimoire territories. He expressed his appreciation for the location, noting the abundant mana and his eagerness to explore. They began to walk through the forest, unaware that a group of demons was nearby, one of whom was carrying a frightened blonde girl. The demons discussed their plans to take the girl to their hideout for a reward, knowing she was from a noble family. As they plotted, the girl began to awaken and, realizing her predicament, tried to scream, but her mouth was covered. In a moment of distraction, the cloth fell, and she cried out for help. The demon quickly silenced her again and roughly pushed her to the ground, but Issei and Ophis heard her cries from a distance. Issei urged Ophis to follow him as they rushed toward the sound of distress. When they arrived, they found the girl terrified and surrounded by the demons. One of the demons threatened her, warning that if she screamed again, they would harm her. He explained that they sought power and wealth from her family, relishing the thought of her tears. Just then, Issei arrived on the scene, having dealt with the patrolling demons. The leader of the group was taken aback by the appearance of a human interfering with their plans. He launched an attack at Issei, confident it would succeed, but to his shock, Issei stood unharmed amidst the smoke. Issei calmly stated that it was now his turn. A magical circle appeared before him, and a bright lance shot forth, striking the demon in the shoulder. The demon screamed in pain as he pulled the lance from his flesh, only to find his hand burned from the contact. The demon was left in disbelief, realizing he was facing a human wielding magic. Issei, full of surprises, turned to avoid looking at the girl. He mentioned that he still had his captive. When asked who he was looking for, he revealed Ophis, who appeared with the little girl in her arms, now free. The other person was shocked, unable to comprehend how this was possible. Issei declared that it was checkmate. The other person suggested they could be partners, not realizing who Ophis was, but before finishing, a lance struck through his chest, and he fell to the ground. Issei refused to work with those who mistreated others. He turned to Ophis and noticed the little girl was still frightened. He approached her slowly, gently stroking her head and reassuring her that everything was okay, asking for her name. The girl blushed at the touch of the boy who had saved her. She introduced herself as Ravel Phoenix. Issei introduced himself and his friend, Hina, and asked what had happened. Ravel explained that she had been kidnapped while on her way to see her brother's fiancé. Issei assured her that they would take her back and offered to carry her on his back, understanding she must be tired from the ordeal. As they walked, Ravel fell asleep from the exhaustion of her experience. The journey was calm until they spotted a large mansion in the distance. Issei marveled at its size and suggested they hurry so no one would worry about Ravel. As they approached the mansion, they were suddenly confronted by someone who questioned what they were doing with Ravel. Before they could respond, the attacker struck, but Issei shielded them with a protective barrier. He explained that they were only trying to bring Ravel back, handing her over to Ophis and positioning himself in front of them. The attacker expressed distrust towards a human who could wield such magic. Issei acknowledged the difficulty of the situation and decided to try a new spell. A large circle of water formed around them, surprising the attacker, who underestimated its potential. Issei pointed out that water conducts electricity, a basic principle of chemistry, and warned her not to let her guard down. He unleashed a spell that sent several droplets of water towards the attacker, who created a shield, but it shattered. She began to dodge and spread her wings to fly. In retaliation, she launched a lightning attack at the water, thinking it would harm Issei. However, chains of water ensnared her. Issei calmly addressed her, asking if she could hear him. The attacker, realizing her predicament, questioned how Issei had managed to avoid harm. He explained that experience often surpasses talent. Meanwhile, the commotion stirred Ravel from her sleep, and she recognized Issei holding someone she knew. She separated from Ophis and approached them, urging Issei to remain calm, as the girl was Aquino, her brother's fiancée, and not a threat. Issei understood and released Aquino, dissipating the water circle. Ravel reassured Aquino that Issei had helped her escape from her captors. Aquino apologized, explaining that when Rias had not returned, they were sent to find Ravel. Seeing her with Issei made her worry he had harmed her. Ravel reassured her that Issei was a good person. As they spoke, voices echoed nearby, and the Grimoire entourage appeared. Rias called out to Ravel, who confirmed she was all right and that Issei had helped her. Ravel noticed a note on the ground that read, "Ravel, I see you are with your friends now, so I must leave. I don't want to cause trouble as I am human. I hope we meet again in the future. Good luck." Ravel looked at the letter with sadness, wishing she could thank him properly but feeling hopeful they might cross paths again. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Issei and Ophis walked away. Ophis asked if he was sure about leaving. Issei affirmed that Ravel was safe and that it wasn't the right time to face them again. He wore an emotionless expression, eyes reflecting a deep emptiness. Noticing this, Ophis embraced him from behind. Ophis was feeling tired and wanted Issei to carry her. Issei playfully remarked that sometimes she acted like a child, which earned him a light punch from her, but it made him laugh. They both wandered through the vastness of the forest, joining the Grimoire family. Rias expressed her disbelief at encountering a human who had easily defeated several demons and could use light magic. Ravel nodded in agreement. Aquino noted that the human's mastery of magic was impressive, and had he attacked seriously, he might have posed a real threat. Ryu dismissed the idea, claiming that the human was just an ordinary person and that he, the Red Emperor, was the strongest of them all. Isami agreed, suggesting that Aquino might be exaggerating. Aquino teased them, wishing it were true, as the spells used by the human were no trivial matter. Rias lamented that she would have liked to see him and invite him to join her entourage. Ryu insisted that she didn't need someone useless like him. Rias acknowledged that he might be right and asked how their training was going. Ryu scoffed, saying that a mediocre dragon like the one they were training with didn't even come close to him, so he preferred to train alone. Isami mentioned that she was improving her control over her flames, which made Rias happy. She proposed that they become the best entourage that ever existed, to which everyone enthusiastically agreed. Meanwhile, Issei and Ophis were together. Issei asked Ophis what Ravel meant when she referred to being the queen of her brother's promise. Ophis explained that demons used a method of reincarnation called evil pieces, which were like chess pieces used to create their servants. Issei understood and asked if Ophis would want to be part of it if he had those pieces. Ophis thought for a moment, then rested her head on Issei's shoulder, agreeing that it would be a pleasure to be with the person who showed her the joy of life. Issei smiled and continued on their journey. 3 years had passed since Issei met Ravel, and now they were in a part of the underworld. Issei was now 14 years old and remarked on how quickly time flew. Ophis acknowledged that she had lived for a long time, but these years had been the best because of him. Issei expressed that he felt the same way and asked if she would stay with him if he wanted to take a break from their travels and live a normal life. Ophis didn't respond immediately. Instead, she got up, walked over to him, sat on his lap, and hugged him, resting her head on his shoulder. She assured him that she wouldn't separate from the person who taught her to see the joy of living and would always accompany him if he wanted a peaceful life. Issei smiled back and hugged her in return, thanking her for being with him on this journey. Ophis thanked him for bringing joy to her life. The days passed, and Issei and Ophis found themselves in Issei's hometown of Kuo, walking through the streets. Ophis remarked on the place where he grew up, and Issei explained that he had spent only 6 years of his life there. He then revealed that he had learned conversion magic, which allowed him to turn stones into gold, and he had used it to buy a house nearby for them to rest in. Ophis was eager to see it. They walked to a small, secluded area on a hill where a Japanese-style house awaited them. Issei proudly declared that this would be their home, and Office nodded in agreement as they entered to find it fully furnished and ready for them. Issei offered to prepare something to eat while Office explored the house. She eventually found the backyard garden, sat on the edge, and enjoyed the peaceful scenery. She commented that the silence was nice and perhaps even better than she expected. Issei joined her, asking if she liked the place. Office found it lovely and inquired about his plans. Issei mentioned that he intended to enroll in the academy, as he heard that Kuo Academy would become co-ed the following year. Office decided she would stay to take care of the house, as she preferred being with him rather than around many humans. Issei smiled and affectionately patted Office on the head before suggesting they go eat. They enjoyed their meal and later settled down to watch television in the living room before heading to their respective rooms. Issei reflected on returning home, even though the city held many bad memories for him. He acknowledged that he would have to face them eventually. He felt that he had grown stronger to protect everyone, and the thought of becoming the guardian of the world was a heavy responsibility for someone like him, but he accepted it and continued to grow. As he lay in bed, he recalled the past, which still lingered with him. He noticed a brown-haired boy with lifeless eyes standing silently in the corner of the room. Issei resolved that once he surpassed his past, he would break free from those chains. He had run away for too long, and it was time to confront his demons if he wanted to keep growing. The boy turned away and vanished into the darkness of the room. Issei acknowledged that it would be a long journey ahead and fell asleep. Days turned into weeks as Issei protected the house with spells to prevent anyone from entering or sensing his energy while he trained. During this time, he hunted down renegades in the area. One day, he found a group of demons gathered in an abandoned warehouse, plotting to defeat another demon. Issei, hidden in the rafters, watched closely, ready to intervene if necessary. Issei observed the chaotic scene, realizing that the group of demons was struggling against the rogue. Their attacks barely seemed to affect him. The knight among them charged forward, only to be sent flying by the rogue's powerful tail. A girl with white hair approached to heal her, while another girl beside her attempted water attacks, but they lacked the strength to deal significant damage. They fought valiantly, but the rogue was too formidable, and most of the group had reached their limits. The girl who appeared to be the leader called for a retreat, but the rogue lunged at her, intent on devouring her. The group froze, unsure of what to do, exhausted and unable to move. The leader stood still, her mana nearly depleted. Just as the rogue was about to strike, a shield of light enveloped her, sending the rogue flying backward. His cries echoed through the area, drawing everyone's attention to the burns on his mouth and part of his face. One of the demons wondered aloud where the shield had come from, reaching out to touch it. Issei warned against it, surprising everyone. They looked up to see a figure in unusual attire with a hood obscuring their face. Issei explained that the shield was made of light magic and touching it would cause harm. The demon asked who he was, and Issei replied that he was not important, merely there because of the rogue. He had stayed to observe and assist if necessary, and he expressed disappointment in the water magic user. The girl, annoyed, asked what he meant. Issei pointed out that while their mana reserves were decent, their magic control and resource management were lacking, leading to weak attacks that consumed more mana than necessary. The girl protested, questioning if he was implying she was weak. Issei affirmed this, attributing her struggles to a lack of experience. He challenged her to name the water spells she had used. She mentioned using the water shot and dart spells, and Issei asked her to explain the difference between them. She noted the mana cost and potency, but Issei corrected her, stating that magic is governed by imagination, not just rote learning from books. As they spoke, the rogue, now healed, roared and charged at Issei. Issei instructed the group to pay attention, demonstrating the difference between spells. He pointed his hand like a gun and cast a water shot, which struck the rogue in the chest and sent him crashing into the wall. He emphasized that with proper control, even the simplest spell could harm a strong opponent. The group watched in awe as he continued to explain magic while facing the rogue, who returned to attack. With fists raised, Issei cast the water dart spell, which took on a pointed form and pierced the rogue's stomach, causing him to fall in pain. He asked if they noticed the difference, and the girl questioned why the second spell had pierced the rogue. Issei simplified it by comparing it to a bullet and a dart, explaining that while they may seem similar, their shapes and effects differ significantly. He pointed out that the books they read were misleading, and true understanding of magic allowed one to conjure spells without incantations. As he raised his hand, magical circles appeared on the ceiling, and a barrage of water darts struck the rogue, defeating him. With the shield gone, the group stared in astonishment at the stranger, realizing that what they had witnessed was more of a lesson than a battle. One of the demons asked who he was, and Issei introduced himself as a simple human. The girl, Sona Citri, expressed her curiosity, but Issei declined to reveal more about himself, citing the attention from factions seeking him. He mentioned that the supernatural was calling him, and then vanished without a trace. Sona pondered their next steps, feeling frustrated that she couldn't sense any energy from Issei, despite his impressive display of magic. Tsubaki suggested informing the Maos, but Sona hesitated, recalling tales of a human wielding such power. She doubted they could recruit him, feeling that even with her strategic skills, it would be impossible. With a sigh, she decided it was time to return home, and the group agreed, using a magic circle to depart. Meanwhile, Issei relaxed on his couch at home, watching television with Office. She asked about his day, and he replied that it had been boring, though he found it amusing to teach Sona about magic. Office mentioned she had been watching TV and relaxing in the garden. Issei stood up from the couch and walked over to Office, lifting her up and sitting on the floor with her in his lap, wrapping his arms around her. Office asked why he was doing this, and Issei replied that he felt he should, wondering if it bothered her. Office shook her head, and they spent some time watching television until it was time for bed. Months passed, and Issei was now 15 years old, preparing to attend his new school. He told Office to take care of the house while he was away and that he had left food for her in the afternoon. Office acknowledged his request, wishing him well as he left the house and began his journey to school. On the way, he greeted his neighbors and the people at local shops, as Issei always helped others whenever he had the time, believing that those with the strength to help should always be there to do so. Many admired him for being so young yet possessing great intellect and strong values. After a long walk, Issei arrived at his school, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. He sensed various demonic energies around the school and thought to himself that he didn't want to be there but had to face this new challenge. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready to confront whatever awaited him. At the entrance, he spotted Sona and a girl from her entourage, who appeared to be the student council president. Issei greeted her and made his way to his classroom, 1A, where he sat in the second-to-last row next to a small girl with white hair who was eating chocolate. He found her adorable as she enjoyed her treat. Issei introduced himself, and the girl looked at him with a bored expression, stating her name was Kaneko. He complimented her name and expressed his hope that they could become friends. Kaneko merely nodded while continuing to eat her chocolate. Issei noted her fondness for sweets and offered to share a dessert he had made during recess, asking for her opinion on it. Kaneko inquired about the type of dessert, and Issei explained it was a small strawberry cake he had prepared for the first time. As classes began, Issei's day went smoothly, impressing his classmates with his intelligence, particularly in biology and mathematics. He was always eager to help anyone who had questions, wearing a friendly smile that made his classmates happy to have him in their class. When the recess bell rang, Issei stood up and approached Kaneko, sitting across from her to share his lunch and the piece of cake he had brought. He hoped she would enjoy it, and when she tasted the cake, her eyes lit up as she quickly finished it, much to Issei's amusement. Kaneko declared the cake delicious, her face glowing with delight. Issei was pleased but reminded her to eat her lunch first before indulging in sweets. When Kaneko revealed that her lunch consisted mostly of sweets, Issei became concerned, thinking she might have an issue with her diet. In a moment of determination, he took the sweets from her, prompting her to protest. Issei explained that the human body needed proteins and vitamins to function properly and that eating only sweets could be harmful. He insisted she eat his lunch while he kept her sweets. Kaneko reluctantly complied, taking a bite of Issei's lunch and becoming captivated by the food. Issei encouraged her to continue eating while he stepped out to buy something. He discarded her sweets in a nearby trash can, shaking his head at the thought of someone having a lunch of only candy. He made his way to the cafeteria and purchased some sandwiches to bring back to class. As he walked through the halls, he overheard conversations among other students, discussing some troublemakers who had been spying on the girls in kendo and complaints about the chemistry lab's air quality. Issei sighed, realizing there was much to address. He returned to his classroom, where he found Kaneko had finished her lunch. He sat beside her to chat as they waited for class to resume. The day continued peacefully until the final bell rang, and Issei left for home while Kaneko headed to the occult club. Rias, a member of the club, asked Kaneko how her first day had gone. Kaneko replied that it was fun and that she had met an interesting person who scolded her for eating sweets, which most would have encouraged her to do instead. The others were surprised as Kaneko rarely smiled, but she had shared a small laugh. Rias inquired about the boy, and Kaneko described him as tall, intelligent, and friendly, noting how he helped everyone in class with their questions. The group was intrigued, especially Akino, who asked if Kaneko sensed any unusual energy from him, recalling a description that reminded her of someone. Rias questioned Akino's interest, and Akino explained that the description sparked her curiosity. The boy who saved Ravel-sama some time ago caught Rias's attention. Rias instructed Kaneko to keep an eye on him and report anything unusual. A month had passed since Issei entered the academy, and during that time he spent more time with Kaneko, growing closer. Issei helped everyone as much as he could, listening to the problems at school and fixing them, whether it was broken air conditioning, assignments, student complaints, or fights. Issei was always the first to help, earning him the nickname Guardian of Kuro, which he didn't mind. After classes, the kendo club was heading to their training room, but they found a sign on the changing room door that read, "Under repair." Confused, the captain opened the door to find a boy hammering a section of the wall. The boy turned to the kendo club members. He apologized, explaining that he had heard they were having issues with their changing area, including being spied on by some boys and faulty lighting. He had come to help fix the place and handed a permission slip to the captain. The captain introduced herself as Murayama and introduced her vice captain, Keitase. Issei introduced himself as well, explaining that he had taken a long time to get the permission to help because many in their club had complained about the issues. Murayama asked what he gained from doing this. Issei replied that he didn't do it for any reward. He believed those with the power to help should do so, motivated by the desire for everyone to live happily. The kendo club members were surprised by his words, not expecting someone like him to attend their school. Keitase asked if he was the guardian of Kuro, and Issei blushed slightly, admitting it was true but that he felt a bit embarrassed about the recognition. He said it was nice talking to them and that they should let him know if anything happened before he left. As he packed up his tools, a scream echoed from the main entrance. Rushing to the scene, he found a group of frightened students facing a gang of delinquents at the entrance. Issei approached and tried to disperse the crowd, stepping in front of the gang. He asked what they wanted, and one delinquent revealed they were looking for Ryu Hayadu, who had hurt one of their members. Issei muttered that Ryu was trouble. Issei informed the gang that they were in a private area and could not cause disturbances or fights, asking them to leave. The delinquent laughed, dismissing Issei's warning and threatening him. Issei sighed and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the delinquents took a step back, trembling at the change in his demeanor. Issei declared that they would leave without causing a scene. The delinquent scoffed, but as he lunged to punch Issei, the onlookers gasped. Issei dodged the punch, grabbed the delinquent, and threw him to the ground with surprising strength. The kendo club arrived just in time to witness the scene. Issei asked Murayama for her sword without looking away. She nodded, handing it to him. He walked toward the delinquents and marked a line on the ground at the school entrance. He warned them that he didn't like violence but was giving them one last chance to leave peacefully. Crossing that line would lead to consequences. Furious, the delinquents stood up, ready to attack again. Meanwhile, in the student council, a pink-haired girl rushed in without warning. Keitase informed Sona that some delinquents were trying to enter the school, but a first-year student had intervened. Sona recognized the urgency and instructed Tsubaki to follow her as they rushed to the entrance. Upon arrival, they were shocked to see a crowd gathered, with Issei standing confidently, a wooden sword resting on his shoulder. Keitase asked Murayama what had happened. Murayama, still in disbelief, explained that Issei had asked for her sword and had taken down the delinquents one by one without them realizing how it happened. Sona realized that the boy with the sword was Issei. He approached one of the delinquents, warning him that if he caused any more trouble, he wouldn't hold back. The delinquent nodded in fear. Issei ordered them to take their remaining members and leave, never to return. As the delinquents stumbled away, Issei sighed and returned to Murayama, thanking her for lending him her sword and assuring her he had taken care of it. He walked over to Sona and bowed his head, confusing her. Issei apologized for the commotion, explaining that they had attacked first and he was merely defending himself while also protecting others. Sona sighed, acknowledging his explanation but asking him to inform her next time. She decided not to punish him this time due to his good behavior and contributions as a student, but warned him not to repeat it. Issei nodded and left. Tsubaki remarked to Sona that Issei was not an ordinary person to fight against those delinquents and defeat them like that, noting that his expression was not one that always wore a smile. Sona agreed, realizing they needed to talk to him later. Meanwhile, in the occult research club, Rias asked Kaneko what she had seen. Days had passed since the incident, and Issei had earned a new nickname, the Angel and Demon of Kuro. It was said that if someone was good, he would come to help them with an angelic smile, but if they caused trouble, they would encounter the demon with eyes that seemed to hold death. Issei's popularity soared, yet he continued to act as if the nickname didn't exist. This demeanor earned him the love and respect of most of the school, placing him alongside the princes and esteemed upperclassmen. At that moment, Issei was in his classroom, reclining on his desk while a small girl observed him intently. Kaneko's gaze was so penetrating that Issei could feel it even in his half-asleep state. She questioned why he seemed unfazed by the events of the past days. Issei explained that giving importance to things that didn't matter could hinder his path toward his goals. Kaneko, still concerned, reminded him that he was human, to which Issei acknowledged but added that he had spent his childhood studying alone, needing to fend for himself. When Kaneko asked about his family, Issei revealed that they had abandoned him. Kaneko was taken aback by his calmness in discussing such a painful topic. Issei shared his philosophy on life, emphasizing that it was not a straight path but filled with deviations and obstacles. He encouraged her to keep moving forward, to climb walls, jump over cliffs, and swim across rivers, never giving up on life. Kaneko looked at Issei with newfound respect, no longer seeing him merely as a companion but as someone wise. She admitted that her past held her back as well, unsure of how to move forward. Issei reassured her that he would be there when she was ready to talk, promising to help her when she felt she could trust him. Kaneko smiled warmly at him, raising her finger to make a promise, which Issei reciprocated by intertwining his finger with hers. Their moment was interrupted by an announcement over the loudspeaker, calling for Issei to report to the student council. He hoped it wasn't trouble and said goodbye to Kaneko as he left the classroom. Issei walked calmly to the council room, knocked on the door, and entered upon hearing a voice inviting him in. Sona was behind her desk, surrounded by papers. She thanked him for coming and asked him to take a seat, indicating they needed to discuss something important. Issei wondered if he was in trouble, but Sona quickly reassured him that the director was pleased with his contributions to the school and wanted to offer him a position. She asked if he belonged to any clubs, to which Issei replied that he did not. Sona informed him that they wanted him to be the new president of the disciplinary committee, explaining that it had been re-established due to issues arising from the school's new mixed status. Issei agreed, curious about his responsibilities. Sona outlined that he would need to resolve problems and patrol during breaks and after classes, but he could recruit anyone he wanted to assist him. As they continued their conversation, Sona asked Issei if he believed in the supernatural. He confirmed that he did, surprising her and her entourage with his quick response. Issei then revealed that he was aware of their true nature. Sona was taken aback, questioning how he knew and why he spoke so casually about it. Issei explained that he had never thought to hide, knowing that the truth would eventually come to light. He noted that she should feel honored to be the first to see his face and know his name. Sona chuckled, realizing she might not have a chance to recruit him. Issei clarified that he would not be a threat. He was like the rumors suggested, willing to help those who were good. However, he became serious, his hair shadowing his eyes, and when he lifted his gaze, Sona and her entourage felt a chill at what they saw. The demon would kill with its lifeless eyes, but Issei managed to put on his typical smile. Sona, confused, asked what he truly was. Issei explained that, despite appearances, he was just a simple human who had to fend for himself since he was 6 years old. While Sona had been pampered, he had hunted, built, cooked, and gathered everything he could to survive. Sona then offered to take him to his new classroom where he would work. Issei nodded, and they walked through the hallways until they reached a standard but well-equipped room. Issei remarked that the place was nice. Once inside, Sona closed the door, and Issei began to look around. He asked what else she wanted to discuss, but Sona leaned against the door, looking down. She reminded him that he hadn't answered her question. Issei chuckled, thinking his previous answer would suffice. He sighed and claimed that he could defeat Ophis and Gret Red without any trouble. Sona looked up in shock, doubting his words. Issei insisted it was the truth and mentioned that he occasionally trained with Ophis. Sona fell to her knees, realizing she was in the presence of a superior being who could end her life without her being able to do anything about it. Issei noticed her distress and knelt to her level, asking if she would trust him if he showed her something. Sona was curious about what he would reveal. Issei raised his fist in front of her, and despite her hesitation, she placed her fist next to his. He spoke the words, "lost memory," and a series of images flooded Sona's mind. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She asked why she couldn't stop crying. Issei explained that what she had seen were his memories and emotions tied to them. Sona realized that Kurome was not his true surname. Issei confirmed that it wasn't, and he had adopted this name as a reminder of his purpose and the only gift he had received from those people. Sona understood that he sought revenge, but Issei clarified that he was not there for vengeance. He wanted to free himself from his chains and confront his demons. He had run for many years, and it was time to close that chapter of his life and move forward. He smiled, radiating happiness and peace. Sona wondered how he could smile despite everything he had endured, admitting that she would have been crushed by such experiences. An image flashed in her mind, silencing her. Issei explained that he smiled to share happiness with others, something those people had never given him. Sona lowered her head, but Issei placed a hand on her head, gently caressing it. He expressed that he wished someone had shown him love and happiness during his darkest moments, and he wanted to be that person for others so that no one else would have to suffer as he did. Sona nodded in understanding. Issei then asked her to keep his secret, especially from a certain red-haired girl and 2 members of her entourage. He was prepared to face them, but he didn't feel ready yet. Sona agreed, promising not to waste the trust he had given her. As a sign of their newfound friendship, Issei approached a large table, raised a finger, and a drop of water fell, forming a map of the entire city with various colored dots. Sona was astonished. Issei explained that the red dots represented demons, the brown ones were renegades, and the black ones were fallen beings. He pointed out a red, indicating that it was not hiding its aura. He warned Sona that this was her territory and that the crows were plotting something, urging her to stay alert and inform him if anything went beyond her control. He handed her a simple-looking purple bracelet, explaining it was enchanted and would serve as a communicator. With a bit of magic, it would alert him and create a shield when her mana reserves were low. He advised her never to leave without it. Sona asked why he was doing this for them, and Issei replied that no one had the right to choose another person's life. He reassured her that if she ever needed help, she should not hesitate to ask, as they were now friends. Issei promised to inform her of any changes in the area. Sona expressed her gratitude, hoping they would work together for a long time. Issei acknowledged this and mentioned he had to introduce himself as the new president of the disciplinary committee. Sona assured him she would inform his classroom, allowing him to start right away. Grateful, Issei thanked her before she left. He put on his band and gathered some papers for recruitment and complaints he intended to address. As he walked through the hallways, he first visited the first-year students, who greeted him with smiles and no issues. Next, he approached the second-year classes. The first two went smoothly, but he encountered some trouble in the next group. A teacher called for attention, announcing that someone had come to make an announcement. As Issei entered, the class became curious. He introduced himself as Kurome Issei, stating that he would be in charge of the disciplinary committee. He encouraged students to send any complaints to the classroom or directly to him and invited them to join the committee to help maintain a clean and problem-free school. Some students agreed, but two voices shouted out in protest. Matsuda questioned whether there would still be room for their mischief. Issei sighed at their comment and approached the two boys. He addressed them directly, confirming their identities as Matsuda and Motohama. He then warned them that if they were caught causing trouble again, they would be reported and punished either by him or the council. Matsuda dismissed the warning, claiming they were his superiors and that he couldn't intimidate them. Issei lowered his gaze and then looked at them again, but his expression changed. He thought they didn't understand, so he warned them that if he saw them again, he would punish them in a way that would make them remember this moment. The two boys knelt before him out of respect and fear. They acknowledged him, but Issei feigned not to hear them. When they responded louder, he chuckled at their foolishness. He then walked over to the girl. He asked her why she was laughing. She froze under his gaze. He informed her that she was in the same category as the others, and if she continued to bother the other students, she would face consequences. He lightly tapped her forehead and left a note on her desk before returning to face the group. He stated that he hoped they would follow the rules because they wouldn't want to see him angry. Everyone shook their heads in agreement. Issei then left the classroom and continued to check on the other groups until he reached the third-year classrooms. Standing in front of the first classroom, he encouraged himself not to be afraid, reminding himself that if he ran away now, he wouldn't be able to progress. He knocked on the door, and the teacher answered. Issei entered and saw the Grimoire heiress with her queen, along with two individuals he preferred not to see again. He stood before them and delivered his message, but just as he was about to finish, someone laughed. Ryu mocked him, claiming he wouldn't obey a kid like Issei. Isami echoed Ryu's sentiment, questioning how they could take orders from someone younger than themselves. Ryu stood up and confronted Issei, calling him weak and challenging him to earn respect. Issei kept his gaze down but then grabbed Ryu's shoulder, causing him to kneel in an instant. Ryu looked up, startled, and Issei confirmed his identity. The entire classroom was shocked. A first year had brought one of the strongest students to his knees. Issei acknowledged Ryu's good grades but reminded him that he was a troublemaker. He warned that the delinquents who had come looking for him were dangerous, and if they had entered the school, it could have led to serious consequences. He locked eyes with Ryu, who could only shake his head in denial. Issei continued, explaining that students could have been harmed or school property damaged, and all the blame would have fallen on Ryu. He asked if he would have been happy if that had happened. Ryu shook his head again, and Issei instructed him to behave and stop being foolish. He placed a note on Ryu's face and released him, causing Ryu to fall to the floor. Issei addressed the class, stating that as long as they didn't cause problems, they wouldn't see him in this manner. However, if they made him angry, he believed they understood the consequences. He returned to his normal expression and smiled, leaving the classroom to finish checking on the others before finally heading home. He thought about how exhausting the day had been and looked forward to getting home to embrace Office to relieve his stress. In the occult club, Ryu's group was gathered, but one person was fuming with anger. Ryu expressed his frustration, vowing to destroy Issei for daring to confront him. Ryus asked what had happened to provoke such a reaction. Ryu explained that when Issei looked at him, he felt weak and immobilized, as if he would perish if he moved. This infuriated him even more. Drake advised that they should keep their distance from Issei, hinting that he was hiding something. Ryus questioned Drake's meaning, and he elaborated that Issei had an aura that could be concealed completely even from the most skilled beings. Ryus, now serious, turned to Kaneko, asking if she noticed anything unusual in class. Kaneko remained silent, lost in thought, which puzzled everyone. Ryu approached Kaneko, asking if something was bothering her, but when he tried to pat her head, she swatted his hand away. Ryu was taken aback, and Akino commented on Kaneko's behavior, suggesting she was experiencing adolescence. Rias asked Akino to clarify, but Kaneko quickly covered Akino's mouth, insisting that she keep her comments to herself. Everyone was surprised to see Kaneko, usually so reserved, blushing slightly. Akino acknowledged that she might not have been entirely wrong about Kaneko. Rias agreed, and Kaneko admitted that she had suppressed her emotions for so long that she wasn't sure what she felt anymore. Ryu teased her about having feelings for a useless human, which made Kaneko furious, and she nearly lunged at him, but Kiba held her back. He remarked that it was surprising someone could move her heart, while Ryu dismissed Issei as just a human who posed no threat. Just then, there was a knock at the club door, and Sona entered with her queen. Rias greeted her and asked what brought her there. Sona warned that several fallen angels had appeared in the area and advised Rias to be cautious, as their intentions were unknown. Ryu suggested they should just eliminate them. Sona expressed her concerns about launching an attack without knowing the enemy's intentions, warning that the factions were on the brink of war. A single mistake could ignite conflict. The group listened intently as Rias inquired about the source of Sona's information. Sona explained that her informant had been monitoring the area and advised against being alone, as they were unaware of the potential dangers and the individuals behind the schemes. Rias asked if she could meet this informant, but Sona declined, stating that the informant preferred to remain hidden. She assured Rias that it was someone trustworthy who would alert her if anything happened. Rias, intrigued, remarked that she didn't know the Ice Queen had more friends, especially ones kept from her. Sona sighed, emphasizing that it wasn't the time for such discussions and urged Rias to keep a close watch on her companions, as their intentions were unclear. With that, Sona left, and the group returned to their usual activities. Days passed, and on a Saturday, Issei was walking through the city when he encountered a small blonde girl in a black outfit. He asked if she was okay and extended his hand to her. The girl assured him she was fine, explaining that she had been in a hurry to meet a friend but didn't know the way. Issei offered to help and asked for the address, which she provided on a piece of paper. They chatted as they made their way to a secluded park away from the city. Once they arrived, Issei, sensing something unusual, asked the girl what she was plotting. Without warning, she revealed black wings and took to the sky. She explained that a human had sensed her true nature, and her superior had ordered her to eliminate him as a potential threat to their plans. Issei, unfazed, demanded to know what those plans were. The girl, however, refused to divulge any information, stating that it would be pointless since he wouldn't live long enough to use it. She introduced herself as Middlet, claiming he should feel honored to die by her hand. In response, Issei snapped his fingers, and black chains ensnared Middlet, draining her magic. Confused and weakened, she questioned what was happening. Issei explained that the chains were anti-magic, created from his own power. He then informed her that she would help him uncover her friend's schemes. He summoned magical circles to ascend closer to her, biting his finger to inscribe a spell on her hand, which burned her and marked her with a magical collar. Middlet was outraged, demanding to know what he had done. Issei calmly explained that he had placed an obedience spell on her, making her his responsibility. He released her from the chains, but she glared at him defiantly, summoning a spear to attack. However, before she could reach him, the spear shattered, and she fell to the ground, unable to move. Issei explained that the seal on her was as effective as his chains. Any attempt to defy him would result in her defeat. He decided it was time to leave and carried her like a sack of potatoes, opening a portal to his home. Upon arriving, Issei called for Hina, and Ophis appeared, curious about the new arrival. Issei explained that they had a guest and asked Ophis to keep an eye on her while he prepared a meal. He placed Middlet on the sofa as Ophis resumed watching television. After cooking, Issei set the table with 3 plates and sat down to eat. Middlet protested, questioning why she would eat food made by him. Issei suggested that talking on an empty stomach wouldn't be productive. Just then, her stomach growled, prompting Issei to encourage her to eat so they could have their discussion. Reluctantly, Middle took a bite, and her eyes lit up with surprise as she began to eat more eagerly. Once they finished, Issei served tea to each of them. Middle, still skeptical, asked why he was treating her this way, given that they were enemies. Issei explained that since he had marked her, she was now his responsibility, and it was his duty to care for her, though he warned her that any misbehavior would lead to consequences. Middle, slightly intimidated, nodded. Issei then inquired about her mission, learning that several of her allies had been eliminated, and those who escaped described him as the attacker. They had sent her to eliminate him as a precaution. Issei sighed, realizing he should have anticipated trouble from them. He pressed for more information about their plans, and Middle revealed that they were waiting for a girl with a sacred tool capable of healing any race, intending to capture her and grant their leader that power. Issei listened intently and asked if there was anything else. Middle informed him that they planned to kill the bearer of the Red Emperor that night, with one of her allies already with him to set a trap. Although she wished to be part of the operation, she acknowledged her failure in this mission. Issei noted the location of the impending attack and thanked her for the information. As he began to pet her head in a gesture of camaraderie, she flinched and pushed his hand away, protesting that she wouldn't take orders from a mere human. Ophis, observing the interaction, narrowed her eyes slightly, ready to intervene if necessary. Her aura radiated as she hid behind Issei, who chuckled softly. Issei reassured her that she would be fine, explaining that she was not a bad person and was, in fact, his friend of many years, a dragon. He mentioned that they both lived there and offered her the room at the back if she needed to rest, as it was unoccupied. With that, he left the house, leaving the two of them alone. Issei dashed towards the location, eager to avoid drawing attention. Upon nearing the site, he changed into his combat attire and began searching for the others until he heard a distant scream. He spotted 3 fallen figures and someone lying on the front. One of the fallen figures remarked on how surprising it was that the legendary Red Emperor had fallen so quickly, adding that their date had been lovely but had now come to an end. Ryu, lying in a pool of his own blood, cursed his attackers. Just then, someone appeared nearby, but Ryu struggled to see clearly due to his blood loss. Issei observed the situation and commented on how pathetic it was that Ryu, with his inflated ego, couldn't handle 3 opponents. He expressed his disappointment in Ryu, calling him a lizard. Ryu asked who Issei was, to which Issei replied that he was of no importance, but a little bird had informed him that someone was going to die today, and here Ryu was, though Issei admitted he wouldn't mind if Ryu perished, as it could lead to complications. As a magical circle appeared, beginning to heal Ryu's wounds, the fallen figures sighed at the unfolding events. Ryu, confused, demanded to know who Issei was, while Issei casually mentioned that even if someone was sent to kill him, they still wouldn't know his identity. Another figure then realized that Issei was the human that Middle had been tasked to eliminate and inquired about her whereabouts. Issei regretfully informed them that she was in a better place, releasing a few black feathers as he spoke. Issei was currently in the student council room while Sona read a document detailing the plans of the fallen. After finishing, she let out a sigh. She asked where he had obtained the information. Issei, in response, created a portal and summoned Middle as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Middle looked around, startled to find herself surrounded by demons, and quickly jumped behind Issei, questioning if he intended to hand her over to them. Issei reassured her by placing a hand on her head, explaining that she was his servant and therefore his responsibility. Sona inquired about Middle's identity, wanting to know if she was indeed one of the fallen. Issei explained that she had been sent to kill him, but he had captured her to learn about the situation, which was detailed in the document. He insisted that no harm should come to her since she was under his care. Sona acknowledged this and asked what else he wanted to discuss. Issei mentioned that Rias had seen him when he saved her pawn. Sona confirmed that she had received a message about his identity and had to lie, claiming he was only providing information without revealing who he truly was. Issei then requested a table. Saji and Tsubaki brought one and set it in front of him. He placed a finger on the surface, causing a drop of water to fall and reveal a map of the entire city with various points marked on it. Middle was impressed by this display. Issei explained that he would leave the map there and that all she needed to do was add a bit of water infused with mana to activate it. He pointed out that each point had a specific meaning, but they were particularly interested in a yellow point, which indicated a human with a sacred tool. He instructed her to check the map and inform him when it appeared, as finding it was now their priority. Sona nodded in understanding. Middle asked Issei what the points represented, to which he responded with a chuckle, explaining that each color represented a different race: red for demons, black for fallen, brown for renegades, yellow for humans with sacred tools, white for angels, blue for dragons, and orange for yokai. Middle then inquired about hybrids, noticing that they did not show just one color. Issei explained that while hybrids did appear, the map was too zoomed out to distinguish multiple colors clearly. He zoomed in on the school area, showing her how some points varied in color. Sona realized that Issei had known their true identities all along, even when they concealed their auras. Issei confirmed this, noting the variety among the red points. Sona expressed her amazement at his knowledge and remarked that she still couldn't believe he wasn't fighting seriously. Issei replied that they only had one life, and he wanted to live it to the fullest without fear of death or losing someone important. He then told Middle she could return home to finish her tasks but instructed her not to go out until the situation was resolved. She nodded in agreement, and Issei opened a portal for her to leave. Sona asked how he had managed to make Middle his servant. Issei explained that while researching the evil pieces, he found some spells related to servitude and used one on her. He described how he created a pentagram on his hand with his blood to implant it in her chest, forming a collar that represented their contract. This collar prevented her from harming him or acting against his wishes. If she did, it would activate, disabling her magical circuits and ability to move. Sona acknowledged his impressive abilities and remarked on his intelligence. Issei attributed his understanding of magic to both imagination and thorough research. Sona then suggested they play a game of chess while he explained more about magic. Issei agreed, taking a seat as Sona conjured a chessboard. He glanced at it for just a moment before declaring, "Checkmate," leaving Sona confused. He apologized for the habit and asked what she wanted to know. Sona expressed her desire to improve her spells, mentioning her family's affinity for water and ice elements, but her struggle with mastering the latter due to a lack of sufficient mana. Issei contemplated her words while moving pieces on the board. He told her that it was a misconception that power was everything among demons. He explained that if she couldn't master ice, it was because she didn't fully control her mana. He asked her to define ice, to which she responded that it was frozen water. Issei then encouraged her to think deeper about the nature of ice, questioning why it freezes, what it is composed of, and how it can be shaped. How tough or fragile can one be? That is what demons lack using their minds, as I previously demonstrated. If they cannot differentiate between attacks, they will achieve nothing. Sona thought for a moment about what Issei had said, then closed her eyes. In her hand, a small ball of ice formed and exploded. Issei observed her and noted that she was doing well, but she was releasing mana without controlling it. He continued playing while pointing out her mistake. He also declared checkmate. Sona looked at the board and realized he was right, but she was more impressed that he had known that phrase before they started. Issei then invited her to follow him as he stood up. They were now in the middle of the room. He instructed her to straighten up and raise her hand. Sona complied. Issei told her to close her eyes and focus on her heartbeat. He explained that once she could hear it, she should use it to channel her mana, as each heartbeat would pump mana slowly. He advised her not to panic and to relax. 2 days had passed, and the Grimoire group was preparing to rescue the nun, as it was their duty as the territory's owners. Night fell, and they were nearing the church. Rias instructed Akino and herself to go through the back while the others would enter from the front and defeat any enemies they encountered. The group acknowledged her command, and as they split up, they remained unaware that someone was watching them. Issei noted that Rias needed to improve her strategy. While separating the group was fine, she didn't know how many enemies there were or how strong they might be. He decided to go with Rias since he sensed 2 presences nearby. Meanwhile, Akino and Rias approached the back but were stopped by 2 fallen angels. One of them taunted that 2 demons had come to play, while the other stated they could not allow them to pass. Rias declared her identity as the heir of the Grimoire clan and asserted that they would be defeated. Aquino transformed and created a barrier, prompting one of the fallen to comment on their inability to escape. Rias began to create a sphere of destruction, but someone fell between the 2 factions, cloaked and obscured. Rias recognized him as the one from before. Issei greeted Rias and Aquino, noting that Aquino had her arm back. The fallen angel questioned Issei's presence, to which he replied that he was there to protect the children from harm. Rias, feeling insulted, reminded him of her identity. Issei acknowledged her but expressed his disappointment in her actions. He explained that before killing someone, one should understand their objective. He doubted the fallen angels had thought through their plan, so he asked who their leader was. The fallen angel scoffed, claiming they wouldn't reveal anything to someone useless. However, before he could finish, a hole appeared in his stomach, and he fell dead to the ground. Rias questioned why he killed him when he had wanted information. Issei explained that the fallen angel only wanted to buy time for their leader to finish her game at the church. As Rias looked at the fallen angel trying to escape, black chains ensnared her, bringing her before Issei. She pleaded for her life, claiming she would be loyal and that her leader was the one who knew everything. Issei already knew this and revealed that he was judging whether they deserved to live or die, and they had earned the right to live. The fallen angel was shocked to learn that the one they thought was dead was still alive. Issei revealed that she had shared everything she knew about them and also mentioned the nun. He transformed into Asia, surprising the 3 of them. The fallen angel insisted it was impossible, claiming they had her. Issei corrected her, stating that what they had was a clone. She tried to argue that Asia had the tools, but Issei began to channel green light from his hands to heal the fallen angel's wound. He asked if there was anything else she wanted to say. She panicked, realizing he had everything under control, and demanded to know why he didn't just kill them. Issei sighed, returning to his usual form, and explained that if he attacked directly, one of them could claim they were attacked by demons, which would shatter the fragile peace between factions and ignite war. He preferred peace and did not want liars to ruin it. The fallen angels and demons stared at him, perceiving him not as a young man but as a seasoned warrior. The fallen angel questioned what he was. Issei simply stated he was a human and bid her farewell, creating a hole in her chest that ended her life. He instructed the others to clean up while he moved ahead to prevent one of the fallen from making a foolish mistake. Meanwhile, the other group entered the church, where they were met by the exorcist who had been stopped by Isami and Kiba. Kaneko and Ryu headed toward the nun, who was hanging from a cross, with the fallen angel beside her. Ryu lunged to attack the fallen angel, but she snatched something from the nun and fled. Ryu took the nun and placed her on a bench while the others dealt with the remaining threats. He positioned himself in front of the fallen angel, leaving the nun safe. The fallen angel taunted Ryu, referring to him as her ex-boyfriend and mentioning that the meddler had saved him. Ryu warned her to silence herself or he would break her mouth. She provocatively reminded him of their past, teasing that he used to enjoy kissing her until the day he had to die. She then reverted to her normal form, and Ryu called her a vile traitor. She laughed, claiming she had what she wanted and that it would be impossible for him to defeat her now. As she attempted to heal a wound on her arm, nothing happened, leaving her confused until a voice echoed in the room. "That won't work." The 2 turned to see where the voice was coming from and found the nun standing near Ryu. Ryanair exclaimed that it was impossible for her to still be alive since she had taken her sacred tool. Issei explained that she was not the real Asia but a clone. The real one was in a safe place. She mentioned that a little bird had informed her of Ryanair's plan, prompting her intervention. Ryanair, frustrated, cursed the magician for not killing her. Issei praised her for being clever and stated that she couldn't allow her to hurt innocent people. Ryanair insisted that it didn't matter, as she would kill them later and find Asia to finish the job. Before she could finish, Ryu struck her hard in the stomach, causing her to cough up blood. He told her to shut her mouth. Issei urged Ryu to keep Ryanair alive, but he ignored her and approached Ryanair, ripping off her wings. Ryanair pleaded for her life, claiming that if he spared her, they could return to how things were before, and she would be his servant, offering her body if that was what he wanted. Ryu simply raised his fist, summoning a red sphere that frightened Ryanair. He prepared to attack her with a powerful move, leaving nothing but feathers in his wake. Issei sighed at the scene and disappeared just as the Real Asia arrived, and the rest of the Grimoire group began to gather. Issei confronted Ryu about his actions, pointing out that he had just killed the only one who knew about their plans. Ryu dismissed Issei's reprimand, claiming he had eliminated a threat. Issei warned him that if he continued with that attitude, he would die sooner than he thought, especially since he had planned everything to go smoothly, only for Ryu's anger to ruin it. Ryu, furious, attempted to strike Issei, but Issei merely placed a finger against Ryu's forehead, causing him to collapse in defeat. The group was shocked. Issei reminded Ryu that this was not a game and that he was risking his life and others. Ryu, even angrier, created his gauntlet again, but Issei stopped him before he could rise. Issei advised him to learn to control his emotions, and Ryu fell unconscious. The group was concerned and about to protest when Draig spoke up, thanking Issei for not killing his host. Issei warned Draig to keep Ryu in check if he wanted him to survive. Draig acknowledged this with gratitude. Issei turned to leave and report to Sona. Upon entering, he found the girls playing a board game. Ophis claimed ownership of the game and demanded payment from Middlet, who expressed frustration over her luck and Asia's lack of skill. Asia explained that she had simply bought properties as she landed on them. Ophis taunted Middlet, who eventually conceded and paid up. Issei watched with a smile, wishing these days could last forever. Asia welcomed him back, and Ophis and Middlet greeted him as well. Issei informed them that the problem had been resolved and noted that they seemed to be having fun. Middlet accused the emotionless girl of cheating, to which Ophis retorted that it was a typical loser's excuse. Issei decided to prepare dinner, announcing that Asia and Middlet would join him at school the following week. Asia was excited, while Middlet questioned why the emotionless girl was included. Issei explained that Asia wanted to make friends and have a normal life. Asia hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her gratitude. Issei comforted her, eliciting a sweet smile. Middlet asked why she had to go, and Issei reassured her that the demons would keep an eye on her but wouldn't harm her, as doing so would bring disaster. He also mentioned that both girls would be with him in the disciplinary committee, emphasizing the need for peace. They both nodded, albeit reluctantly. Issei went to the kitchen to prepare dinner while everyone else was asleep in their rooms. He gazed out the window at the starry sky, wishing for lasting peace but feeling that something was amiss. He sighed, reflecting on his strength and the need to be even stronger to protect everyone. Just then, a small book appeared and glowed green. Issei mused about whether he could master it, envisioning a powerful spell that would make anyone who entered succumb to him. The book vanished, and the door to his room opened, revealing a blonde girl. Asia asked if he was still awake and came to thank him again for everything he had done for her. Issei reassured her that she didn't need to thank him, as he was glad to help. He told her to forget her past and enjoy her new life. Asia began to cry again, and Issei embraced her, comforting her until she returned to her room. Issei also went to bed and fell asleep. The next day, he and the two blonde girls headed to school, attracting attention as new students alongside one of the most popular boys. Once inside the building, they separated, as Issei had to go to the committee while they went to the council. In class, Issei sat quietly as a white-haired girl glared at him. A blonde girl with pigtails introduced herself as Kuro Middlet, hoping they would get along. The teacher asked if there were any questions, and many hands shot up. One girl asked if Middlet had any connection to Kuro. Middlet smiled at Issei and confirmed that she lived with him as his servant. Murmurs spread through the classroom, and Kaneko shot Issei a disapproving look. He chuckled nervously, and Kaneko called him a pervert, prompting him to laugh even more. Middlet sat next to Issei as classes continued. Meanwhile, in the second-year classroom, Asia had introduced herself, and just like Middlet, she mentioned living with Issei, which only fueled the rumors. Two boys were crying, while a girl smiled at the amusing scene. Asia took a seat next to Aika, and they began chatting, becoming friends. When recess arrived, Issei went up to the rooftop with Kaneko. Issei asked Kaneko what she wanted him to say. Kaneko pointed out that he was a magician. Issei confirmed this, and Kaneko questioned why he was so casual about it. Issei explained that he trusted her and didn't plan to keep it a secret forever. Kaneko, feeling flustered, insisted that wasn't what she meant. Issei placed a finger on her lips, telling her that if she wasn't ready to talk about herself, he wouldn't force her. They had promised to wait until she was ready, and he would listen then. He began to gently slide her head, causing Kaneko to blush even more. She called him an idiot, and Issei smiled at her reaction, continuing to pet her. Kaneko managed a small smile, and they both returned to their classroom. As classes passed quietly, the end of the day arrived. Issei went with Middle to pick up Asia from her classroom to head to the committee room. Upon arriving, they found Asia with another girl. Middle expressed how much she missed Asia, claiming class was boring, and hugged her. Issei said he came to take her to the committee. Asia introduced her new friend Aika, who had helped her understand how the school worked. Issei approached Aika, warning her to treat Asia well, or he would find out what would happen. Aika responded playfully, and Issei asked about Asia's day. Asia said it was fun, and they prepared to leave. Just as they were about to go, Aika asked if she could join them. Issei initially refused, stating that she was a bad influence on Asia and caused problems at school. Aika pleaded with Asia to help convince Issei. Asia smiled and insisted that Aika was a good friend. Middle laughed at the situation, and Issei sighed in defeat, finally agreeing but warning Aika that if she caused trouble, there would be consequences. Aika and Asia celebrated with a high five, while Middle teased Issei about being manipulated. As they entered the committee room, Issei handed out bands for the girls to wear on their arms. Aika asked what they would do next, and Issei explained they would be monitoring the school. He then revealed a map that displayed the entire school with several red points indicating areas of concern. Aika was amazed by the map. Issei instructed Middle to watch over the girls while he went to investigate. He cast a spell to remain unnoticed and positioned himself by a window in another building. There, he spotted a new presence, a woman with silver hair dressed as a maid. Ryu was present, and a conversation began about a newcomer. Suddenly, a magical orange circle appeared, and a blonde man emerged, causing Issei to feel uneasy. Rias, another character, expressed her disdain for the newcomer, who introduced himself as Razor. He claimed to have come to see his fiancée, which shocked the Hyudo brothers. Rias firmly stated that she would not marry him, but Razor insisted that their families were concerned about the lack of pure blood in the underworld and that they needed to marry to preserve it. The next day, Issei and the others gathered around the map in the committee room. Middle questioned how the map would help them monitor students since it only detected supernatural beings. Issei explained that he could modify the map. As he touched it, the points changed, revealing more gray points, which represented humans. He explained that if those points changed color, it indicated a shift in emotions. Blue represented sadness, light blue fear, red anger, black hatred, and purple lust. They needed to pay close attention to negative emotions, as they could lead to trouble. The girls agreed, and Issei placed a communication spell on their hands that would allow them to send messages. He instructed Aika to stay behind and monitor the map while the others patrolled. Aika was excited to use magic, and Issei reminded her to alert him if anyone entered. He then left the room to visit the council, needing to ask a question. Upon entering, he found Sona reviewing papers and asked why the Grimoire family wasn't present. Sona sighed in response. They went to train for their raiding game against Razor. Issei noted the paperwork piled up. Sona explained that it was due to someone threatening the Queen of the Mao, who was now demanding all the information they had. Issei acknowledged the situation but expressed that it didn't matter if they got his details, as they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he noticed a sadness emanating from Sona and asked her about it. Surprised by his observation, Sona managed a small smile. Sona remarked that Issei could never hide anything from him. Issei replied that he couldn't stay silent if a friend was suffering. Sona confided that Rias was her best friend, and seeing her struggle made her worry. She wished to help but feared it might lead to conflict between their clans. All she could do was wish Rias luck and offer her support, but she felt useless for not being able to assist her friend when she needed it most. Issei listened quietly as Sona expressed her feelings of inadequacy, clenching her fists. Her entourage watched their king with concern, having never seen her like this. Issei approached her and gently placed a hand on her head. He reassured her that asking for help was not a sign of weakness but of strength. Sona lifted her gaze to meet Issei's eyes, curious about his meaning. He explained that many believed asking for help was a weakness, but it actually took great courage to set aside pride for the sake of others. Although he didn't particularly like Rias, he promised to do everything he could to help if Sona deemed her important enough to ask for assistance. This brought a blush to Sona's cheeks, and she returned his smile, thanking him. Issei reminded her that it was too early for gratitude, but she insisted nonetheless. The entire entourage felt a wave of happiness at witnessing their interaction. Issei then walked away to attend his classes and patrol. The next 10 days passed, and he watched Kaniko's bench with concern, trusting her nonetheless. One evening, while dining with others, someone knocked on his door. He stood up from the table and walked to the entrance. Upon opening it, he found a white-haired girl with her gaze downcast. Kaniko suddenly threw herself into his arms, and he felt her shirt dampening. She lamented her weakness, expressing that she couldn't help Bucho when she needed it most. She felt inadequate, especially since they had lost and now Rias would marry someone she didn't want. Kaniko felt like a failure, recalling how Rias had cared for her and provided her a home, always trying to help. Yet, Kaniko couldn't protect her, and now Rias was smiling despite her suffering. She pleaded with Issei to save Bucho before falling asleep in his arms. He carried her inside and laid her on the couch, covering her with a blanket to ensure her comfort. Asia reassured them that Kaniko would be all right, while Issei noted that she was just exhausted from everything that had happened. Ophis asked what he would do next. Issei replied that she already knew the answer. Ophis smiled at his determination. She offered her help, but Issei declined, not wanting to put them in danger until he earned the world's respect. He resolved to act alone if necessary. They watched as Kaniko began to stir, slowly opening her eyes. Issei greeted her, but Kaniko lamented her perceived uselessness. He reassured her that she was not useless, explaining that she still had room to grow. Though she felt weak now, she would become invincible in the future. Kaniko pleaded with him to save Bucho, and Issei promised he would if that was her wish. He reminded her that he would always be there when she needed him, taking her hand where she wore her bracelet. She nodded, stood up, and decided to return home, with Issei accompanying her to ensure her safety. The day of Rias's wedding arrived, and high-ranking demons gathered in the underworld for the event. Rias was getting ready when Sona entered to see her. Sona remarked that she never thought a wedding dress would suit Rias so well. Rias expressed her wish to wear it with someone she had chosen herself. Sona urged her to be calm, but Rias explained that she had done everything possible, and her friends had given their all to save her, which made her happy. Sona clenched her fists, while Rias walked toward the ceremony with a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed her sadness. As she reached the ceremony venue, she saw the other demons and her entourage. Ryu watched with anger, feeling powerless despite his balance breaker, as his mana was too low to fight. The ceremony began, and Razor wore an arrogant expression. Two girls watched with sorrow, clutching their bracelets and contemplating their next move. Sona urged Kaniko to help Rias, expressing her desire to see her friend happy. They both cried out for Issei to save Rias. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the midst of everyone, causing many to step back in surprise. From it emerged a boy with purple hair and matching eyes, dressed in an unusual outfit. Issei declared that he opposed the wedding. Everyone was taken aback, except for the two girls, who smiled brightly at his arrival. Lucifer questioned Issei's identity, to which he replied that he was just a simple human. Razor, infuriated, threatened him, ordering the guards to eliminate him. As several guards charged at Issei, he effortlessly dispatched them, walking forward as if nothing had happened until he stood before the couple and the Mao. Issei remarked that it was rude to attack someone without understanding their intentions. Razor, furious, prepared to strike, but was halted by Lucifer, who asked Issei what he wanted. Issei stated he was there to prevent the wedding. Lucifer inquired if he was interested in Rias, to which Issei replied that he had no interest in her marrying anyone. There were two people who would be sad if that happened, and he didn't want them to be, which is why he was there for them. Razor expressed his disdain, questioning what a mere human could do, but he was quickly silenced as he fell face-first to the ground, Issei placing his foot on Razor's head. Issei warned him to keep quiet while the adult spoke, and that went for everyone else if they wanted to keep living. Most of the onlookers froze at his words. Issei then asked what he needed to do to end the situation, mentioning that he had left 3 people alone playing something and it wouldn't end well. Lucifer stated that the only way to cancel the marriage was for him to defeat Razor. Lord Phoenix added that Issei had come to the underworld to harm their kind, but he was interrupted as a lance of light grazed his face, leaving a small scratch that began to bleed. Issei issued a final warning that if anyone else spoke, the next attack would not miss. Fear gripped everyone, and they fell silent. Issei confirmed that if he won, the marriage would be cancelled. Lucifer agreed, adding that if he won, he would gain money, power, and women. Issei, however, had something else in mind. He requested a set of evil pieces. Lucifer asked if that was all, and Issei explained that he had tried various ways to acquire them, but the corrupt renegades were not helpful, so he preferred to get them directly from the underworld. Lucifer agreed but instructed him to stop stepping on Razor and to release all the guards. Issei stepped away from Razor and snapped his fingers, allowing everyone on the ground to rise. After some time, Issei and Razor found themselves in a different dimension while the others watched the battle unfold, including not just Mal Lucifer but others who had come to see what was happening. Seraphal asked Surzex why he had summoned them, and Surzex explained that he wanted to see how strong the human was, and he had promised Ajuka that if Issei won, they would give him a set of evil pieces. Ajuka agreed but questioned whether Issei could win. Surzex noted that Issei had already defeated Graphia, surprising everyone and drawing their attention to the battle. Razor declared that he would finally put Issei in his place, but Issei remained silent until he unleashed his power, declaring his domain over the seas. The field transformed into a vast expanse of water, leaving Razor confused. He began attacking Issei with fireballs, but walls of water rose to block the attacks. Razor taunted Issei, insisting that he could never win if he only defended himself. Issei sighed and raised his hands, summoning magical circles from which water darts emerged, striking Razor and leaving him with several holes. However, Razor regenerated with each hit, boasting about his immortality. Issei sighed again and told Razor to feel honored to experience his new domain but warned him not to complain afterward. Issei concentrated sacred energy at the tip of his finger, astonishing all the demons as a small white droplet formed. He then modified his domain to create a sacred lake. The droplet fell to the ground, turning all the water into holy water. As it reached Razor, he screamed and was lifted into the air, but chains emerged from the water, binding him and causing him to cry out in pain from the sacred power. Seraphal noted that Issei had turned the water into holy water, while Surzex remarked that Issei controlled it as if it were part of him, seemingly toying with Razor throughout the battle. The chains pulled Razor closer to Issei, who asked if he surrendered. Razor defiantly declared he would show the power of the Great Razor, but he was met with a punch from Issei that made him spit blood. Issei repeated his question, and Razor stubbornly refused, only to receive another blow. Issei sighed again, and water spears emerged, piercing Razor and causing him to scream in agony. Issei explained that he hadn't killed him because Ravel would be sad, so he should thank his sister for his life. However, Issei was still annoyed and decided to punish him. Issei made a small cut on his finger and began drawing a magic circle on Razor's chest with his blood. Razor demanded to know what he was doing, and Issei replied that he would take away what Razor was so proud of. He placed his hand on Razor's chest and cast the spell, causing Razor to scream and writhe in pain. Once it was over, Issei released him, and the lake disappeared, leaving Razor kneeling before him. Razor asked what Issei had done, and Issei explained that he had blocked his blood, reducing him to a mere human. Razor insisted he was a pure phoenix, but Issei told him to experience what it felt like to be useless and then delivered a powerful kick to Razor's head, knocking him unconscious. Everyone was astonished that a human had defeated a high-class demon, humiliating him to the point where no one could speak. Issei observed this with boredom and expressed his desire to go home. Suddenly, they were teleported back to the wedding venue, where everyone was expectant of Issei's next move. Ravel approached him and bowed, thanking him for not killing her brother. Issei smiled and gently patted her head, assuring her it was no problem. He acknowledged that despite Razor's arrogance, he was important to her, but that didn't excuse his actions against others. Ravel noted that what Issei did was permanent, to which Issei replied that Razor would have to find the key to regain his former self. Ravel nodded, and alongside Razor's entourage, they took him away. At that moment, Mao Lucifer approached, commending Issei on the impressive battle he had displayed. The fight was seen by Issei as training for his new spells, given that the renegades often lost their sanity and were not suitable for such tasks. Lucifer acknowledged this, thanking Issei for not taking the life of his opponent. Issei replied that he wasn't foolish enough to do that, especially since other demons wanted him dead. Lucifer then indicated that they would proceed with their agreement, and soon after, another figure appeared beside him, carrying a box. Lucifer introduced him as Ajuka, the designer of the evil pieces, who would provide Issei with a game as promised. Ajuka handed over the box, and Issei opened it to reveal the red pieces. Excitedly, Issei noted that he was finally going to fulfill a promise but mentioned that he needed to modify them. Ajuka was curious about what Issei meant, but before he could finish, a bright light enveloped the pieces, blinding everyone momentarily. When the light faded, the pieces had transformed. They were no longer red but blue and transparent like crystal, emanating a pure power that was hard to identify. Issei declared that he was ready, and Ajuka was astonished, asking what he had done. Issei explained that he had modified the pieces, which originally turned the user into a demon, by removing the demonic power and replacing it with his own. He also added a spell that allowed them to use magic, unlocking their magical circuits and providing them with a catalog of spells based on their elemental affinity. Everyone was in awe, realizing that Issei was not just strong but a prodigy. Ajuka pleaded to borrow the pieces for a day instead of a month, but Issei declined, stating he had come for this reason and that someone was waiting for him at home. As he opened a portal, Rias expressed her gratitude for his help. Issei reminded her that she should thank her lovely friend and her beautiful tower instead, as they had wished so strongly for her rescue. He had previously mentioned that he wouldn't care if most of this place disappeared. He was generous only to those who had been kind to him, and Rias had lost that opportunity. Rias, confused, pointed out that they had never met. Issei assured her that everything would be revealed in time and bid her farewell as he stepped through the portal. Meanwhile, two girls were slightly blushing from his words. Rias approached them, asking Sona and Kaneko if they had brought Issei. Sona explained that she couldn't bear to see her best friend living an unhappy life and reminded Rias that she still needed to defeat her in a raiding game. Kaneko added that she had cared for Rias for a long time and couldn't abandon her. Rias embraced them both, thanking them, and they returned the hug. Back at his home, Issei was welcomed by three girls, although outside, the sounds of Middle's shouts from the game could be heard. Ophis inquired about how things had gone, and Issei replied that he had successfully used his mastery of the Sacred Lake and Blood Blockade, feeling pleased that they worked. He also mentioned that he could now fulfill the promise they made long ago. Asia, curious, asked what promise he was talking about. Ophis explained that after traveling together and saving a demon by returning her home, Issei realized some were half demons and told her about the evil pieces. He had expressed a desire for her to be his queen, which she accepted, and since then he had tried to recreate them without success until now. He placed the queen piece in front of Ophis, who opened her eyes wide, sensing that this piece was different from any she had seen before. Its pure power brought her a sense of peace. She took the piece and placed it on her chest, and in that moment, a wave of power radiated from her, making her feel calm and relaxed. A mark of the queen piece appeared on her shoulder. Issei explained that this would signify that he had kept his promise and would help her regulate her mana and learn new spells, although he believed she didn't need it much. He chuckled at that, and Ophis stood up to sit on him, hugging him tightly, which he reciprocated. Ophis thanked him for fulfilling his promise, and Issei noted that it was one of the few things she asked of him, so he had to do it. She kissed him on the cheek and continued to embrace him, while the other two girls felt a twinge of jealousy at their closeness. Middle then spoke up, expressing her desire to be included in this moment, feeling excluded. Asia nodded in agreement. Issei assured them that all three were equally important to him, opening his arms for them to join him. Asia declared that he was important to her, while Middle playfully stated that he should feel honored to be important to her. Issei laughed and mentioned that he needed to unite them to form a family. He then took out 2 needles, and the girls placed them on their chests to absorb them, feeling their mana increase. Middle exclaimed that she felt stronger, while Asia noted a sense of tranquility as if all evil was being dispelled. Issei explained that this was due to the purification spell he had placed on them. He then asked Middle to show her wings. Although confused, she complied and was surprised to see that one of her wings was white, reminiscent of her former self before her fall. Issei admitted he couldn't remove the darkness completely, but at least. He couldn't finish his sentence as Middle began to cry tears of joy. She expressed her gratitude for being able to see her wings again, saying it made her happy to be his servant and to stay with him, feeling grateful to have met him. Issei embraced her and gently stroked her head, while the others joined in the hug, creating a beautiful scene. They continued to talk until night fell, and everyone was in Issei's room. He sat by the window, gazing at the sky, wishing for this peace to last forever, but knowing that factions would not allow it. Suddenly, the book glowed green, prompting Issei to ask if it thought he was close to acquiring the new spell. The book glowed again, and Issei noted its usual silence, wishing it could speak. The book then slipped back under his shirt. Issei sighed, realizing it often avoided answering questions he wanted to know. He decided it was best to get some sleep. One day, Issei was in the committee room, relaxing with a cup of tea. When the door opened, revealing 2 girls. Maruyama greeted him, stating they only wanted to say hello, and asked about the others. Issei explained that they had gone on patrol. Keitase noted that he seemed to be taking a break, to which Issei replied that he was indeed resting his head on the table and wishing that days like these could last forever. Keitase observed that he seemed to have had a tough time recently, and Issei acknowledged that while it might be true, he had to help anyone in need. Many girls were interested in Issei because of his way of thinking. He explained that he didn't do things for the girls but to see smiles on everyone's faces. Keitase remarked that many girls would be sad to hear that. Issei apologized, saying that his heart only belonged to someone who truly deserved it. Maruyama commented on how sincere he was, to which Issei replied that sincerity was everything, but it was also okay to lie if it helped someone else. Keitase understood and said goodbye, hoping to talk to him again and learn some moves. Issei laughed as the 2 girls left. The day passed peacefully with just regular classes, a calm lunch, and a quiet patrol until the end of school. He separated from the 2 blondes to buy some souvenirs. On his way home, something caught his attention. Among the trees, he saw 2 girls with pink and brown hair running toward him. As they got closer, he noticed they had injuries on various parts of their bodies. They managed to shout for him to run, warning that a monster was chasing them. Issei stood his ground, confused as to why they were so alarmed. Behind them, a couple of fallen creatures followed closely. He positioned himself protectively in front of the girls, who looked at him with uncertainty. One of the fallen taunted him, calling him a foolish human trying to be a hero. Another added that he was enjoying the chase. The third one suggested that if Issei handed over the girls, they would let him go. Issei sighed, realizing his peaceful day was over. He expressed his frustration, but his smile reassured the girls, who were exhausted and fell to the ground. The first fallen mocked him, questioning if he intended to confront them. Issei slowly approached, and they were terrified by his gaze. He declared that they were the ones who didn't know their place, as he had been having a great day until they dared to attack those important to him. The fallen begged for forgiveness, promising to leave and never return. Issei informed them that they were already dead the moment they showed themselves to him. With a snap of his fingers, several water spears struck the fallen, and with another spell, he cleared the area. He then approached the girls, placing his hand on their heads, assuring them that everything was fine and that he would protect them. The girls, relieved, hugged him tightly, crying on his shoulder out of fear from the encounter. Issei suggested they go to his house, where he would tend to their injuries and allow them to contact their parents. The girls nodded, and as Issei helped them to their feet, Keitase winced, revealing a hurt ankle. He carried her on his back and opened a portal to his home, where the others were waiting to assist. Issei asked Asia to heal them, and she nodded in agreement. Middle inquired about what had happened, and Issei explained that they were attacked by fallen creatures, asking her to explain the situation to the girls. Ophis asked what he planned to do, and Issei replied that once he gathered the three leaders, he would reveal some truths. He was tired of the ongoing issues and warned that if the factions didn't want to be extinguished, they better behave. Time passed, and the girls notified their families that they were safe. Keitase expressed her surprise that beings from stories and legends existed, while Murayama noted that Issei was a powerful mage. Middle found it hard to believe, but Keitase felt differently after their experience. Issei reassured them that they were safe, but if they were out late, they should let him know so he could accompany them home. The girls agreed, and Issei suggested they sleep with Asia, as she was the one they knew best, assuring them they were safe there. Murayama asked who else knew about the situation, and Issei explained that everyone in the committee, council, and occult club was aware since they were demons, while they were mostly human, with Middle being a fallen angel. The girls listened seriously, exchanging glances and nodding. Keitase asked if they could join the committee, and Murayama expressed her desire to be involved, not wanting to sit idly by while supernatural threats loomed. Keitase agreed, wanting to do everything possible to help. The two girls looked at Issei with determination in their eyes, prompting him to smile as he pulled out 4 pieces, a knight and 3 pawns, placing them in front of them. He explained that these pieces would allow them to use magic and strengthen them, teaching them about the supernatural. However, he warned them to proceed at their own risk. They had the choice to enter a world of danger or continue with their normal lives. He could erase their memories of what had happened, but the decision was theirs. They took the pieces and placed them on their chests, enveloped in light. Murayama took the knight, and a sword formed before her, surrounded by water. Keitase took the 3 pawns, and a white katana appeared in front of her, surrounded by small sparks of lightning. They grasped their swords, which ceased to glow. Keitase asked what was happening, and Issei explained it was a small gift, assuring them he wouldn't leave them defenseless. He warned them to prepare for a headache the next morning due to the information they would receive. He welcomed them to the family with a smile as the others embraced them. The day came to an end, but this was just the beginning of a new chapter in Issei's life, one filled with uncertainty about what the future held. At least he was no longer alone. In the committee room at Kuo Academy, an upset Aika watched Issei as he ate calmly. Aika expressed her frustration, questioning why he had granted magic to others but not to her, despite her hard work. Issei explained that her magical tool was not yet ready, unlike those of Keitase and Murayama, which were easier to create. Aika insisted she was prepared, having read all the books he provided and learned everything he asked. Issei reassured her that he intended to give her magic, but needed to finish her tool first. With a bright smile, Aika jumped up to hug Issei, promising to be useful. Issei, while stroking her head, emphasized that her safety was what mattered most to him. Aika blushed slightly but returned his affection with a playful smile, teasing him about her feelings. Issei playfully warned her not to act too mature, pointing out that she was still inexperienced. He lightly tapped her forehead, causing her to pout, though her blush remained, as did the surprise of those around them at Issei's dominant demeanor. As Issei continued eating, a sudden energy caught his attention. He activated a map, revealing 2 small golden points outside the school. Aika wondered what the gold color meant, and Issei explained that it indicated sacred energy, suggesting they were weapons or tools imbued with such power. He mentioned that these were likely pieces of Excalibur, which had been broken and scattered. Sona had already gone to investigate, and Issei instructed everyone to behave, as factions might see them as enemies. Asia asked if he would call Hina, but Issei decided against it, believing she would already be aware. He planned to check on Sona and instructed the others to stay put and alert him if anything happened. Upon reaching the council, he found Sona looking serious but relieved to see him. They both acknowledged sensing the energies. Sona revealed that 2 representatives from the church were coming to speak with them after school. Issei insisted on attending, wanting to hear what they had to say as one of the protectors of the area. Sona was not surprised by his decision and noted that he could introduce his companions. Issei listed his pieces in a chess analogy, mentioning he had a queen, 2 bishops, a knight, and was expecting 2 pawns, each with 3 pieces. Sona pointed out that he still needed 2 pawns and a rook, and asked if he planned to compete in the raiding games. Issei replied that it depended on whether the Maos allowed him to participate. Sona agreed they would meet after class in the occult club. Issei returned to the committee room to explain the situation before everyone headed to their respective classes. As the hours passed, the meeting was about to begin. The Grimoire and Citri groups gathered, along with 2 hooded figures seated on the couches. Rias asked Sona who they were waiting for, and Sona replied that the most important person was yet to arrive. The doors opened to reveal a purple-haired Issei accompanied by 5 girls, most of whom were recognized. He apologized for the delay, explaining that one of his companions had something to attend to. Aika averted her gaze while Issei sighed and positioned himself behind the hooded figures. One of the hooded figures questioned who they were, sensing nothing but humans and a fallen angel. Issei introduced himself and his companions as part of his team. The other hooded figure expressed surprise, thinking demons could only have teams. Issei explained that circumstances had changed, and he had modified the game given to him by the demons, removing its corruption. The first hooded figure introduced herself as Irina Shido, and her companion as Zenobia Corda, explaining they were sent to recover Excaliburs that had been stolen from the church. Rias was shocked to hear that the Excaliburs had been taken, and Irina confirmed they were brought to this location by fallen angels. Sona inquired if they knew who had stolen them, and Irina revealed it was the Cadre Kokabile. The revelation surprised everyone, except for those unfamiliar with him and Issei, who remained calm. Zenobia warned them not to interfere, stating it was the church's responsibility. Rias insisted they would never collaborate with fallen angels, but Zenobia pointed out that one was present at that moment, casting doubt on their intentions. Rias swore by her Mao that she would never do such a thing. Zenobia reiterated that they should not get involved, as they could handle the situation. Just then, a noise caught Issei's attention. Asia inquired about it, and Issei dismissed it, finding the situation amusing. Asia looked confused, but Zenobia stepped in front of Issei, questioning what he found so funny. Issei remarked that it was amusing to think the 2 of them could defeat a cadre, even with their sacred swords, which he believed would not be enough. Zenobia challenged him, claiming he was underestimating them and that he was just a simple human. Issei responded that everyone said the same, but opinions often changed by the end of the day. Zenobia insisted he was nothing special, and Issei agreed, stating that without his abilities, she was just another opponent. A human just like him. In Issei's hands was Zenovia's sword. She was surprised and tried to take it back, but Issei placed his hand on her head, preventing her from getting closer. He told her that this scene was entertaining, but it was better to be straightforward with her. He grabbed Zenobia by her robe and positioned her in front of him. Irina was alarmed but froze at the sight of Issei's intense gaze, just like Zenobia. Issei told her to listen carefully. She was not on a leisurely stroll in the park or playing with friends in a fight. He emphasized that this was real life, where lives could be lost, and hers could be one of them. He reminded her that she was still young and needed to mature, so she should appreciate her life. Zenobia, though scared, found the courage to speak. She declared that her life belonged to God and the church. They were everything to her, so she wouldn't mind dying. Issei sighed deeply and expressed his disdain for religion, questioning what she would do in battle when God wouldn't help her. He pointed out that when she was on the verge of death, God wouldn't come. Life wasn't about relying on someone whose help was uncertain. He preferred to strive for everything himself and lean on those who genuinely cared for him, not someone he didn't even know. Zenobia was taken aback by his words but remained resolute. She argued that without God, humans would lose hope and fall into chaos. Issei sighed again and released her, causing her to fall to her knees. Irina rushed to help her friend. Issei continued, asking why, throughout history, there had been numerous instances where the church caused more despair and chaos than humans themselves. He argued that religions were flawed because humans corrupted them. He cited biblical wars, racism, discrimination, and witch hunts as examples of the church's failures, questioning if that was peace and hope. He noted that this city was calmer without a church, explaining that humans could live normally without relying on the supernatural. Zenobia clenched her fists, unsure of what to say. She recognized the church's faults, but Irina stepped in to defend it. Issei acknowledged their belief in angels and God but challenged their view. He called for Asia and Middle to join him, stating that angels were not entirely good. If they were, there wouldn't be fallen angels. He questioned whether some had been coerced or threatened and deserved forgiveness, noting that those unjustly accused remained lost. He pointed out that while they claimed not to accuse the church for past actions, it still persecuted people with pure hearts, like Asia, who was once a beloved nun until she saved a demon and was labeled a witch. He expressed that it was unrealistic for anyone to always smile and believe the world was perfect. Every emotion was essential for living. If one only smiled at everything or acted like what they thought they should be, they would become a puppet without control over their life. Zenobia and Irina lowered their heads, unsure of how to respond. Issei had a point, but they had grown up with God and the church. Asia spoke up, saying that Issei was being harsh on them. Issei replied that he needed them to understand that life was more than serving someone whose support was uncertain. He apologized to Asia, acknowledging her love for God but stating he couldn't accept it. Irina asked why he was telling them this, and Issei replied that he didn't want them to die. Irina countered that he didn't even know them. Issei insisted that it was the duty of the strong to help the weak and guide the lost. He had been shaped by such beliefs and couldn't allow someone to die if he could do something about it. He turned his back to Zenobia, who still had her head down, unsure of what to say. Issei lowered himself to her level and asked what she would do if God didn't exist. Zenobia admitted she didn't know. Her life had only been about serving God, and without him, she would prefer to die. Issei shared that he had once thought the same but now had many reasons to live. He offered to show her the joy of living, extending his fist toward her. Despite her doubts, she bumped her fist against his, and a flood of images of beautiful landscapes filled her mind. Her eyes lit up, and a small smile formed on her face until Issei pulled away. Zenobia asked what that was, and Issei explained it was his memories. He encouraged her to rise and not to cling to just one thing, as it would limit her enjoyment of life. He reminded her that while the church had been her life, that was her past, and she was the one who decided what she truly wanted to do with her life. He playfully tapped her on the forehead. Zenobia promised to think about it and thanked him, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Issei reminded her that if she ever needed help, she shouldn't hesitate to ask. As they prepared to leave, Irina suddenly remembered something. She asked Isami and Ryu where their brother was since she hadn't seen him when she visited their house. Ryu asked which brother she meant, and Isami echoed her confusion. Irina recalled that their brother had the same name as Issei, and the brothers finally understood. Ryu remarked that he was talking about that useless brother, who they thought might be dead. Isami added that they hadn't cared much about him, so it didn't matter when they left. The training session was cut short because some didn't want to carry unnecessary weight. Several people were surprised by the comments made, but two in particular were angry. Irina expressed her frustration, noting that it was about his brother. Ryu dismissed the concern, stating that he was useless and had become more bothersome after their grandfather passed away, as he had always been the favorite and spent all his time with him. Isami added that despite their own capabilities, their grandfather had given more attention to him, and it was a relief that he was gone. Issei remained calm, pressing his hand against his chest. Irina suggested that it might be best to leave. The two hooded figures then exited the room, but Issei sent a message to Zinovia, which only she saw. Silence fell over the room. Rias questioned whether they had been too harsh regarding the comments about his grandfather and brother. Ryu countered, reminding her that she had also forgotten about him, referring to him as just an ordinary human, which was why they had left him behind. Issei decided to withdraw from the situation, and he exited with the others. However, Sona followed him. Once he was away from the group, Issei struck a wall with great force, creating a significant dent. Most of the onlookers were confused by his actions, but Sona understood and felt uncertain about how to respond. He took a deep breath and sighed, continuing on his path. The chapter concluded, and the author hoped the readers enjoyed it. They encouraged leaving a star rating and a comment, and reminded everyone to follow them to reach 1,500 followers. Issei was walking toward the exit with the others when they spotted the two sentinels, Zinovia and Irina. Issei explained that he wanted to help them find a place to stay since the church was somewhat destroyed. He offered them a place to stay and mentioned that he would share a bit about himself. The two sentinels exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Zinovia expressed her gratitude, saying it would be a great help. Issei then noticed three girls who also nodded in agreement, and he encouraged everyone to follow him, as there was much to discuss. As they made their way to Issei's house, the sentinels were impressed by its appearance. Issei welcomed them, saying they could stay in a smaller house since the main one was quite full. Upon entering, the two were surprised by the cozy environment. Issei invited them to make themselves comfortable and join him in the main house if they wanted something to eat. The others headed to the main house while Issei began cooking. Suddenly, the door opened to reveal a blue-haired girl. Issei asked if Irina would be joining them, to which Zinovia replied that she had fallen asleep after her bath. Issei understood and invited Zinovia to sit down and eat. As they began their meal, Zinovia quickly devoured her food, prompting laughter from the others. Once they finished eating, Issei felt it was time to share more about himself. He mentioned that Hina was the only one who knew what he was about to reveal, and he hoped everyone would behave. Curious, Aika asked what he was going to show them. Issei explained that he would reveal the reason behind his unique eyes. The group was taken aback, but one by one, they took Issei's hand. Asia reassured him that no matter what he had gone through, he was the most important person to her. Middle expressed her gratitude for being saved and given a chance at happiness. Aika added that life would be dull without him, while Kates and Murayama promised to support him no matter what. Suddenly, Ophis hugged Issei from behind, stating that they were all family and that the others were willing to walk the path he chose. Issei smiled, feeling uplifted by their support. He then turned to Zinovia and asked if she wanted to see why he had shared all of this. She nodded and took his hand. Issei closed his eyes, and images flooded their minds. They saw a smiling baby, followed by a brown-haired boy ignored by his parents, struggling to cook and find his way to school, and eventually crying at a grave while someone pulled him away. They witnessed more images, including the moment when Rias arrived at his home and how his parents treated him, almost leading him to despair. Tears filled their eyes as they watched the boy's spirit dim, but then they saw images of his training and the moment he transformed into the Issei they knew. When Issei released the images, he noticed the anger mixed with tears in their eyes. He explained that this was his story and the reason he was strong, as well as the reason for his eyes. Asia stood up and embraced Issei, expressing her sorrow over what he had endured. Middle questioned why he didn't seek revenge on those who hurt him, but Issei calmly explained that he saw no point in it. He preferred to show them that the one they had deemed useless had become strong. Aika remarked that she hadn't expected the senpais to be like this, while Kates and Murayama agreed, noting that Ryu often looked at others as if they belonged to him. Aika then hugged Issei, offering him love and support, playfully teasing him. Issei responded with a light-hearted jab at her forehead, telling her that if she wanted to flirt, she needed to mature a bit. Zinovia, however, asked how he could continue living after everything he had lost. Issei explained that he found a new perspective on life, one that didn't depend on his former family. He now had a family that cared for him. Zenobia questioned why he protected those who had taken everything from him. Issei shared that no god had helped him during his struggles, and he realized that trusting someone without knowing if they would help wouldn't allow him to move forward. He chose to create his own path and appreciate the present. Zenobia expressed doubt about being able to achieve something similar, but Issei encouraged her to try. He assured her that if she was unsure of her path, she could come to him for help. With newfound determination, Zenobia lifted her chin, agreeing to give it a try. Issei then changed the subject, handing Aika 3 pieces that would grant her magic. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she realized what they were. As she held the pieces close, a light enveloped her, revealing a pair of glasses and 2 pistols surrounded by small orbs of light and darkness. Aika was amazed, her eyes wide with wonder. With excitement, Aika expressed her admiration for the new items, wondering why they were so cool. Issei explained that unlike Keitase and Murayama, her physical condition was lacking, which was why he had given her long-range weapons. He added that the glasses would provide her with an advantage, instructing her to put them on. As she did, a magical circle appeared in her eye, allowing her to analyze others. Aika was thrilled to see the statistics and abilities of everyone around her, but when she looked at Issei, the glasses only displayed a question mark for most of his attributes. Confused, she asked why they didn't reveal more about him. Issei replied that even though he designed the glasses, there were some things they couldn't read. Turning to Hina, Aika noticed the same issue, prompting Issei to explain that it was because Hina was his queen. Ophis smiled victoriously at this. Aika, still excited, inquired about the purpose of the pistols. Issei informed her that the white one contained light magic, perfect for battling demons, while the black one utilized dark magic. He encouraged her to learn how to use each weapon effectively, as she would be responsible for guiding others from a distance as their strategist. Aika jumped with joy, hugging her new items and eager to try them out. Issei clarified that she could only practice during missions or in the backyard, which was set up for training, or in the underground dojo. Keitase was surprised to learn that Issei had a dojo, and Murayama asked if they could see it. Issei agreed and led them down a hallway to a door with stairs. When they descended, they were impressed by the dojo's appearance and sturdiness. Keitase remarked on how lovely the place was, while Issei mentioned that he had to repair it often, especially after training with Hina. Zenobia, observing the space, picked up 2 wooden swords and threw one to Issei, challenging him to a duel. He accepted, instructing Keitase and Murayama to pay attention. As they faced each other, Zenobia took an aggressive stance, while Issei remained calm. She launched an attack, but Issei effortlessly blocked her strikes. Despite her increasing speed and intensity, none of her blows connected. Frustrated, Zenobia questioned how he could fight so calmly after being betrayed and discarded by others. Issei responded with a sigh, explaining that hatred clouds one's vision. He then launched his first counterattack, pushing Zenobia back. He continued, stating that revenge was futile and would only leave an emptiness inside. He urged her to let go of the past, as it would hinder her from moving forward and appreciating the present. He explained that he smiled to deny those who had wronged him the satisfaction of seeing him weak and useless. He asked if she wanted to be like them or prove that she was capable of much more. Zenobia reflected on his words and realized he was right. She declared her desire to show them her true potential. Issei encouraged her to train until she could no longer move and to rise again, emphasizing that only she could define her limits. He gently pushed her forehead, affirming his support. As night fell, Issei suggested they all get some rest. They nodded in agreement and left, while he stayed behind to tidy up. Suddenly, he received a call from Kaneko, who urgently informed him that Kiba was missing and asked for his help in finding him. Issei agreed, noting that it was likely related to the swords. Kaneko pleaded for him to bring Kiba back safely, and Issei promised to call her once he found him. With a sigh, Issei opened a portal and appeared in the forest, quickly spotting Kiba with a serious expression. Kiba questioned why Issei was there, to which Issei replied that he was there to stop him from making a mistake. Kiba insisted that Issei didn't understand him or how he felt. Issei, with a piercing gaze, assured him that he did understand. He suggested they talk, but suddenly everything turned dark. Kiba attempted to draw his sword but found himself unable to move. He demanded to know what Issei was planning. Issei stated that he was going to change Kiba's negative mindset. The scene shifted to a church, and Kiba was taken aback, recognizing the place. He saw himself with friends, playing together, only for the scene to change to a devastated version of the same location, where he appeared nearly lifeless, saved only by Rias. Issei pointed out the tragedy of Kiba's life, emphasizing that losing people did not justify reckless actions. He reminded Kiba that seeking revenge would only lead to more pain and that his friends would never rest in peace if he died seeking vengeance. Kiba lowered his gaze, unsure of how to respond. Issei, sensing his turmoil, decided to show him something. The scene transformed again, revealing a young boy with brown hair being bullied by older kids while his family laughed at him. The boy learned to cook because no one fed him, and he became self-sufficient as no one helped him. Then, Rias appeared in the boy's life, and the images continued, showing the boy on the brink of despair but ultimately being saved by determination and training. Kiba realized that Issei was the brother mentioned by the exorcist. Issei confirmed this, noting their shared experiences. Kiba remained silent, reflecting on his feelings. Issei shared that he too had lost the only person who appreciated his existence, someone who was always happy to see him. He expressed that he felt anger towards those who insulted that person but knew that acting on it would only lead to more pain, especially for his grandfather. He asked Kiba what he would lose if he acted out. Kiba's thoughts turned to his friends from the club, and tears began to flow as he remembered their laughter and joy together. Issei encouraged Kiba not to fight for revenge but to protect those he cared about. Kiba looked up, feeling a sense of purpose, and they both returned to the forest. Kiba questioned why Issei was helping him. Issei explained that Kaneko was worried about him and that she cared deeply for her friends, even if she seemed serious. He jokingly warned Kiba not to make her cry, or he would have to deal with him. Kiba, startled but grateful, nodded in understanding. Issei told him to return home, as many people were waiting for him. Kiba nodded again and turned to leave, pausing to express his thanks before running off with a brighter, more determined expression. With one problem resolved, Issei turned his attention to another challenge awaiting him. The next day, Issei and his group headed to the council to speak with Sona. Upon arrival, they found her buried in paperwork. Issei acknowledged her workload and explained that he hadn't been able to introduce his group the previous day due to unforeseen circumstances. Sona recognized that they were part of his team, and Issei introduced his two knights, Asia and Middled, and his lone knight, Murayama, followed by his two pawns, Aika and Kates. Sona was surprised that he had so many pawns, questioning why they were all humans. Issei clarified that his pieces functioned differently from those of demons. While demons assigned pieces based on strength, his were meant to level up, requiring more pawns to match the others. Sona was intrigued and impressed, asking if he could speak with him privately. Issei agreed, instructing the girls to head to the committee while he caught up with them later, warning Aika not to experiment with her weapons. Aika, feigning innocence, claimed she had only broken a vase by accident. Issei smiled at her, which startled her, and she assured him she wouldn't cause any trouble. Once alone, Issei sat across from Sona, who broached a serious topic. She explained that demons were often forced into arranged marriages for pure lineage. However, she had managed to escape this fate by declaring she would only marry someone who could defeat her in chess. A blush crept onto her cheeks as Issei processed her words, realizing she was implying he was her intended. Sona confirmed this, and Issei expressed his discomfort with the idea of being chosen through a game, though he acknowledged that if it was the only way, he would accept it. He questioned whether she truly believed he was worthy of being her fiancé. Sona reassured him that she had observed him for a long time and felt he was the best candidate, especially since he had supported her in many ways. Issei hesitated, revealing he was already seeing someone else. Sona was surprised to learn that this person was his queen. Issei explained that she was a dragon and had mentioned that many females would be interested in him due to his power, but she would only accept those he truly cared for. Sona listened intently, and after a moment of contemplation, Issei agreed to consider her proposal, promising to prove himself worthy of being her fiancé once he resolved his current obligations. He extended his hand, and Sona, blushing, took it. In a surprising moment, she jumped into his arms, declaring that he was already worthy in her eyes. Issei vowed not to disappoint her, and they parted ways, both feeling a sense of happiness as Sona smiled, knowing her feelings were reciprocated. Just then, Tsubaki entered the room, congratulating Sona and teasing her about the conversation they had just shared. Sona blushed again, turning away shyly while Tsubaki chuckled. As the day progressed, everyone was on their way home when Issei was stopped by a small white-haired girl who told the others to go ahead. Kaneko thanked Issei for helping Kiba, expressing her trust in him. Issei reassured her that he would always be there for her. Kaneko hugged him tightly, grateful for his support. She then indicated that she was ready, and they walked to a park where they found solitude. Issei enveloped them in darkness, transforming their surroundings into a mystical forest in the underworld. Kaneko shared her past, revealing that her mother had passed away when she was very young, and her sister had taken care of her until a demon had taken them in her entourage, but one day she went mad and harmed our unconscious leader. When she woke up, she found herself in the Grimoire territories, where Lucifer saved her from execution and she became part of Bachu's entourage. Her true name is Chiron, but she changed it because she despises her sister. Issei pointed out that Kaneko was only frustrated and not truly hateful toward her sister, who had abandoned her without explanation. Kaneko just lowered her head, feeling the weight of Issei's words. He continued, explaining that her sister had cared for her deeply, even to the point of harming her own master, and that she had left Kaneko in a place where demons treated their servants like family. Kaneko raised her head slightly, contemplating Issei's perspective. Issei suggested they find her sister and get the answers Kaneko sought. He gently patted her head, noting that it was his way of showing affection, a habit he picked up from his grandfather. Kaneko acknowledged that her grandfather seemed like a wonderful person. Issei shared that he had loved his grandfather, who had shown him what love and care truly meant. Kaneko hesitated before asking if Issei could stay by her side forever. Issei assured her that even if he had someone else, it wouldn't matter to her as long as she was with him. Kaneko blushed, trying to hide her feelings, and Issei smiled at her, promising to always be there for her. They shared a moment of warmth before parting ways to return home. When Issei arrived home, everyone was asleep except Ophis, who was watching television. She asked about his day, and he replied that it had been full of surprises. Ophis inquired how many surprises he had encountered, and Issei playfully mentioned two. Ophis expressed her trust in him, knowing he wouldn't be easily fooled. Issei planned to train, feeling the need to protect more people, and asked Ophis to keep an eye on things while he was gone. After he opened a portal and stepped through, Ophis turned off the television and headed to her room. The next day she explained to the others about Issei, and although they felt sad, they understood and went to class. The day passed normally until it was time to leave. Issei's entourage was in the committee room, looking bored. Aika remarked that without Issei, things were dull, and Asia missed him. Middle reassured Asia that Issei would never abandon them and must have gone off for something important. Just then, Sona and Kaneko entered, asking if anyone knew where Issei was. Aika teasingly mentioned that her little Kohai had already won over two girls, causing Kaneko and Sona to blush. Sona then shifted the conversation back to finding Issei, mentioning she had received a message that he was busy. Middle noted that only Hina knew where he was and had said he was doing something important but would return in a few days. Sona acknowledged Hina as Issei's queen, and Asia added that Hina was quiet but cared deeply for Issei. Aika commented on Hina's cuteness, despite her reserved nature. Kaneko, feeling bold, suggested they could contact Hina directly using the communicators Issei had given them. Sona eagerly agreed, wanting to meet Hina in person. Keites used her communicator, and soon a portal opened, revealing Hina. Ophis, surprised, asked what was happening. Keites explained that Sona and Kaneko wanted to know Issei's whereabouts. Ophis regarded them with curiosity, noting their desire to share Issei. She warned them that if they harmed him, she would ensure they felt the same pain he had endured. The intensity of her words sent a chill through Kaneko and Sona, but they stood their ground. Sona firmly declared that she would never hurt her fiancé, while Kaneko expressed her wish to make Issei happy. Office smiled, accepting them as part of their growing family and extending her hand for a handshake. The others were still in shock at the unfolding situation, with Aika exclaiming about the unexpected relationships surrounding Issei. Office mentioned that while it might not be common for everyone, in the supernatural realm, it was acceptable to have multiple partners. Aika remarked that it was surprising that her little junior would have a harem. The others nodded in agreement with what was said. Office stated that she would accept as many as Issei desired, but warned that they should be careful if they intended to play with him. With her eyes shining, Office prepared to leave, but Sona stopped her, asking where Issei was. Office informed them that he was training and would return in a few days. If any issues arose during his absence, she would take care of them, gesturing to the others. Sona expressed concern about Issei being alone, while Kaneko suggested that they should accompany him. Office agreed that it might be better to leave him alone for what he wanted to achieve. Kaneko questioned why he had left, and Office explained that all of them were important to Issei, and he still needed to determine if he was strong enough to protect them. Sona pointed out that he had already proven himself, but Office reminded them that it didn't guarantee he could keep them all safe if one of them were to fall. The thought of lifeless eyes flashed in their minds. Sona understood, and Kaneko declared that they should train as well to avoid worrying Issei. With determination, they all raised their heads in agreement. Office offered to help them but warned that it wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, two girls were engaged in a battle against a blonde adversary. Zenobia checked on Irina, who had been injured. Irina lamented that her sword had been taken, and they had to escape using a teleportation paper given by Issei, but the adrenaline had caused them to miscalculate their destination, leaving them far from home. Office asked if Zenobia knew where they were, and she replied that they should still be near the fight, but their enemy would soon execute their plan. Office instructed her to rest and called Keitase to contact Sona. After a brief moment, Sona and Tsubaki arrived at the house. Office explained that the church's envoy had attacked them, and while Irina needed more rest, Zenobia was awake but needed to recuperate. Sona inquired if they should inform Issei, but Office decided against it for now, stating that he would come when the time was right. Office handed Sona some papers, instructing her to place them around the academy as a protective barrier. Sona agreed, and she and Tsubaki left to prepare. The next day, the girls were at school, and everything seemed normal until Rias and Sona sent their team to investigate the area. The committee stayed behind to ensure nothing went wrong. Middlet expressed a wish that Issei were there, but Office reminded them that they couldn't rely solely on him. The others nodded in agreement, and Aika opened a map to check how many students remained in the school, noting that most had already left. Keitase emphasized that they couldn't always depend on Issei, and Murayama declared they would grow stronger to support him. Middlet insisted that a mere fool wouldn't defeat them, while Asia vowed to protect Issei. Aika affirmed that if her little junior needed help, she would be there for him, determined to prove that he had made the right choice in trusting them. Office smiled, pleased with their resolve, and called for everyone to stay alert. Meanwhile, Kiba and Zenobia were navigating through a forest, with Kiba checking on her well-being. Zenobia insisted that she couldn't stay in bed while danger loomed. Kiba asked about her companion, and Zenobia confirmed she was still asleep. Suddenly, they both halted as Kiba sensed danger, narrowly dodging a sword aimed at him. An ominous figure introduced himself as a demon, declaring he had come for them. Kiba recognized him and was taken aback. Behind the demon appeared a church figure, Valper, and Freed, who threatened to eliminate them. Just then, an angel with 5 pairs of wings arrived, and Zenobia identified him as Kokabeel. Before they could react, Kiba activated 2 magical circles, summoning Rias and Sona's team to their side. Kokabeel noted the presence of the 2 heirs and decided it was unnecessary to search for them further, but this was not the right place for his plans. He unleashed an attack that distracted the demons, prompting Rias and Sona to rush to the school, with Sona remaining to set up the barrier while Rias and her team pursued Kokabeel. against Freed, but in the committee, Ophis stated that they were ready. The others wore serious expressions. Ophis reminded them to prepare, and they all nodded before returning to their positions with Rias's group, who were now facing Kokabile. Rias declared that they would stop Kokabile. He laughed and taunted them, asking who would come to their aid, Serafal or Surzex. Rias replied that no one would come, and they would defeat him if he did not cease his actions. Kokabile dismissed them, claiming they were merely ants compared to him. He then conjured a spear and hurled it toward the gym, causing destruction that left everyone astonished. Ryu, unable to tolerate Kokabile any longer, decided to take him on, calling upon draconic power. He was enveloped in armor and launched himself into battle. Rias called out to him to wait, but Ryu ignored her and threw a punch at Kokabile. Kokabile scoffed at Ryu's strength, delivering a blow that sent him crashing into a building. Enraged, Asia stood up to continue the fight, creating a dragon-shaped projectile and launching it at Kokabile, who easily deflected it with his hand. The group was in shock as Ryu struggled against Kokabile. Kokabile insulted Ryu, calling him worthless and expressing disappointment that he had not provided any entertainment. This infuriated Ryu, who charged at Kokabile with great speed, but before he could land a hit, a lance of light pierced his abdomen, shattering his armor and sending him to the ground. Kokabile then unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky, mocking Rias's team for their weakness while acknowledging that one of them had achieved the impossible by merging sacred and demonic magic, which he found admirable. Before he could continue, an arrow struck him, causing him to look for the source. Up on a building, two girls were revealed. Ophis praised the shot, and Asia expressed her desire to help, revealing a bow in her hands. Ophis instructed her to create another distraction, and Asia complied, charging her bow. She unleashed a barrage of arrows that split into many smaller projectiles. Kokabile defended himself against the attack, but two girls emerged from the trees to join the fray. Kates and Murayama launched their own attacks, while Kokabile created two lances to fend them off. However, he was caught off guard when Middle stabbed him in the back with a lance of light. Angered, Kokabile unleashed a wave of power to push them away, but Aika, positioned elsewhere on the building with her glasses and black pistol, took aim. She fired a bullet of darkness that struck Kokabile's shoulder, causing him to barely evade the attack. The girls regrouped with Rias's team, and Asia rushed to help Ryu, knowing that Issei would not want anyone to die, even those who were enemies. Kokabile questioned who they were, thinking they could defeat him. Aika, having arrived through Ophis's portals, clarified that they were merely a distraction for their leader's arrival. Kokabile demanded to know what she meant. At that moment, a portal opened between Kokabile and his group, revealing a familiar figure accompanied by two creatures. Issei instructed the team to help the others while he took on Kokabile. Ryu challenged Issei, doubting his ability to win, but Issei retorted that at least he wasn't the one with a hole in his stomach. This infuriated Ryu, but Rias intervened. Issei then offered Kokabile two choices: leave or face death. Kokabile arrogantly claimed he would torture those who dared to harm him. Issei replied that it seemed Kokabile would die instead. Kokabile summoned three Cerberus creatures, shocking everyone. Rias exclaimed that they should not be in the world of the living. Aika insisted they needed to help, but Issei reassured them that the creatures would handle it. He introduced two foxes, one red and one white, instructing them to play with the Cerberus. The foxes charged at the beasts, transforming mid-attack. Yuki dodged a Cerberus's strike and unleashed a freezing breath, while Hiro leaped onto another, biting down with fiery jaws and launching a powerful fire attack that defeated it. The two foxes then combined their powers of fire and ice to take down the last Cerberus. Returning to their original forms, the foxes approached Issei, who praised them for their efforts. He instructed them to join the girls and protect them. Yuki ran to Asia, while Hiro joined Aika, who found him adorable but accidentally singed him with a small flame. Issei faced Kokabile, who was furious and conjured a massive lance of light aimed directly at him. Issei simply created a small lance of his own and launched it, shattering Kokabile's attack and injuring his shoulder. Issei declared he was tired of games, recalling Kokabile's threats against his friends. He decided not to kill him but to send him to his own hell. In an instant, Issei vanished and reappeared behind Kokabile, severing his wings and sending him crashing to the ground. Kokabile yelled in frustration, questioning Issei's audacity to interfere, claiming that demons and exorcists did not understand what was best. Zenobia asked what he meant. Kokabile revealed that God was dead, along with the mouse, leaving everyone in shock except for Issei, who regarded Kokabile with indifference. Issei acknowledged the truth of Kokabile's statement but dismissed its significance, stating that he was fine and so were those he cared about. He saw no reason to mourn the death of someone who did not matter to him. Kokabile looked at Issei in fear, sensing the emptiness in his gaze. Kokabile looked at Issei with fear. Issei declared that he would be Kokabile's devil, as he intended to send him to his own hell. Suddenly, a large magical circle appeared beneath Kokabile, and chains began to ensnare him. Kokabile questioned what was happening, while Issei explained that the chains would take him to a place where he would suffer eternally, hoping he would enjoy it. The chains dragged Kokabile into the circle, where he screamed and struggled in vain as the circle vanished. Issei felt relieved, thinking that was one problem solved, but soon the barrier shattered, revealing a figure clad in white armor. The newcomer announced he had come for Kokabile. Issei informed him that Kokabile was trapped and could not be retrieved. The armored figure demanded Kokabile, threatening Issei if he did not comply. Issei reminded him that he had forgotten who he was. With a cold gaze, Issei appeared before the figure, who finally recognized him. Issei warned him to tell the higher-ups that if another of their kind harmed a human, he would extinguish them. The figure agreed to comply with Issei's request. Issei expressed his appreciation for obedience. The figure mentioned a woman still with Issei, who confirmed that the years had helped him train, hinting at his strength. The figure nodded and decided to leave but was interrupted by a voice. Draig, the dragon, acknowledged Albion, who suggested they talk another time. Draig expressed concern about Albion's attitude, stating that this human was not ordinary and that even if he divided his power, he would never be able to defeat Issei. This revelation shocked everyone, and Albion chose to depart, while Issei returned to the others. As the group of Sona approached, Sona asked if everyone was all right. Issei reassured her that no one had been harmed, gently stroking her head, causing her to blush. Kaneko then approached him, stating she had also done well. Issei agreed and began to pet both girls in front of everyone. Zenobia then approached, realizing Issei had known about their situation and had encouraged Irina and her to change their mindset. Issei explained that he wanted to soften the blow and had also spoken with Asia beforehand, who was now hugging Yuki a bit tighter. Zenobia thanked him for his consideration, and Issei assured her not to worry. She expressed uncertainty about her next steps, to which Issei replied that she should live the life she wanted, while gently touching her head and smiling. At that moment, a red circle appeared, and a red-haired figure emerged. Surzex asked Rias if she was all right, and she joyfully responded to her brother. Aquino was called by Issei, who mentioned that they couldn't handle a cadre on their own. Surzex inquired about Kokabile, to which Issei replied that he had contained him. Surzex then noticed the girls behind Issei and assumed they were part of his entourage. Issei confirmed this and warned that if Surzex planned to do anything, there was still space where he had imprisoned Kokabile. Surzex remained calm but noted that they needed to repair the area. Issei assured him it was no problem, snapping his fingers to cause the papers scattered around the school to disintegrate, quickly restoring the school to its former state. He explained that the barriers also served as repairs but needed to be placed before the area was destroyed. Sona expressed her amazement, having thought she would spend the night fixing the school. Issei remarked that it was one less problem for her and said goodbye as he and his entourage left. Surzex felt a sense of power from Issei and worried that if they angered him, they might face dire consequences. Sona acknowledged this but believed it depended on them not provoking him or harming anyone important to him. Surzex noted that Sona seemed to know Issei well, to which she replied that after all, he was her fiancé. This revelation left everyone in shock. Kaneko reminded Sona that Issei was also hers, to which Sona agreed, stating that he cared for them equally. The small girl nodded, while the others remained in disbelief. Finally, the problem had been resolved, and it was time for a break. Issei was at home resting after the incident with Kokobile, with Ophis sitting on his lap. He praised her for her good work, and she remarked that the girls were good because they wanted to be useful to him. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Issei got up to see who it was, finding Zenobia standing there. She explained that she wasn't going back, feeling no ties to the church anymore. When Issei asked what she planned to do, she expressed her desire to join his group. Issei confirmed this and handed her a piece of Excalibur, which she placed against her chest. A blue sword appeared before her, emanating a faint holy aura. She took it and the light faded. Issei mentioned that she would give part of Excalibur to Irina to take back to the church and that she should use this sword in the meantime. Zenobia thanked him, and Issei told her there was no need for gratitude, as she was now part of the family, though he joked about needing to expand the house. Zenobia reassured him that she could share a room with Asia. At that moment, Asia and Middle came down. Asia asked about the light they had seen, and Middle suggested they were under attack. Issei clarified that it was nothing of the sort, they had a new family. He stepped aside to reveal Zenobia, and the two girls embraced her warmly. Asia welcomed her, while Middle noted that their family was strange but good. They took Zenobia to her room, and Issei watched with a smile. Ophis commented on the new addition to the family, and Issei hoped she would get along with her. Ophis agreed, saying that since he chose her, she would make an effort. Issei mentioned that he had almost completed a difficult spell but needed to practice it further. Ophis noted it was the most challenging spell he had considered creating. Issei expressed that if he succeeded, he would be invincible for the duration it was active. Ophis decided to go to sleep, and Issei planned to ask Sona if Zenobia could join the academy. After a brief kiss on the cheek from Ophis, she headed to her room, and Issei called Sona before going to bed. The next day arrived, and the household began to wake up. Zenobia went to say goodbye to Irina, who was surprised to learn that Zenobia was staying. Irina expressed that she would miss her, and they shared a hug before Irina boarded the train to leave. Zenobia lingered for a moment until Issei joined her, asking if she was ready. She confirmed she was, already dressed in her Kuo Academy uniform. They traveled through a portal to the committee room, where everyone else was gathered. Issei introduced Zenobia as their new companion, and she introduced herself, hoping they would get along. The others applauded, and Asia welcomed her, while Middle offered to help with anything she needed. Aika chimed in, saying she would be there for her, even to discuss what boys liked. Issei playfully interrupted, causing Aika to yelp when he lightly struck her head. He told her to stop with her nonsense, and Asia defended Aika, laughing at Issei's antics. Issei then suggested increasing Aika's training regimen, which alarmed her. He proposed reading 10 strategy books instead of 2, making her sweat at the thought. Before she could protest further, she hugged him, pleading to let her live. Everyone laughed at this exchange. Zenobia asked where Hina was, and Issei explained that she was staying home, not fond of crowds. They continued their conversation until the bell rang, signaling the start of classes. Everything went normally until they were informed that open classes would be held in 2 days. Issei asked Kaneko what open classes were, and she explained that it was when parents came to see their children. As they continued eating, it appeared to be a lovely scene, but as classes resumed, the day progressed. After school, Issei asked Kaneko what she would do next. Kaneko mentioned that her club had promised Sona to clean the pool due to the Kokobile incident. Issei wished her a good time, stating he was heading home to rest and visit someone important. Kaneko understood and smiled. Kaneko expressed her willingness to accompany Issei, who agreed and mentioned that Hina would also join them. He intended to inform Sona as well, considering they were all important to him. Kaneko simply nodded in response. As the hours passed, everyone gathered at Issei's house, ready to visit someone significant to him. He opened a portal, and they were taken aback by the beautiful sight before them, a vast meadow with a grand cherry blossom tree at its center. They approached the tree and discovered a large stone adorned with flowers and an inscription. Issei stepped forward, replaced the flowers, and sat in front of the grave, while the others took a seat behind him. He greeted his grandfather, reflecting on the year that had passed since his last visit. He shared that he had grown stronger, met new people, and now had many important individuals in his life whom he wished his grandfather could meet. The first to step forward were Sona, Kaneko, and Office. Issei introduced Hina, noting that she was already known to his grandfather, and then introduced Kaneko and Sona as his partners. He smiled at the three of them, acknowledging that his grandfather would be proud of him for building a harem, as he had always desired. He expressed gratitude for the support he received from them, which led him to accept them into his heart. Office then spoke, sharing her joy in returning to greet his grandfather. She mentioned that she had been taking care of Issei as promised, but now others would also look after him, though her feelings for him would remain unchanged. Sona introduced herself next, explaining how Issei had changed her life and earned her heart through his unwavering support. She vowed to protect him and ensure his happiness. Kaneko followed, expressing her gratitude for Issei's support since their first day in class. She shared how he had encouraged her to take better care of herself and how she wanted to be there for him in return. The three girls then stepped back, allowing others to join Issei's side. Middled introduced himself, explaining how Issei had saved and transformed his life, giving him a chance at happiness again. Katase and Murayama chimed in, sharing how Issei had always helped them in their club and saved them from danger, revealing a whole new world to them. They promised to stand by him to prevent any suffering in his life. Aika introduced herself, acknowledging that despite sometimes getting on Issei's nerves, he had always treated her kindly and taught her about this new world. Asia expressed her gratitude for Issei saving her from bad people and giving her the friendship she had always dreamed of. She vowed to be there for him whenever he faced challenges. Zenobia, though she had known Issei for a short time, shared how he had treated her like a normal girl and promised to protect him as he had done for her. The group nodded in agreement and declared their commitment to Issei, expressing that he could trust them. Issei smiled, tears welling in his eyes as they all embraced him. He thanked the girls and requested a moment alone. They nodded and stepped back, allowing him to face the grave. Issei spoke to his grandfather, sharing that he had finally found the family he always desired. He vowed to grow stronger to protect them, recalling the teachings his grandfather had imparted. He revealed that he had mastered more of the gift his grandfather had given him. He reflected on a dark moment in his life when he had felt his grandfather's presence, guiding him back to happiness. With his forehead resting on the grass, he felt a hand on his back and heard a voice expressing pride in him. Issei quickly lifted his head, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his book tightly and smiled. He stood up, bidding farewell to his grandfather and promising to prepare for the challenges ahead, hoping for his support. As he turned to join the others, he felt a gentle push and smiled, walking towards them with a bright expression. They returned home, sitting together at the dining table, sharing stories and laughter until they finished their meal. Sona inquired about Issei's grandfather, prompting him to share that he was a wonderful person who always cared for him. Issei reflected on how he would not have known joy without him. Aika asked if he loved his grandfather, and Issei confirmed that he was like a father to him. Middled asked if he missed his grandfather, to which Issei replied that he missed him more than anything but felt grateful for the present he had with his friends. Kaneko gently suggested discussing what had happened with his grandfather. Issei lowered his head slightly but managed a small laugh as he began to recount a memory from his childhood. When he was 4, his parents had forgotten him at school, and his grandfather came to pick him up. On their way home, they encountered a mugger who stumbled into them. The police were in pursuit, and the mugger took Issei hostage. His grandfather tried to negotiate, but the situation escalated. When the mugger aimed at his grandfather, he bravely lunged at him, freeing Issei. His grandfather urged him to run, but fear held him back. He witnessed the mugger shoot his grandfather before the police subdued the assailant. Issei approached his grandfather, who whispered words of wisdom, urging him not to harbor hatred for what had happened and to promise to be strong and become a great man. Issei recalled how his grandfather passed away in his arms, leaving him feeling helpless. At the funeral, his parents had taken him away without allowing him to say a proper goodbye, harboring resentment towards his grandfather. They had cremated him, discarding his ashes as if he were forgotten. After traveling with Hina, Issei had found this place and created a grave to honor his grandfather's memory, remembering how he had always appreciated the beauty of the cherry blossoms. The tranquility of the sakura tree filled the air, and the girls had tears in their eyes as they thought about Issei's difficult life. There were still many things they were unaware of, but they stood up and went to Issei. They declared that they would not let him suffer any longer. Issei smiled in response, grateful for their support. The day continued normally, but everyone felt they had grown closer, and that was the best thing that could happen. The day of the open classes arrived, and Issei sat in the committee, looking bored. Aika noticed his demeanor and commented on it, wondering why he seemed more lifeless than usual. Issei explained that he was feeling this way because of the day ahead, which would only bring more work. The others looked at him with concern but said nothing as he left the classroom to begin his patrol. Kate speculated that Issei was feeling this way because of his parents. Aika agreed, noting it was unusual that he hadn't run into them. Murayama expressed worry about what might happen if Issei encountered them. Middle reassured them that Issei was not the same as he used to be, and Asia suggested they needed to do something. Aika reminded them that they had already taken action, hinting at someone important coming for Issei. They nodded in agreement and continued their patrol. The classes proceeded normally, with parents entering to see their children. Issei watched them with a hint of sadness. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as the boys grew excited about a girl dressed as a magical girl. One boy pointed her out, and another remarked on her beauty. Issei was confused until he turned to see Ophis standing by the teachers. When she noticed him, she smiled and greeted him, causing some boys to think she looked like a goddess. The teacher approached Ophis, asking whom she was looking for. Ophis replied that she had come to see her boyfriend, Issei. The teacher and the other boys were surprised to learn that the boy they considered perfect already had a girlfriend. When Issei stood up to embrace Ophis, they thought they made a lovely couple. Issei asked Ophis what she was doing there, and she explained that the girls had told her about the activity and insisted she come. Issei thanked her, and Ophis said she would do anything for him. A white-haired girl observed the scene and quietly remarked that for today, Ophis was Issei's. Issei returned to his seat, and the classes continued normally, with students participating actively. During recess, he and Ophis walked together, drawing attention from everyone until they heard noise near the gym. They approached to find a large crowd gathered around a girl dressed as a magical girl. Issei asked who she was, and the girl introduced herself as Seraphal Leviathan, a magical girl. Issei recognized her as Sona's sister and explained that he needed to inform the others that this was not an anime event, prompting the boys to leave, leaving only Seraphal, Ophis, and Issei. Seraphal asked how Issei knew her sister, and he introduced himself as Kurome Issei, Sona's fiancé, hoping to be accepted into their family. Seraphal was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Surzex had spoken the truth. She asked if she could call him Issei-chan. Issei stated that he first needed to earn the approval of her parents. Seraphal insisted it didn't matter and complimented his politeness. Issei explained that he had to be respectful to avoid discrimination from demons, which Seraphal acknowledged. Issei then pointed out that the school's dress code prohibited such outfits. Seraphal protested that it was her favorite outfit and that others liked it too. Issei clarified that she needed to change to avoid causing further disruption. Seraphal gulped and knelt as if being scolded by her parents, trying to argue, but Issei firmly stated that her attire was inappropriate for a public setting, especially for someone in her position. He continued to explain the importance of understanding where certain clothing was acceptable. Just then, Sona arrived with Rias, her entourage, and family. Sona asked what was happening, and Seraphal dramatically pleaded for help, jumping into Sona's arms, but Issei intervened, stating they were not finished discussing the dress code. As Issei led Seraphal to the changing room, the others watched with amusement and curiosity. Surzex found it amusing to see Seraphal in such a predicament, while Sona apologized for her sister's behavior, impressed by how easily Issei managed the situation. Rias asked who the girl was, and Sona introduced Ophis, who was patiently waiting for Issei's return. At that moment, the Hayudu family arrived. Ryu announced their arrival and introduced their parents. The parents approached, expressing their gratitude for Issei's support of their daughter. Ryu assured them he would protect his partner, causing Rias to blush. Lord Grimoire expressed his approval of Ryu's attitude, hoping he would make his daughter happy, which made Rias exclaim in embarrassment. Ryu then asked about the girl, and Rias confirmed that she was Issei's queen. Ryu expressed his frustration about a certain individual who constantly interfered in his battles and took credit for his achievements. His companion noted that this person must be weak, merely looking for opportunities to claim something for themselves. Ryu decided it was time to confront this individual and approached Ophis, greeting her and asking for her name. However, she remained silent and ignored him, which only fueled his irritation. He couldn't believe she dared to dismiss him, the great emperor, but before he could finish his thought, Ophis struck him, sending him flying across the gymnasium. Everyone was taken aback by the display. Sona approached Ophis, apologizing for Ryu's behavior and explaining that he struggled to control himself. Ophis reassured her that she was not bothered, likening Ryu's presence to a bothersome mosquito. This remark infuriated the Hyudu family, particularly Isara, who confronted Ophis about her treatment of her brother. Another companion questioned whether the boy who was their king was just as impulsive. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped Ophis, and she declared that she would not allow anyone to insult her, especially not a human. Before the situation escalated further, they were interrupted by voices, and Ophis relaxed her aura, allowing the atmosphere to return to normal. Issei, noticing the commotion, asked what had happened. Sona explained that Ryu had attempted to flirt with Ophis, who had defended herself. Issei understood the situation and warned that if Ryu thought he could get away with disrespecting one of his partners, he needed to reconsider. Ryu, now slightly injured, arrived with the others, refusing to apologize to someone he deemed weak. However, he soon found himself on the ground, surrounded by the Hyudu family. Lord Ji intervened, suggesting that Ryu should be more careful, but his son stopped him and stepped in front of Issei, bowing respectfully, which surprised everyone. Lucifer pleaded for forgiveness on behalf of Ryu, asking Issei to overlook the incident as a leader of demons. Seraphol was astonished to witness Surzex bowing to a human and requesting forgiveness, which piqued her curiosity about Issei's identity. Issei agreed to let the matter go but warned that he expected no further incidents. Surzex nodded in acknowledgement, and as Issei prepared to leave with Ophis, he made a final remark to the Hyudu family, pointing out their hypocrisy in calling others weak while ignoring their own flaws. Ryu, confused and angry, demanded to know what Issei meant. Issei simply stated that their youngest son did not deserve such treatment before departing, leaving the Hyudu family fuming at the reminder of what they considered a nuisance. Lord Ji questioned Surzex about allowing such behavior and why he bowed to Issei. Surzex explained that Issei was the strongest human, capable of defeating Ophis at the age of 10, and that he was unlike anyone they had encountered before. He warned his father to be cautious around Issei, as they would need to navigate their relationship carefully. Seraphol approached her sister, expressing admiration for Issei. Sona decided to check on him, leaving Seraphol puzzled by her sister's sudden interest. The day passed, and soon it was time for the meeting where demons, angels, and fallen beings gathered around a large table, each waiting for someone to arrive. One of the fallen asked who they were waiting for, while an angel inquired about the delay. Surzex announced that they were waiting for someone who could change everything in the supernatural realm. As the door opened, Issei entered with his entourage, surprising everyone as they had not anticipated humans in the meeting. Ignoring the skepticism, Issei took a seat at the table, positioning his group behind him while Ophis stood beside him. He introduced himself as Kurome Issei, the representative of humanity, and expressed his hope for a productive discussion. One of the fallen laughed, questioning Issei's youth and his place at the table. Issei dismissed the comment, stating he had important matters to discuss with Azel and Miguel. When asked how he knew of them, Issei explained that information was crucial when addressing important figures. Azel, intrigued yet wary, demanded to know who Issei was. Issei revealed that it was time to disclose his identity, pulling out a book from beneath his collar, transforming it into a grimoire, which left the angel and fallen visibly shaken. Miguel recognized Issei as the bearer of the grimoires of the world, a powerful tome that contained the greatest magic known. Azel explained that the previous Mao had not passed down this information, and the book's last known bearer had defeated the Maos and even God himself. The revelation left everyone astonished. Serafal asked if the book granted Issei immense power, to which he replied that power required training to be effective. He had been honing his skills since he was 6 years old. Serzex confirmed that Issei had indeed defeated Ophis at a young age, leaving Azel in disbelief at the thought of such a monster in human form. Issei affirmed the truth of his abilities, leaving the room in a tense silence as they all contemplated the implications of his presence. Azel questioned how Issei would demonstrate his point. Issei suggested that Ophis could confirm it herself. Everyone was confused until Issei turned to Ophis and nodded, prompting her to return to her normal form, leaving everyone in shock. Ophis admitted that it was true. Issei had defeated her. Azel expressed disbelief, questioning Ophis's presence. Issei clarified that she was his queen and it was natural for her to accompany him. He apologized to everyone for keeping this secret but explained that he needed them all gathered. For this moment, Miguel interjected, saying they had always tried to help. Issei, however, was tired of supernatural beings taking advantage of humans, treating them as mere pawns. Azel countered that they had done nothing wrong, claiming that humans often brought destruction upon themselves. Issei disagreed, snapping his fingers to plunge the room into darkness, where multiple screens appeared around them. He began to outline the actions of the fallen, who had killed countless humans, using them for experiments and stealing from them with sacred tools. Azel lowered his head in acknowledgement. Issei continued, stating that demons seized human territories as if they were their own, enslaving humans to bolster their ranks. Serzex and Serafal also bowed their heads in silence. Miguel insisted that the heavens had done nothing wrong. Issei looked at him and displayed a screen that revealed the angels' misdeeds, including the manipulation of beliefs and the harm done to humans in collusion with demons. Miguel protested that they did not engage in such actions, but Issei pointed out that their subordinates did. He questioned the purpose of churches and their followers if they were not guided properly, leading to the creation of exiles and the misuse of sacred swords. Miguel lowered his head again, unable to refute Issei's claims. Azel dismissed these as mere mistakes, but Issei argued that these errors had cost thousands of lives. He posed a question to Azel about what would happen if humans rebelled against them. Azel grimly replied that the world would cease to exist. Issei corrected him, stating that only their world would end. At that moment, a hologram of Earth appeared, surrounded by a protective barrier, with hell and heaven positioned above and below it. Serzex inquired about the barrier, and Issei explained that it was a protective spell that severed Earth from their dimensions. He had taken time to accomplish this. Azel realized that Issei was saying that Earth was now independent of them. Issei added that the amusing part was that this spell had been created by God to protect his creations from demons and fallen beings, but he had adjusted it slightly to prevent angels from intervening as well. Therefore, humans were entirely independent of them, and it did not matter to them whether they existed or not. The strongest proof was that God had died, yet the world continued as if nothing had changed. Issei challenged them to consider what would stop him from annihilating them. The three leaders were left in shock, unsure of how to respond. Serafal asked if he would truly annihilate them all. Issei clarified that he would not harm those he cared about, but the rest could vanish, and his life would remain unchanged. Azel believed that Issei was not intimidating, claiming that they could stand against him. Issei sighed and instructed his book to release its seal, preparing to reveal his true self. The book glowed green, and an aura enveloped Issei, changing his eyes. He warned them that he was giving them a chance to continue existing and urged them to take it. The leaders knelt in silence, unable to respond until Issei calmed down. He reminded them that humans could easily end their existence, but they hoarded sacred tools to prevent that outcome. He posed a hypothetical scenario. If the 13 Longinus were in the hands of humans and used against them, humans would no longer be weak. This was why he had formed his group to protect humans. Though they were still weak, over time, they would maintain order in the world. He asked them if they still believed humans were weak. The room fell silent as everyone processed Issei's words. He had threatened all three factions without fear. After a moment, he shifted the conversation to the actions of Kokabeel. Azel inquired about what had happened to him. Issei revealed that Kokabeel was receiving his punishment for coming into his territory to destroy and kill its inhabitants. He had sent Kokabeel to his hell, where he would suffer until Issei's death or until he chose to release him. Azel nodded, and Issei snapped his fingers, opening a red portal to release Kokabeel, who appeared terrified. He looked around frantically until he spotted Azel. Kokabeel pleaded for help, claiming that Issei had imprisoned him in a terrible place where he lost track of time. He begged Azel to take him back to Grimoire or even kill him, but not to leave him trapped again. As he spoke, chains wrapped around him, pulling him back toward the portal. Kokabeel cried out in desperation as he was dragged away. Kill me, but don't send me back to that place. It drives me insane." Those were the last words Kokabeel uttered before stepping back into the portal. Silence enveloped the room as everyone processed what had just happened. Azel broke the stillness, questioning the nature of that place. Issei responded, revealing that it was his personal hell, unlike any demons. It was a realm that punished those sent there with their deepest fears and nightmares, forcing them to relive them repeatedly until their minds shattered. He warned the others to behave, or they might end up providing company to those tormented souls. The leaders swallowed hard, taken aback by the sight of one of the most arrogant beings pleading for his life to the point of wishing for death. Issei then challenged the raven-haired Azel, asking if he still believed Issei wasn't ready to sit at the table of the greats. No one dared to respond. Issei continued, asserting that if they initiated a war for any reason, he would send them to that place and seek new leaders for their factions. He made it clear that if none of them proved worthy, their races would be expelled by the barrier separating their world from others. The three leaders nodded, knowing they had no means to oppose Issei, especially with Ophis by his side. Just as they were about to continue their discussion, time suddenly froze. Some members of the Grimoire group, excluding Rias and Ryu, and Sona from the Citri group, found themselves unable to move. Lucifer inquired about the situation, and Azel explained that time had been halted, likely due to Vala's abilities. Vala noted that some remained active, either due to their power or for reasons he didn't understand. Issei clarified that he would never leave his people unprotected in such a world. He expressed his displeasure at being interrupted, comparing it to a child throwing a tantrum. Kateria Leviathan then appeared in the room, demanding what was rightfully hers. Issei reprimanded her for interrupting adult conversations, likening her behavior to that of a child. As chains emerged from a portal, binding her limbs, she was taken aback. Despite the restraints, Kateria summoned her power and stood again, declaring her invincibility thanks to Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity. Issei merely sighed and struck her lightly on the head, causing her to stumble. He warned her not to give her power to those who couldn't handle it. Ophis, with a chilling gaze, made it clear that Issei was her king and partner, urging Kateria to use her brain wisely. With fear evident on her face, Kateria fell to her knees as Issei commanded her to receive her punishment. The chains tightened, pulling her toward the portal. Issei noted that this was one less problem to deal with and inquired about the situation with the white lizard. Azel reported that things were under control but that enemies continued to emerge. Issei positioned himself by the window, raising his hand to summon magical circles in the sky. As he lowered it, millions of elemental arrows rained down upon the attackers, leaving the guards unharmed and everyone else in awe. He suggested that Azel go speak with his subordinate. Understanding the implication, Azel flew to where Vale was, only to be attacked in the stomach, leaving him injured on the ground. Vale revealed himself as the traitor, and the others gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Issei decided it was time to teach Vale a lesson. However, before he could act, a dimensional rift opened beneath him and Ophis, swallowing them both and shocking everyone present. Vale laughed, confident that Issei would not stand a chance against him and Ophis. He boasted about his superiority as a pure-blooded demon who had obtained the divine gear. Ryu, filled with rage, activated his balance breaker and charged at Valley. The battle was intense, with Ryu's fury boosting his power, but he still found himself outmatched. Valley effortlessly sent him crashing to the ground. Valley taunted Ryu about his lost confidence and questioned his strength. In response, Ryu activated a powerful armor and drew the Dragon Slayer's sword given to him by Miguel, declaring that Valley would now witness the true power of the Red Emperor. The fight resumed, and Valley struggled to keep Ryu at bay. As the battle reached its peak, Valley's armor began to fade, and he delivered a powerful blow that sent Ryu flying back toward his group. Valley mocked Ryu, revealing that the one he had once deemed useless was now stronger than him. Ryu, confused and enraged, demanded to know what Valley meant. Valley revealed that Ryu's brother had been alive all along, a shocking revelation that left Ryu reeling. To everyone, Kurome Issei is nothing more than Issei Haidu, the brother they despised. Everyone was in shock except for those who already knew. Ryu exclaimed that it was impossible, that useless person could not be him. Isara agreed, stating that her brother had died years ago. Valley insisted that it didn't matter if they didn't believe him, as what he said was the truth. However, he couldn't finish his sentence because someone landed on top of him, grabbing his head and pressing it into the ground. Issei remarked that Valley had talked too much. Valley, surprised by Issei's speed, cursed him for arriving so quickly. Issei questioned if Valley truly believed he had never visited the rift before. Valley attempted to strike Issei, but Issei dodged and moved away. Valley, frustrated, asked if Issei was angry for revealing his secret. Issei responded that it didn't matter. Valley had only brought forward a problem he intended to resolve later, but now he had created more issues, and for that he would face punishment. Valley challenged Issei, questioning what he could do as the great guardian of the world. Issei drew his grimoire, pulling out his sword and securing it at his waist. He activated his technique, Zero Domain. Valley recognized the technique and believed Issei couldn't expand its range significantly. But then, Valley's armor vanished, leaving him feeling weak as he noticed the ground beneath him was black. He was surprised to see that there was no visible limit to the domain. Issei expressed his disappointment, stating that Valley had underestimated him. He offered Valley a chance to escape his punishment. If he could dodge one of Issei's attacks before Issei severed his limbs, he would win, otherwise, he would face his punishment. Valley called Issei a monster. Issei warned him to be ready, as the battle had begun. Valley scoffed, believing he could defeat Issei, claiming he was just a simple human in this place. Suddenly, he screamed as he felt his arm being severed, unable to comprehend what was happening. Issei noted that was one less limb. Valley, alarmed, focused intently, but before he could react, his other arm was also cut off. Valley screamed again, overwhelmed by the unfolding events. Issei prepared for the second attack, hoping Valley was ready for the final confrontation. Valley's expression shifted as he fell backward, struggling to look down and see the damage inflicted upon him. He felt his life slipping away gradually as Issei deactivated his power and approached him. Issei assured Valley that he wouldn't let him die, explaining that if he did, the dragon would simply find another host, and he preferred to keep them under control. He began to close Valley's wounds without healing his limbs, then declared it was time for Valley's punishment. He placed his hand on Valley's chest, causing him to cry out in pain until Issei withdrew his hand. Issei informed Valley that he would have a hard time recovering, as every time he healed, it would feel like the area was burning under the sun. This spell would last a long time, and he wished Valley luck. At that moment, a crack appeared, and a young man dressed in traditional clothing emerged, looking around until he spotted Valley in his current state. He asked what had happened to Valley. Valley, wanting no stories, urged him to take him away. The young man, now identified as Biko, lifted Valley and carried him off as Issei returned to the others. Azazel questioned why Issei hadn't imprisoned Valley. Issei explained that Valley was a friend of Ophis, but he would give a warning. Next time, he would confine him in his own hell. Azazel nodded in understanding and suggested they go sign the necessary paperwork. The others agreed, but Issei was stopped by his brothers. Ryu scolded Issei, calling him useless and demanding the book, claiming he didn't deserve such power and that he could take care of the girls with him. Isara echoed Ryu's sentiment, insisting that the book belonged to the Hayadu family. Issei sighed, explaining that his grandfather had left it to him and that he had kept the name because it was given to him by his grandfather. He asked them not to come with nonsense. The two brothers lunged at him, but they were quickly struck down by water spears, falling to the ground. Issei warned Rojita to control them or he would take action. He then joined his group and the other leaders to conclude the meeting. Later, Issei was at home with the others, enjoying a game together. Ophis declared that Middlet had landed on her property and needed to pay. Middlet expressed her frustration, wondering how Ophis and Asia were so good at the game while she faced bankruptcy. Issei reminded Middlet that it was just a game, Uno. Zenobia complained that it wasn't fair, still struggling to understand the rules. Aika suggested Zenobia throw something at Issei, not wanting to lose again. Keitase and Murayama joined in, expressing confusion over how they couldn't win against him, even as a team. Issei pointed out that their skills didn't matter if he was good at the game. He played a +4 card, prompting the three to throw their cards down in frustration as Zenobia continued to try to grasp the situation. As they discussed their plans for vacation, Keitase suggested training, as she was still getting used to her sword and magic. Murayama agreed, mentioning that while water magic was easy, handling the sword was challenging when using both. Aika joked about bothering her kohai, to which Issei warned her of the consequences. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Issei got up to answer it. He opened the door to find Sona standing there. He welcomed her inside and asked what was going on. Sona explained that her group, along with Rias's, was going to the underworld for a meeting of young demons and asked if he wanted to join them. She also mentioned that he could meet her parents while visiting the Citri territory. Issei agreed to go with pleasure, but Aika suddenly exclaimed, "The underworld!" Issei was approached by a girl who desperately pleaded to join him. She expressed her eagerness to see what lay ahead. Issei warned her that if she continued to act that way, he might not be able to take her along. Suddenly, she released him abruptly. Issei then mentioned that he could take them with him. Sona chimed in, explaining that Lucifer had intended to invite Issei to speak at a meeting since he was of their age, albeit younger, but already at a higher level. Issei agreed to take them to the underworld, and to his surprise, all the girls raised their hands in excitement. He found it strange that no one wanted to go to the underworld, but he asked when they would leave. Sona informed him that they would depart a few days after the vacation started and promised to keep him updated. Issei offered to let her stay and play with them, but Sona declined, stating she had some matters to finish. He wished her luck at work and gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead, causing her to blush before she left. Issei then reminded everyone to prepare for their journey to the underworld. Days passed, and finally, the summer vacation began. Issei and his group were at the train station waiting for Sona. Aika asked how they would get to the underworld, to which Issei replied that he wasn't sure, as his previous trip had been rather unconventional. Keitase inquired about the controls, and Issei explained that if one hadn't registered in the underworld, entering illegally would make them an enemy. Aika was puzzled about why they were at a train station. Issei clarified that they would be traveling by train. Just then, Sona arrived, apologizing for her delay and confirming they were ready to go. Issei instructed her to lead the way. Sona guided them to an elevator where she swiped a card. Some were surprised to find themselves in a different station, where they spotted the Grimoire group waiting beside the train. Issei reminded everyone to stay close and warned Aika against causing trouble. Aika, excited to explore, was told to stick with them for safety. Murayama and Keitase agreed to keep an eye on her. Rias approached Issei, asking what he was doing there. Issei explained that Sona had invited him to her territory. Rias cautioned him not to cause any trouble, to which Issei replied that she didn't need him for that. Rias walked away, and Azel placed an arm on Issei's shoulder, wanting to discuss something privately. Issei sighed but agreed to listen. Azel mentioned he would be testing the Grimoire group and asked if Issei wanted his team to participate, curious to see how strong his friends were. Issei clarified that they weren't his servants but his family, and he was interested to see how they would fare without him or Ophis. Azel promised to inform him when the time came. Issei nodded and returned to his companions. They all boarded the train, splitting into different carriages. Issei relaxed while the others played games or admired the scenery. The conductor came through to register them in the underworld. Time passed, and they finally arrived in the underworld, witnessing the Grimoire territories. Aika was in awe, exclaiming how amazing it was. Issei explained that they were in the Grimoire family's domain and reminded her to behave, as not all demons were like Rias or Sona. Some embodied pride and greed. The group nodded, continuing to enjoy the view until Azel called for Issei. He informed the girls he would see what Azel wanted and instructed Ophis to keep an eye on things. Ophis nodded as Issei and Azel moved away. After a while, the carriage shook, alerting everyone and causing them to teleport into what appeared to be a canyon, alongside Rias's group. Aika was confused about their location, while Aquino took charge, instructing everyone to regroup. Middle reminded them to stay alert, as they didn't know where Issei or Ophis were. The girls from Issei's group drew their weapons just as something landed in front of them. As the dust settled, a dragon appeared. The dragon, Tanin, confronted Ryu, declaring his intent to defeat him and claim a title he believed Ryu didn't deserve. Aquino recognized Tanin as the Dragon King and questioned his motives. Tanin reiterated his desire to take down Ryu. Drake challenged Tanin, questioning if he truly believed he could win. Aquino took charge, assigning roles to the group for the upcoming battle. Kiba and Sami drew their swords to engage Tanin, while Isami created a circle of blue fire to contain him. Kiba attacked from behind but was struck by Tanin's tail, sending him crashing into the canyon wall. Isami launched a powerful blue flame attack, but Tanin countered with a fierce blast from his mouth that hit Isami directly. Aquino unleashed a lightning strike that connected with Tanin, allowing Ryu to land a blow to Tanin's stomach, though it wasn't very effective. Kaneko managed to strike Tanin's leg, causing him to lower his guard, which led to a combined attack from Aquino and Ryu. As smoke enveloped the area, Aquino believed they had won. Ryu agreed, confident that Tanin was no match for them. However, Kaneko sensed danger and warned everyone just as a fist emerged from the smoke, striking them. Tanin mocked their efforts, claiming superiority over Drake's title. Just then, an attack struck Tanin's shoulder, and Middle congratulated Aika for her shot, noting that they had regrouped. Middle took charge, instructing Asia to heal Rias's group while Aika and the others provided cover. Ryu, still seated against the wall, remarked that no one had asked for their help. Middle coldly replied that they would have let him perish, but Issei had requested no one die, or else he would have been in serious trouble. With that, she readied her lance and prepared to attack alongside Keitase, Murayama, and Zenobia. The representative of humanity was challenged to prove their strength in defending their world. Zenobia and Middle moved forward, while Keitase and Murayama flanked the sides. Murayama declared her intent to showcase her newfound strength, summoning a circle of water around Tanin. Tanin scoffed, dismissing the water as a threat. Keitase, positioned on the edge of the ravine, formed a large sphere of electricity at the tip of her sword, preparing to launch it at Tanin. As Tanin attempted to take flight, 2 shots struck his wings, forcing him back to the ground. Aika announced that his flight had been cancelled. The electric sphere impacted, sending a shock through Tanin, causing him to drop to his knees. Middle took to the air, but Tanin swung at her. Just then, a red arrow exploded against his chest, launched by Asia, who had attacked from a distance to protect her friends. This opened an opportunity for Middle to deliver a powerful blow to Tanin's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Murayama invoked a rising tide, the water swelling to engulf Tanin. As Zenobia approached, she drove her sword into the water, and it began to freeze, immobilizing Tanin, who became encased in ice. Middle praised the girls for their successful plan. They turned to see Azel, Rias, Issei, and Ophis approaching. Issei commended the girls for their efforts, while Middle inquired about their absence. Issei explained that they had been observing the fight, noting that the crow had wanted to test their strength. The girls were surprised to learn it was a test, but they relaxed and joined the others. Rias greeted the group, and Akino expressed her regret for not being able to win or defend the others. Rias reassured her that she had done well. Azel remarked on his disappointment, stating that while their group was strong, they were wasting their potential, unlike Issei's team, who fought effectively and saved them. Ryu, feeling insulted, challenged Azel, who pointed out that despite being the Red Emperor, Ryu had let him down. Azel questioned what Ryu had been doing all this time, noting that he could only maintain his balance breaker for an hour and that his anger controlled him, making him the worst wielder of the boosted gear. Ryu's anger flared at Azel's words, and he demanded to prove his strength, insisting he could defeat Azel alone. Azel sighed, predicting a painful future for Ryu if he continued down this path before walking away to join Issei's group. Issei praised the girls for their performance, acknowledging that they still had room for improvement but had made a great start. As Azel joined them, he informed Issei that it was time to leave. Issei agreed, not wanting Sona to be upset about their tardiness. Later, Issei traveled by train with his group to the Citri territories. Upon arrival, they were greeted by employees who guided them to Sona's house, where she awaited them at the door. Sona expressed her relief at their arrival, and Issei explained that they had been put to the test. Sona sighed and invited them inside, and the group was taken aback by the grandeur of the mansion. As they walked through the house, they reached the living room where Sona's parents were seated. Sona took a seat beside them, while Issei positioned himself in front and bowed respectfully. He introduced himself as the self-proclaimed representative of humanity and requested Sona's hand in marriage. Sona's mother questioned why they should accept him. Issei took a seat across from the citrus, with Ophis beside him and the others behind. He expressed that he would do everything possible to make Sona happy, no matter the cost. Sona's father acknowledged Issei's power but reminded him that he was still human, raising concerns about the difference in their lifespans. He asked if Issei would leave Sona alone when he eventually passed away. Issei closed his eyes, contemplating the question. He acknowledged the point but insisted that he had something the citrus did not understand. When asked what that was, Issei opened his eyes, filled with determination, and declared that it did not matter if he was human. Once he married Sona, his life would belong to her, and only she would decide when he could die. Sona's father was intrigued by Issei's commitment and asked if he was willing to go that far for his daughter. Issei affirmed that he would do the same for all the girls in his life, extending his arms to signify his bond with them. Sona's father found Issei interesting and agreed to allow him to be with Sona, but warned that if he failed to make her happy or broke his promises, he would immediately cancel the arrangement. Issei vowed that nothing would separate him from the girls, even if it meant sacrificing his humanity and breaking taboos. The citrus exchanged small smiles, allowing Issei to withdraw. Issei suggested he spend some time with Sona while the others explored the surroundings with Tsubaki, cautioning them to avoid trouble, especially Aika, who protested being singled out. Issei reminded her that she was the most curious of the group and urged everyone to listen to Ophis and Tsubaki. They parted ways. Issei and Sona walked to the garden, settling in a small gazebo. Issei admired the beauty of the garden, and Sona smiled at his appreciation. "Thank you, seriously, are you really okay with this?" She only received a light tap on her forehead. Issei expressed his agreement, stating that the beginning of his life wasn't the best, but everything afterward had been the most wonderful part of his existence. Sona felt glad to hear that, acknowledging that no one has an easy life. Issei added that despite that, it's important to appreciate and enjoy those moments of happiness. Sona then brought up the topic of their wedding, suggesting that if her parents asked, they should say that after graduation, they would enjoy their moments together before worrying about marriage. Issei agreed but reminded her that now that they had relaxed, it was time to discuss work. Sona explained that the main point was to introduce him to her parents and make their engagement official. However, he was also invited to the meeting of young demons due to his promising potential, which could also pose a danger to him. Issei acknowledged this, expressing concern about what the council might be planning. He mentioned that while he was committed to her out of love, they were unaware of the council's intentions. Sona blushed slightly and adjusted her glasses, pondering if they might use him to strengthen the demons. Issei, without offense, pointed out that her race could sometimes be foolish. He suggested that if they focused less on pure anger or nobility, they might have avoided their current situation. Sona agreed, noting that with less discrimination, demons would have had better opportunities for improvement. Issei encouraged her that it was her turn to change things, and she nodded in agreement, promising to do everything possible for her race and her dreams. He assured her that he would be there to support her but reminded her to prepare not just physically but mentally as well. Sona confidently stated that she was no longer a child and understood what could happen, showing no fear of mockery. Issei affectionately patted her head, calling her his girl, which made her blush again. They continued chatting until they heard footsteps and saw Serafal approaching them. Serafal greeted Sona, playfully accusing her of being cruel for not wanting to see her sister. Sona explained that she thought Serafal had a lot of work. Serafal laughed and mentioned she had come for something work-related, addressing Issei directly. She reminded him that Sona had likely informed him about being invited to the meeting of young demons, but he was also challenged to a raiding game. Issei inquired who the opponent would be, and Serafal revealed it was Rias. He understood that it would be a demonstration of what the sister of the Mao's entourage and the representative of humanity could do. Issei acknowledged that if it allowed him some peace for a while, it could be fun to see how much his own group had progressed. Serafal then mentioned that they would hold a meeting to establish a treaty with the Nordic faction, and his presence was required as well. Issei sighed, wishing for some relaxation, but agreed to attend. Serafal concluded her message with a warning, stating that if he dared to make her sister cry, she would not hesitate to take action against him. Issei assured her he would never do that but added that he would like to see her try. He reminded her that if she attended the meeting, she should not act like a magical girl, or she would be the one in trouble. A chill ran down Sona's spine at the thought, but she nodded and left to return to her work. Issei mused that his visit to the underworld would be more eventful than he had expected. A new day began in the underworld where Issei and his group were preparing for the meeting of the young demons in Sona's territory. Issei informed everyone that they were ready, and Aika questioned whether it was appropriate to wear their school uniforms. Issei reassured her that it was formal enough, but reminded them that they were in enemy territory. He would be attending to some matters with the Maos and instructed them not to get into trouble. Aika expressed her frustration at always being singled out, while Zenobia, having spent little time with them, remarked that it was understandable. Aika retorted, pointing out that Zenobia was siding with Issei. Asia, on Aika's side, advised her not to let her curiosity get the better of her. Issei then asked Ophis, who was dressed elegantly, to take care of the group, especially Asia, since he would be busy with the Maos. Ophis acknowledged this and wished him to be careful. Issei smiled and affectionately patted Ophis's head before urging the girls to prepare to leave. They all nodded and followed him outside, where Sona and her entourage awaited them. Sona explained that they would be splitting into several carriages, with Issei and Ophis riding in the front one alongside her and her queen, while the others would take the remaining two. Everyone agreed and boarded the carriages, setting off for the meeting location. Sona inquired about Issei's plans, to which he replied that he would be speaking with the Maos during the event, but he also intended to confront someone. When Sona asked who, Issei revealed it was Diodora Astaroth, a traitor who had once sought power from Ophis and was aligned with the faction of the ancient Maos. Sona was taken aback but composed herself, realizing that panicking would not help. She asked why Issei was investigating Diodora, and he explained that the events surrounding Asia had led him to him. Sona was shocked to learn that Diodora was responsible for Asia's expulsion from the church. Issei shared that he had asked Ophis to protect Asia while he dealt with the Maos. Sona questioned why he was confiding in her, and Issei expressed his trust in her, urging her to keep an eye on Diodora and inform Ophis if anything suspicious occurred. He would handle Diodora's brother. Sona cautioned Issei that telling a Mao that his brother was a traitor could lead to trouble. Issei reassured her that he had gathered evidence, including memories from Asia and Ophis, to support his claims. Sona was curious about how he obtained this information, and Issei playfully mentioned having a small feline assisting him. Sona smiled, realizing that even in their engagement, there were still secrets to uncover. As they continued their conversation, Issei reminded Ophis to take her other form to avoid alarming anyone. She nodded and transformed just as they entered the venue, encountering the Grimoire entourage, where a young man was amusingly stuck against the wall. Issei observed that demons had a peculiar way of having fun but decided to separate from the group to speak with the Maos privately. Upon arrival, he saw 3 of the 4 Maos and apologized for his delay, explaining that he needed to prepare properly. Serafal asked why he wanted to speak with them, and Issei revealed that there was a traitor among the young demons. The Maos were taken aback and grew serious. Issei recounted an incident from years ago when a young demon had asked Ophis for power, only to be rejected. The young demon had left, visibly displeased. Serafal suggested that this young demon might be connected to one of them, and Issei confirmed this. He preferred to present evidence before naming anyone to avoid unjust accusations. He shared the gathered information and memories, which left Ajuka stunned. Ajuka questioned the validity of the information, and Issei assured him it was accurate. Serafal calmed Ajuka, noting that Issei had brought them this information instead of taking matters into his own hands, indicating that he was involved in the situation. Issei presented the memories of Asia, explaining that Diodora was responsible for her expulsion from the church, intending to recruit her into his faction. He warned that they needed to address this issue, as he would not hesitate to protect his family if Diodora attempted anything against them. The 3 Maos swallowed hard at Issei's cold demeanor, and Lucifer acknowledged that they would keep an eye on Diodora, but if things escalated, Issei would handle it. Issei appreciated their understanding and suggested they proceed to meet the young demons. As they exited the room, they encountered their group, where a green-haired boy stood in front of them. Diodora approached Asia, assuring her that he meant no harm and wanted to thank her for the past. Before he could reach for Asia, Issei intervened, grabbing Diodora's wrist and firmly advising him to keep his hands to himself. Diodora retorted, calling Issei a filthy human, but Issei remained resolute, ensuring the safety of his friends. As everyone nodded in agreement, Issei expressed his enthusiasm about the upcoming meeting. Diodora, however, interrupted, stating he had matters to discuss with Asia. Issei ignored him and continued walking. Diodora was about to confront him when a hand landed on his shoulder, stopping him. Ajuka advised Diodora to let it go, reminding him that Issei was the representative of humanity and it would be wise not to provoke him. Diodora clenched his teeth in frustration and left to join the other young demons. The event for the young demons commenced, introducing each new demon who would govern in the future. Each took their turn to share their dreams until it was Sona's moment. When she expressed her desire to create a raiding game school for the lower class, laughter erupted among the demons. However, applause soon silenced them as Issei's entourage supported Sona's dream. Issei's words echoed in her mind, reminding her that no dream is too big or too small, and he would do everything in his power to help her achieve it, regardless of the laughter from others. With that memory, Sona lifted her head high, a bright smile illuminating her face, which brought joy to Issei and excitement to Serafal, who began taking photos discreetly. Everything proceeded smoothly, and soon it was time for the most important meeting. As everyone made their way, the star of the evening, Odin, arrived alongside a Valkyrie. Lucifer welcomed Odin, expressing his pleasure at his presence. Odin chuckled, mentioning his weariness of wars and the potential benefits of this gathering. Issei greeted Odin, teasing him about his usual antics and how he was still stressing his Valkyries. Odin responded with a playful remark about Issei's growth, acknowledging him as the representative of humanity. Issei felt flattered but reminded Odin to be prepared for the day's events. Odin assured him he was ready, and Serafal, curious, asked what they were discussing. Odin simply referred to it as a small surprise. Michael suggested they enter and begin the meeting, to which Odin agreed, eager to finish quickly and explore more. As they approached the entrance, Issei noticed Odin's companion, a tall Valkyrie with silver hair. He greeted her warmly, expressing his happiness to see her well. Rose acknowledged Issei's growth and hoped he had not abandoned his studies. Issei assured her he had not and suggested they enter to start the meeting, not wanting Odin to slip away. With a light-hearted remark, Rose encouraged everyone to enter and commence the peace meeting with the Norse, hoping for a smooth gathering, though some had other plans for the occasion. The meeting was underway with the leaders of Christianity and the Norse aiming to establish peace between their factions. Lucifer initiated the discussion, asking Odin if he had anything to say. Odin replied that he had already planned to sign the peace agreement before coming, as it would allow him to enjoy himself more freely. Issei, with a teasing tone, called Odin a dirty old man, to which Odin chuckled and admitted it was true. Azel noted that this was a good sign, as it meant they wouldn't have to prolong the meeting. Issei added that if the surprise guest didn't show up, everything would proceed smoothly. Serafal inquired about Issei's comment, and Odin explained that while he wanted to sign, not everyone would agree with his decision. Issei mentioned that one of his followers had been gathering information to prevent any disruptions and had been keeping both him and Odin informed to plan accordingly. Lucifer confirmed that everything was fine for the moment, as everyone seemed calm in the chamber. Suddenly, Issei fell silent, expressing regret to Odin that he might have to take matters into his own hands after all. Odin acknowledged that the time had come, and they all rose to leave the room, where they were met by Loki, the god of mischief. The guests tensed, and the guards sprang into action. The Grimoire and Citri factions positioned themselves to protect their leaders, while a young man walked confidently through the crowd to stand before Loki. Issei remarked that for a moment, he thought Loki might have the sense not to show up. Loki retorted, referring to Issei as the embodiment of human misery who had visited Asgard long ago, expressing his disdain that Issei was still alive. Odin warned Loki that if he left now, he would only face a minor consequence for his actions. Loki, unfazed, questioned what kind of punishment awaited him. Issei expressed his frustration, stating that allying with other beliefs was a foolish decision, especially when it could interfere with Ragnarok. He mentioned that he would prefer to hear more from his companion, but time was of the essence, so he urged her to proceed. Suddenly, a magical circle activated throughout the room, and black chains emerged, ensnaring Loki. Confused, Loki questioned what was happening. Issei explained that it was a countermeasure designed specifically for war-loving fools, and he had created the towers with Loki in mind. As Loki struggled to break free, the magical circle intensified, pulling him in until a blinding light filled the room. When the light faded, only a small green crystal remained where the god once stood. Lucifer inquired about the event, and Issei clarified that it was a magical circle that captured a specific being for 24 hours. He praised the efforts of his companions in making it work so efficiently. Serafal asked whom he was referring to, and Issei confirmed it was his towers. As the others listened, Sona expressed surprise, thinking Issei had not intended to use the towers. Issei apologized for the deception, explaining that he needed to keep certain details secret since one tower was Nordic and the other was gathering information. He didn't want to compromise them. Aika, curious, asked about the two new companions. Issei noted that it didn't matter anymore and gestured for Ross to introduce herself. Ross stepped forward, introducing herself as Rossweiss, one of Issei's towers, and expressed hope for a good relationship with everyone. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. Asia greeted Rossweiss, hoping for a positive connection. Ross mentioned that Issei kept her informed about his activities but sometimes got carried away. The others approached to learn more about her, while the leaders remained in shock. Serafal realized that Odin's escort was one of Issei's towers. Odin confirmed this, revealing he had kept it a secret until now due to their current situation. Zenobia asked about the other tower, and Issei stated he needed to present something to the leaders of Hell first. He retrieved folders containing information about a specific individual, and the leaders read through the documents, their expressions shifting to surprise. Surzex glanced at Kaneko, who looked confused. Lucifer confirmed the information was accurate, and Issei reiterated the importance of keeping a close watch on their people, as the individual in question was now under his protection. The leaders nodded in agreement, all having questions about the connection between Issei and the leaders of Hell. Issei then announced that it was time for the next step. As he spoke, a presence alerted Kaneko, who turned to see a black cat climbing onto Issei's shoulder, leaving everyone puzzled. Kaneko recognized the cat and began to explain. Rias observed Kaneko's nervousness as she focused on the cat with Issei. Issei reassured the cat, telling her she could stop hiding, as he would not allow anyone to harm her. The cat nodded and transformed into a beautiful woman with black hair, her cat ears and tail standing out. Some of Rias's entourage immediately recognized her. Kuroka introduced herself as Issei's tower and greeted Kaneko, who was surprised to see her sister. Kuroka explained that she was part of Issei's entourage. The group was bewildered by this revelation, and Issei reminded Kuroka not to use that nickname in public. Kuroka apologized for the slip, and Issei shifted the conversation to the matter at hand, thanking Rose for her support. He noted they had a day to plan their next steps. Rose confirmed that the seal was unstable and they couldn't transport it to Asgard without risking a break. Kuroka acknowledged the difficulty of sealing a god and promised to do her best for Issei. Ophis playfully nudged Kuroka, and Issei declared they had 24 hours to strategize. Odin offered to bring Mjolnir to seal it more effectively, but Issei expressed doubt about his ability to lift the hammer, feeling unworthy. Rose encouraged Issei, believing he was worthy, but he reflected on his past sacrifices and struggles for happiness. Odin suggested they find another way, adjusting the plan so the Red Emperor could wield it. Issei agreed, noting that the hammer would not consider him human anymore. Ryu challenged Issei, questioning his authority. Issei sighed, realizing Ryu didn't understand the gravity of their situation, and urged him to stop acting like a child. Ryu suggested that if he received Kuroka, he might consider cooperating. In response, Issei unleashed his aura, intimidating everyone and forcing Ryu to his knees. He warned Ryu that while he could do as he pleased if he harmed any of the women, he would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of Ryu's status. As he calmed down, he turned to Ajuka, asking if he could create a pocket dimension to contain them. Ajuka proposed that if they all worked together, they could manage it, but they would be limited to 3 companions at most. Issei agreed, and Lucifer questioned why Issei had prepared this just for Loki. Issei clarified that Loki was not the main issue, it was his children that posed a threat. If they had brought them, they would have faced serious problems. He emphasized the importance of choosing their warriors and preparing for battle, excluding his queen, Ophis, for her safety. He explained that he wanted her as a last line of defense, reminding her that she was also being hunted. As he gently petted her head, Kuroka requested some affection for her hard work, and Issei obliged, bringing her joy. With that, everyone departed to prepare for the impending battle. The battle was just hours away, and the leaders of the factions were discussing who would be chosen to confront Loki. Issei stated that they could only send 12 people into battle. Lucifer questioned why so few, and Issei explained that it was for the stability of the seal. They were containing a god, and they didn't want to risk breaking the seal and allowing Loki to escape. Some members were already decided, including himself and Ryu, as Ryu would be responsible for sealing Loki. Lucifer confirmed that from Hell, Rias, Akino, Isami, Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji would join the fight. Michael added that Irina would represent Heaven. Issei mentioned that to balance the forces, he would allow Middelt and Rosweiss to join, and the last member would be Asia. Ophis questioned why she wasn't included, and Issei explained that it was due to her energy. He preferred to keep her safe in case anything went wrong. Ophis agreed but reminded him not to speak as if something bad would happen, expressing her confidence in his victory. Issei smiled slightly, acknowledging that he was still human but the strongest one she knew. As the time for battle approached, the chosen warriors were ready to fight. Issei stood beside Sona and asked if she was nervous. She replied that she couldn't be, considering their enemy was a god and beings capable of killing gods. Issei reassured her, promising that nothing would happen to her. Sona insisted that he should avoid doing anything reckless, as many people cared for him. Issei understood and reflected on how he had become strong, wishing he could be even stronger. Lucifer declared that everything was ready and wished them luck. They were teleported into the dimension where Loki was imprisoned. Upon arrival, they saw the seal had broken, releasing Loki. He scoffed at the idea that they thought it would stop him. Issei countered that it had held him long enough. Loki glared at Issei, summoning magical circles that birthed Fafnir and his children, along with the massive serpent, Midgardsormr. Issei asked Sona to help with the giant serpent while he took on Fafnir's offspring. He instructed Middle to stay with Asia and protect everyone, while Ross and Irina knew their roles. Sona confirmed their plan, and Issei prepared to confront Loki, stating that his mission was to hold Loki back, not to defeat him. As the groups split up to face their assigned foes, Issei began to float in front of Loki. Loki expressed disbelief that his opponent was merely a human. Issei acknowledged his humanity but reminded Loki that he had set a trap for him. He challenged Loki to stop playing games and fight, his grimoires glowing in front of him. Loki, filled with anger, launched magical projectiles at Issei, who skillfully blocked and dodged them while managing the battle around him. Sona and the demons coordinated their attack against Midgardsormr, with Sona instructing Rias to handle Fafnir's children. Rias agreed, emphasizing the importance of showing what the Grimoire clan was capable of. Akino unleashed lightning while Isami fired blue flames, with Ryu entering his balance breaker and Rias supporting from behind. Meanwhile, Issei taunted Loki, claiming that his children were struggling. Loki dismissed this, continuing his relentless assault. Issei focused on defending and countering Loki's attacks, reminding him that the battle was between them. Loki mocked Issei for bringing dead weight to a life-and-death battle, but Issei defended his allies, asserting they were far from useless. As the fight raged on, Middle and Asia worked together, with Asia determined to assist Issei in any way she could. Middle cheered her on, charging her spear with magic and striking Midgardsormr, allowing Sona and the others to regain control. Asia fired a green arrow at Irina, replenishing her energy for the ongoing battle. Back with Issei, he continued to challenge Loki, asserting his strength. As time passed, everyone began to reach their limits. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the battlefield. Odin's voice instructed Issei to use Thor's hammer, which had fallen in the center of the field, ready to be wielded. Rias urged Ryu to grab the hammer quickly, as they couldn't hold out much longer against Loki's onslaught. Ryu dashed toward the hammer, while Loki realized their plan to seal him again. Issei smirked, revealing that he never intended to defeat Loki, only to buy time. Loki, furious, unleashed a wave of magic that sent Issei flying and targeted the others. Issei managed to block one attack aimed at Asia and Middle, but the other struck where Ross and Irina were battling Fafnir, creating a cloud of dust and chaos. Loki expressed his frustration, declaring that he would take care of everyone. He then ascended into the air, conjuring 12 divine spears. Issei, witnessing this, attempted to rush toward Loki, but Loki was faster. With a fierce shout, Loki hurled the spears at everyone present. Issei aimed to block them, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something alarming. Ryu was about to grab the hammer but was targeted by Fafnir. Issei felt helpless as everything began to slow down. He thought of all the ways he could help, but nothing came to mind. He had exhausted much of his magic and had no one nearby to assist him. Only Ryu was within reach, and a single thought crossed his mind: he would have to break his promise to Sona. As the spears hurtled toward them, some were too exhausted to react. Suddenly, the spears vanished, and everyone saw them reappear where Ryu had been standing. But it was not Ryu anymore. It was Issei, who was now in danger of being consumed by Fafnir. In his mind, Issei thought that at least he would take Fafnir's companion with him. Fafnir bit into Issei's abdomen, and the spears struck Fafnir, creating a massive explosion. Silence enveloped the area afterward, leaving everyone in shock, both inside and outside the scene. Issei's body was propelled into the center, and blood stained the ground. No one knew what to do, but those in his entourage felt the weight of the moment. Sona snapped out of her shock and rushed to Issei's body, lifting him in a desperate attempt to help. Lines of yellow energy began to emerge from Issei's body, disappearing piece by piece. Sona embraced him, trying to prevent him from fading away. His grimoire reverted to its original form and fell to the ground. When it touched the earth, Issei's body had vanished completely. A single tear fell from Ophis, who was known for her lack of emotions. As she and everyone in her entourage understood the truth, Issei was gone. The sun rose, signaling the arrival of a new day in the room of a brown-haired boy who slept soundly until someone entered. His sister, Issei, jumped onto his bed, waking him up with a jolt. She cheerfully urged him to get up because their mother had prepared breakfast. Issei, still groggy, asked her what she was doing. Issei playfully scolded him for calling her that and noted that her little brother was going through a rebellious phase. Issei apologized, not knowing why he had said it. Issei reassured him and encouraged him to get ready for breakfast. As Issei cleaned up and put on his school uniform, he noticed a glimmer behind him but dismissed it. He headed downstairs to join his family. His father greeted him with enthusiasm, ruffling his hair, and Issei laughed, asking him not to do that. His mother placed a plate in front of him and kissed his cheek, inquiring about his sleep. Issei replied that he had been well, although he had been having strange dreams about demons and angels. Ryu teased him, suggesting he should stop watching scary movies, while their father chimed in that someone had to show them to him. Issei defended herself, insisting she had nothing to do with it. Laughter filled the room, and Issei felt a warmth in his heart, cherishing the love of his family. The three siblings set off for school, enjoying each other's company. As they walked, Issei noticed a group of girls pass by, causing him to pause and turn to look at them, but they were gone when he turned back. Issei asked him what was wrong, and Ryu teased him about still being bothered by it. Issei brushed it off, saying he just felt a bit strange. Ryu offered to take him to the arcade to make it up to him, and Issei agreed with a smile. Upon arriving at school, Issei was welcomed by his friends and siblings. Classes went by smoothly until recess, when his siblings came to find him for lunch. While walking through the hall, Issei spotted a silver-haired teacher, but when he looked again, she had been replaced by another. He chose to ignore it. In the courtyard, the siblings sat under a tree to enjoy their meal. Suddenly, Issei saw a black cat that vanished when he blinked. Ryu noticed his brother's concern and asked if he was feeling unwell, offering to take him to the nurse. Issei declined, saying he just needed to rest. Issei jokingly offered to make him a pillow with her thighs, but Issei decided to leave and find a quiet place to lie down. As he settled in, he gradually drifted off to sleep, and in his dreams, he heard whispers. This was the life he had always wanted, filled with family and happiness. When he opened his eyes, Issei was there, telling him it was time to go. He got up and followed his siblings. The weekend arrived, and the family found themselves at the grave of someone dear. Issei asked his mother why their grandfather's grave was always here. She explained that it was because they visited him every month to honor all he had given them. They spent some time in silence before walking back down the street. Issei spotted a group of 3 girls ahead, 2 with brown hair and 1 with pink hair. As he ran toward them, they turned into an alley, and he hurried after them. Issei's brother asked what had happened, wondering why he had run off. Issei explained that he had seen a cat but lost sight of it. Ryu chimed in, asking if their mother would let them have a pet. The 3 brothers returned to their parents, with Issei taking his mother's hand. As they passed a maid cafe, Issei noticed a blonde girl in a maid outfit. He turned to look at her, but she transformed into something different from what he had imagined. The maid offered him a coupon for the cafe, promising to treat him like a god. He took the coupon and continued home. Once there, Issei took a shower, had dinner, and went to bed. He felt a strange sensation, questioning if something was wrong with him. Suddenly, he heard a voice that told him he was happy. Startled, Issei got out of bed and noticed a small, chained book on his nightstand. Curious, he picked it up and saw a small girl with black hair sitting on a branch of the tree outside his window. He asked who she was and what she was doing there, but the girl said nothing and climbed down to walk away from the house. Issei quickly dressed and followed her to a park with chess tables. He walked until he found a table in the center with black glass pieces. He called out to see if anyone was there, but when he received no response, he sat down across from the pieces. The book began to glow and floated to the side of the pieces, forming the silhouette of a person, though it was entirely black, with no features discernible. Issei asked who they were, and the figure replied that they were simply a player and asked if he wanted to play. Issei hesitated, admitting that he didn't know how to play and that he didn't have any pieces. The figure assured him that he did have pieces, but it was his choice whether to see them or not. Issei wondered why he had been brought there and who the girl with black hair was. The figure posed a more profound question: "Are you happy in this life?" Issei confidently stated that he was happy, with loving parents, 2 great brothers and many friends. The figure challenged him, asking if he would leave the pieces behind to stay in this life. Before Issei could finish his thought, tears began to flow from his eyes. He questioned why he was crying, and the figure explained that his true self was trying to emerge, the part of him that was holding him back, an innocent child still hoping for a life with his family. Issei insisted that his family had always loved him and always would. The figure questioned his certainty and urged him to look at his pieces. Suddenly, broken and gray pieces appeared before him, accompanied by voices in his head. They pleaded with him not to die, expressing gratitude for his help in fulfilling their dreams and asking him not to leave them. The voices reminded him that he had opened their eyes, taught them to love, and helped them recover their emotions. Issei lifted his gaze in surprise, realizing the significance of the pieces and the images of various people that flooded his mind. The figure asked if he was sure that his current family was the one that truly loved him and made him happy. Issei fell silent, looking down until tears streamed down his face. He finally declared that he was not sure at all. As he gazed at the pieces, he recognized an innocent nun who cared for him, a bishop shining in golden light. He saw someone searching for a reason to live, and he vowed to give her that reason. He recognized 2 girls striving to improve in their passions, one of whom was a bit mischievous but a great person. Then, 6 pawns and a knight glimmered in golden light. He acknowledged a strict teacher who taught him with enthusiasm and care, and a wild cat who regretted her past but whom he would help improve her future. A tower shone with a golden hue. Issei was determined to help an angel live freely. He envisioned a noble girl with a tsundere personality who loved to cook, and he would teach her how to find happiness without worrying about societal expectations. 2 pawns glimmered in gold. Issei focused on the most important piece, the queen. He thought of his emotionless dragon, whom he would show the beauty of the world and express how much he loved her. The queen radiated brightly in gold. Issei reflected on how she was not the only one. There was the emotionless cat who struggled with self-acceptance, the president who had difficulty expressing her feelings, and all the others who had offered him their friendship. They were the true sources of his happiness. A voice echoed, encouraging him to break free from his chains, to let go of his burdens and live his life freely, like all the chosen bearers of the Grimoire. Issei wondered who this voice belonged to. The voice revealed itself as the Grimoire, explaining that every bearer faced a trial upon death. Some succeeded, while others refused to accept it. Issei asked what would happen to him now. The Grimoire informed him that he had passed his trial and would leave his humanity behind to become one with the Grimoire until he inherited it or decided to part ways. Issei was relieved to learn he would be able to see his loved ones again. The Grimoire reassured him that he would become a being united with mana and magic, shedding all human limitations. He was encouraged to let go of his worries, as the book was not created to save anything but to protect what he cherished most in life. Issei smiled, thinking of his family who had supported him until now, the people he loved, and those who loved him in return. He wanted to continue living for them. The Grimoire urged him to embrace his new identity as a spirit of mana, noting that he would not be the only one to change. His friends connected to him would also receive a gift for being part of his existence. With a nod, Issei disappeared into golden spheres. The Grimoire chuckled, reflecting on how long it took Issei to awaken, having spent 10 years in that place. It had almost seemed like a lost cause, but his grandfather had been right. Issei was special. He had rejected the opportunity to return to give it to his grandson. Now, it was time to see what kind of spirit Issei would become. The scene shifted to a battlefield, where silence reigned until laughter echoed all around. Loki laughed heartily, filling the air with his mirth. Finally, that annoyance was gone, a mere human trying to challenge a god. Ryu, standing next to his hammer, declared that the strongest of all should not be ignored. He invoked his armor, took hold of the hammer, and charged at Loki. However, something shocking happened. The hammer remained still, and Ryu fell to the ground, halted by its weight. He demanded the hammer to obey him, insisting that it listen to its master, but nothing happened. The hammer stayed firmly in place, unyielding. Loki taunted Ryu, questioning where his supposed strength had gone, noting that the hammer refused to be wielded by him. Meanwhile, the girls were still in shock over Issei's death. Sona remained at the spot where Issei had vanished, clutching a small book in her hands and shedding tears. Tsubaki, her queen, urged her to react, reminding her that they were still in battle. Sona felt lost, and she wasn't alone. Asia and Middle were struggling as well. Middle shook Asia, pleading with her to snap out of it, insisting they couldn't give up. He didn't want that for Issei, so she needed to respond. As they fought against the children of Fafnir, Ross was busy containing two beasts with magical attacks and urged to take Asia away from the chaos. Irina encouraged Zenobia not to break easily, carrying the former monk away from the fight. Back with Sona, Saji asked Tsubaki about the president's condition. Tsubaki replied that Sona was still in distress from what had happened. Saji decided to use the last piece Issei had given him to protect Sona. Tsubaki questioned him about it, and Saji began to summon more pieces of his armor. He declared that he would keep that creature at bay while Tsubaki took Sona to safety and sought a way to win. As Saji transformed, memories flooded his mind of Issei telling him to protect Sona if he wasn't around. Saji lamented that he would rather remain weak than gain power if it meant losing Issei. In a moment of anguish, he transformed into a large, dark serpent and began to attack the other beast to contain it. Tsubaki took Sona and led her to where Asia and Middle were, where Rias, Akino, and Isami also arrived. Tsubaki asked how they were holding up. Middle admitted that Sona was in shock from Issei's death and didn't know what to do. Tsubaki expressed her own struggles, stating that this wasn't her first battle and she couldn't let anyone else die. Rias questioned their next move, noting that the hammer refused to respond to Ryu while they were all in such a state due to a failure. Sona, feeling a surge of determination, tightened her grip on Issei's book, but Isami snatched it away, claiming it belonged to her family. Sona protested, but Isami insisted that if it had granted so much power to Issei, it should do the same for her. As she tried to open the book, nothing happened. Sona stood up to reclaim it, but an explosion drew everyone's attention. They turned to see Ryu hurtling toward Asia, caught by Akino. Ryu cursed, vowing to destroy his opponent. Rias rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. Ryu assured her it was nothing. Isami remarked that he better hoped the book would listen to him, as he was better than that failure. She tossed the book to him, and he caught it, realizing that it had once empowered Issei and now should obey him. He attempted to open it, but again, nothing happened. Loki appeared, mocking them for gathering together, making it easier for him to eliminate them all. Ryu struggled to rise, challenging Loki and asserting that he would gain the power of the book to defeat him. Loki laughed, taunting Ryu about the hammer's refusal to obey him and questioning whether the more sentient book would do any better. He declared that they should accept their defeat and perish before him, conjuring several divine spears to hurl at them. In that moment, Ryu tried once more to open the book. Just as the spears were about to strike, the book unleashed a wave of power that obliterated the spears and pushed everyone back except Ryu, who clung to the ground. He called out for power to defeat anyone who stood in his way. The book began to rise, glowing brightly as a voice echoed around them, announcing that the requirements for resurrection had been met and that the Creator had chosen Ryu as a worthy bearer. Gifts would be bestowed upon those connected to him, heralding the birth of a new spirit. No one understood what was happening, but Asia, Middle, Zenobia, and Ross began to shine as pieces emerged from them, glowing alongside them. In the meeting room, Ophis, Kates, Muramea, Aika, and Kuroka experienced the same phenomenon, as did a young girl in a distant part of hell. Lucifer and Odin watched in astonishment, having never witnessed anything like it before. Ophis felt warmth and turned to see the others nodding in agreement, realizing that Ryu had not given up. The voice continued, announcing that gifts would be delivered to those linked to the bearer. Colorful pieces emerged like liquid, enveloping them and manifesting various forms. Ophis sprouted dragon horns and a tail, marked by the universe itself, while Kates and Muramea received combat kimonos adorned with intricate designs and new katanas representing the sun and moon. Aika donned a modern outfit, complete with a jacket and a shirt featuring a yin-yang symbol on the back, her glasses disappearing to reveal runes in her eyes, and her pistols felt imbued with creation and destruction. Kuroka was gifted a black kimono resembling shadows, adorned with markings and elongated ears, while a third tail sprouted from her. On the battlefield, Asia and Zenobia, now clad in church attire, prepared to face the challenges ahead, ready to fight for their fallen comrades. Golden wings sprouted from Michael's back, leaving him astonished. Asia received a bow that radiated immense sacred power, while Zenovia's Durandal appeared before her, enhanced and feeling like the true Excalibur. Ross was adorned in armor that resembled a flowing dress, complete with a veil that floated behind her, accompanied by 6 magical circles spinning around her, awaiting orders. Middle donned a black and white dress, her wings transforming to reveal a new pair, one set golden and the other black, like the void itself, along with a spear imbued with both sacred and demonic power. Sona expressed her concern, questioning what had happened to the girls and why they had changed, believing the book had responded to Ryu. Middle felt significantly stronger, claiming her connection with him had returned. Asia, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to Sona, crying out that Issei was alive. This revelation caused Sona to shed a few tears, exclaiming in disbelief at Issei's foolishness. Attention was drawn as the rebirth of the new spirit of mana began, creating a birth zone. The barren rocky field transformed into a lush green meadow, the sky turned blue, and a magnificent sakura tree grew in the center, exuding a powerful presence while small spheres of mana floated around it. Asia marveled at the beauty, while Middle agreed, but Sona wondered where Issei was. Suddenly, a portal opened in the center of the tree trunk, and Issei emerged, his purple hair glowing with a radiant light. His outfit had changed slightly, and he felt different, no longer just a human. The mana of the area fused with him, surrounding him with a blue aura. When he opened his eyes, they resembled the endless beauty of the sky and sea. Loki, filled with disdain, cursed Issei for still being alive, wishing he had remained dead to avoid further suffering. Issei, however, ignored him as he walked towards Saji, who was struggling against the serpent. Although Saji had lost his transformation, the Dragon King lunged to finish him off, but Saji vanished and found himself in Issei's arms. Saji, frustrated, scolded Issei for being late and promised to punish him for making the president cry. Issei apologized but thanked Saji for keeping his promise, placing him with the others so Asia could heal him. To her surprise, Saji's wounds healed instantly as Issei stood before Sona with a sad smile, apologizing for worrying her and admitting he was a poor promise keeper. Sona held back her tears until she finally spoke, expressing her anger at Issei for giving her the worst scare of her life, having witnessed him die in her arms. Issei was taken aback by Sona's outburst, her aura shifting to a vibrant blue as she rushed into Asia's arms. To everyone's astonishment, Issei had shrunk to the size of a child. He cried out for Asia, confused about his new size. Ryu confronted him, questioning why he was still alive and why he continued to interfere. Issei ignored him, continuing to cry in Asia's embrace as she gently stroked his head. Sona reassured Issei, telling him she wasn't truly angry, just a little, and urged him to calm down. Issei, still upset, insisted he wasn't a child, but Isami teased him about his transformation, joking that at least he wouldn't die a virgin now. Issei pouted at the comment, causing everyone to be taken aback. Sona pressed him for clarification, to which Issei awkwardly explained that Ophis had become very affectionate at times. In the meeting room, everyone turned to Ophis, who averted her gaze. Kuroka remarked on the unfairness of Ophis taking away Issei's innocence, while Aika commented on the quiet one being the most daring. Ophis feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Dragon King launched an attack, only to be halted abruptly by Issei, who emanated his blue aura once more. Issei scolded the Dragon King for interrupting their conversation and snapped his fingers, summoning thousands of swords that rained down upon the demon king, defeating him instantly. Loki, bewildered, demanded to know how Issei had managed to defeat a dragon king. Issei continued to disregard him, moving to embrace Ross and Zenobia, who welcomed him with open arms. Loki, furious, commanded his minions to deal with Issei, but dark jaws erupted from the ground, devouring the two beasts. Loki was left speechless, while Issei explained that since awakening, he no longer felt intimidated by him. He revealed that he would show Loki the power of someone above the gods, a spell he had planned to create, now made easier. As Issei clasped his hands together as if in prayer, markings began to appear on his skin as he recited the incantation for his spell. The environment transformed as trees grew, rivers formed, and everything was filled with light, captivating everyone present. Loki scoffed, believing that merely changing the surroundings would not grant Issei victory, and he attempted to cast a spell of his own. However, as he tried to summon his magic, it disintegrated immediately. Confused, Loki questioned why his magic was failing. Issei explained that he had no right to use the mana of this area, revealing that he had always thought of how to use his zero zone without affecting himself or his allies. This led to the birth of his spell, a place where he could allow or block the use of any energy, effectively controlling everything within it. With a snap of his fingers, Roots ensnared Loki, immobilizing him as Issei approached slowly. Issei acknowledged that while the spell consumed vast amounts of mana, for someone made of mana with a bond to it, it was nothing. He then recalled the last thing Loki had intended to do. Issei recalled the threat to his family, and his aura turned a fierce red, mirroring the chaos around him. He understood the weight of his actions, yet he felt bound by his respect for Odin and Ross, deciding instead to follow through with their agreement. Loki, taken aback, questioned Issei's worthiness to wield such power. But Issei merely raised his hand, summoning the hammer that soared toward him. He grasped it firmly with both hands as magical circles began to form in front of Loki. Loki, realizing the gravity of the situation, suggested they could negotiate. He believed that someone like Issei could easily dominate the world and proposed they work together. However, Issei remained resolute, expressing his desire for a peaceful life with those he loved. With determination, he brought the hammer down upon Loki, sealing him completely. Once the spell was complete, the magical energy dissipated, and Issei rested the hammer on his shoulder, declaring that no one would threaten his family. As the battle concluded, everyone began to relax. Those who had transformed returned to their original forms, and colorful spheres appeared before them, each unique to the individual. Sona, puzzled, wondered what was happening. Suddenly, a voice announced that the birth of a spirit was complete, and it was time to release their new companions. The spheres shattered, and creatures emerged from within. Ophis was greeted by a small purple dragon that wrapped around her, resting its head against her. She affectionately stroked its head. Aika was delighted when a gray owl flew around her before settling on her shoulder, enchanted by its presence. Kates received a small white lion with orange markings that leaped into her arms, while Muramea was surprised by a white rabbit with purple details and tiny horns that joined her as well. In the battlefield, Asia was approached by a tiny hummingbird with rainbow-colored wings that began to flutter around her before landing on her finger. Middle found a white crow with black markings perched on her head, and she playfully urged it to come down. Ross was thrilled to see a small griffin sitting before her, while Zenobia was charmed by a curious little wolf that she gently petted, declaring they would be companions from that moment on. Kuroka was overjoyed when a black cat with purple fur, resembling the night sky, appeared before her, and she embraced it tightly, imagining it as her child. Everyone admired the new companions, but their attention was drawn to a brilliant light emanating from where Issei stood. He was about to reach for his sphere when a pair of white hands pulled it away from him. From those hands emerged a figure completely enveloped in white, wearing a broad smile. The figure remarked on the beauty of the moment but warned Issei that he had yet to pass the test. Issei remained calm, inquiring about the identity of this mysterious being, recognizing it as the entity from his dream. The figure confirmed his suspicion with a playful affirmation. "I am what some call the truth of this world." Everyone believes that the gods are the highest beings, but that is a lie. I stand above all, and the next ones are my children. The truth pointed at Issei, revealing his significance. Issei was taken aback, realizing he was being referred to as a child of the truth. The truth explained that Issei was not born from him but rather created and granted the title. All those called spirits were chosen to maintain balance in this chaotic world. The disruption of power in this realm was not caused by the death of a god or the demons, but by the demise of the spirit that was connected to them. Issei understood that the previous spirit's death led to the loss of equilibrium. The truth confirmed this, emphasizing that the essence of order is represented by a pure being who carries darkness yet does not seek revenge, but rather forgiveness. This is why the Grimoire belongs to the world. It chooses the one who will restore balance. Curious, Issei asked why a new spirit was born after such a long time. The truth explained that wars had brought conflicts and disturbances that prevented anyone from inheriting the position. His grandfather was worthy but stepped down, knowing that Issei would surpass him. Issei smiled at this acknowledgement. He then inquired about his final test. The truth posed a question about saving the world. Issei firmly stated that he did not believe the world needed saving. He had already affected it significantly when he was human, but now he was part of it. He saw no threats, only races and factions that destroyed each other. Once they did, the world would regain its colors, even without them. The truth acknowledged Issei's perspective, affirming that they merely maintained balance and did not interfere with the lives of those in their world. With this understanding, the truth allowed Issei to continue on the path he had chosen. Issei declared that his goal was to be happy with his family. As the truth began to fade, an orb returned to Issei, opening to reveal a small fairy dressed in purple with butterfly wings of the same color. She turned to Issei and embraced him, calling him Papa. Issei smiled and gently patted her head, suggesting that her name would be Saori. The little fairy nodded and nestled into one of his pockets to sleep. As everyone gathered around Issei, he smiled at them and picked up the hammer, leading them back to the hall where the leaders were. Upon arrival, Issei stood before Office and announced his return. Office welcomed him back, but suddenly, Kuroka and the other girls rushed toward him. Issei apologized for having scared them, but they shook their heads with smiles. Odin then inquired about Loki. Issei explained that he had sealed Loki but modified the seal slightly to keep him contained. He lifted the hammer, which began to glow and emit smoke, revealing a green crystal that he handed to Odin. Odin was curious about what it was, and Issei clarified that it was Loki's soul, making it easier to interrogate and correct him. He also tossed 2 gems, one black for Azel and another sky blue for Lucifer, confirming they were the prisoners he had captured. Issei concluded with a playful remark, bringing a light-hearted moment to the serious atmosphere. Issei expressed his desire to sever ties with their races, leaving the leaders astonished. Lucifer inquired about his intentions, and Issei clarified that he no longer wished to be involved with them. Their destruction was no longer his concern. He wanted to live his life with his family. This prompted Lucifer to ask if Issei would cancel his engagement with Sona, which worried her. Issei reassured them that he loved Sona and would honor their union, but he would marry her out of love. When war was declared, he would take her and his family to safety. Azel warned Issei that his words could be interpreted as a declaration of enmity against their races. Issei stepped forward, and the leaders felt a strong pressure that made them bow slightly. He warned them that if they harmed anyone he cared about, he would take action against their race, regardless of whether they were yokai, demons, angels, fallen beings, or gods. He would not allow anyone to take away his happiness anymore. Michael questioned Issei's claim of bringing balance, to which Issei replied that he was indeed maintaining balance in the world, but not among the races. They were a separate matter, given free thought like him. He aimed to preserve a world where life could thrive, not to babysit those races. If they disappeared, he would restore the world to its balanced state, allowing new life to emerge. Azel remarked that this sounded selfish, and Issei acknowledged that it was true. He had already resolved many of their issues and had lived a life of helping others. Now he wanted a peaceful life with his new family. With that, Issei turned to his friends and the girls he cared for, declaring that they no longer mattered to him. He then gathered with his family, ready to leave. He asked if they were prepared to go home, noting that there was nothing left for them there. However, he had one last thing to do. He walked over to Sona and kissed her palm, leaving a mark that would allow her to enter their home without issue. He then kissed her forehead and approached Kaneko to do the same, promising her sweets and mentioning that Kuroka would be sad if she couldn't see her. Kuroka agreed, urging Chiron to visit her sister to avoid her sadness. This made the little white-haired girl smile, though she soon blushed at Issei's affectionate gesture. Issei bid farewell, stating he was severing ties with them and wished them luck with their meeting. He crossed his arms and uttered a single word, summoning a torii gate before his family. He declared it was time to go home and led them through the gate. As they crossed, those left behind felt a sense of relief, and Ryu voiced his concern about letting Issei go, considering him a threat that needed to be eliminated. Lucifer intervened, instructing Rias to control her servants and explaining that they were dealing with beings they should not provoke. He emphasized that Issei was now a force to be reckoned with, possessing power that could surpass them all, along with Ophus's newfound strength. The gathering concluded, and the attendees returned to their realms, contemplating the warning. They should not anger Issei. Days passed, and Sona decided to visit Issei at his home. When she knocked, no one answered. She wondered if he was out, but before she could dwell on it, the mark on her hand glowed, causing the door to open and reveal a beautifully decorated interior. Surprised, Sona remarked on the transformation of the house. Asia appeared, welcoming her and explaining that since Issei's return, the house had taken on this new appearance and was now connected to Issei's world. Curious, Sona asked for more details, and Asia led her to the central door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a breathtaking landscape filled with cherry blossoms. Sona noted that it felt similar to when Issei used his domain. Asia explained that this place was created when Issei was reborn, and the expansion of his domain allowed parts of it to manifest wherever he needed. Sona inquired about the others, and Asia mentioned that some were playing with their families while others were in their rooms. Suddenly, a warning cry echoed as an object flew overhead, prompting them to duck. Ross, a silver-haired girl with her small griffin, apologized for the mishap, explaining that she had been training with her new companion. Sona learned that the creatures were representations of their power, akin to their children. This revelation made both girls blush. Ross clarified that they were born from their magic and souls, emphasizing that there was nothing inappropriate about it. Sona was surprised by Issei's comment regarding Ophus attacking during her heat, and she wondered where Ophus was. Just then, a dark dragon with purple accents soared overhead, revealing Ophus perched on its head. Sona realized that the small serpent she once had transformed into that dragon. Imagining her little griffin as a human made Sona unable to contain her excitement. She asked Issei where Asia was, and Asia responded that he was at the sanctuary. Sona wondered how large the sanctuary was, and Ross mentioned that they still didn't know, but it could be as big as the Earth. Sona remarked that it was quite large, explaining that even though it felt similar, the atmosphere was different from what they experienced against Loki. Ross explained that, according to Issei, this was the cherry blossom forest, while what he had used was part of the spirit forest. He also mentioned the sanctuary, the spirit lake, the sacred mountains, and other areas they had yet to explore. Sona decided it was best to leave the topic for now since she was still trying to process everything, suggesting they go find Issei instead. The other two nodded in agreement, and they walked together toward the sanctuary. Upon arriving, they saw a set of stairs adorned with torii gates. When they reached the top, they found Issei floating peacefully asleep, with a little girl using him as a swing. Saori joyfully called out to her mothers, Ross, Asia, and Sona, while jumping off her father. Sona embraced the little girl, who declared that since her dad loved her mom, that made Sona her mom too. Saori explained that all the women her father loved and protected were her moms. Sona felt a warm blush on her cheeks but hugged the girl back affectionately, admitting that she didn't mind being called that. Saori cheered that her mom loved her, and Sona couldn't help but smile. Saori then asked Sona to play with her while waiting for Issei to wake up. Sona agreed, asking what game they should play. The four of them spent a delightful time playing together as they waited for Issei to awaken. End of the chapter. In a tense moment, one of the fallen remarked on their inability to defeat even a human, calling them useless. Another agreed, suggesting they finish off Issei and the Red Emperor. The three of them conjured their spears to attack Issei, but he merely created a shield of light that shattered all their weapons. Issei taunted them, questioning if that was all they had. Frustrated, the fallen launched another wave of attacks, but nothing seemed to work. Issei found their persistence dull, stating that many believed a larger attack was more effective, but that was a misconception. Even a simple needle could be deadly. Suddenly, a yellow needle appeared in Issei's hand. One of the fallen laughed, mocking him and suggesting he was hiding his lack of mana behind his shield. Issei sighed, reflecting that arrogance often led to one's downfall. Those who never considered that someone might be stronger than them became overconfident. He acknowledged that while his attack might not be flashy, it was just as lethal. With that, he launched the needle at the third fallen, aiming for their left arm. Upon impact, the arm was severed, and the fallen spat blood before collapsing to the ground. Issei noted that he might have overdone it, intending only to injure them slightly. He then asked the remaining two if they wanted to continue or if they would flee and never return. The fallen quickly gathered their injured companion and vanished. Issei turned to see a red magic circle appearing beside Ryu. Rias rushed to Ryu's side, cradling him in her arms as he lay unconscious from blood loss. Issei reassured her that Ryu was merely unconscious from losing too much blood, but his wounds were closed. Rias, confused, asked who Issei was. He replied that he was just an insignificant human, but he pointed out that her friend had warned her not to leave her charges unattended, and now she had let them down, which disappointed him. The revelation surprised everyone present, as not only did he know Rias, but he also seemed to be familiar with Sona's informant. Rias demanded to know his identity, but Issei replied that all would be revealed in due time, which only fueled her anger. Isami, eager for answers, drew her flaming sword and demanded Issei respond. With a simple breath, Issei extinguished the flames, leaving everyone astonished. However, a small albino girl observed him intently. Noticing her gaze, Issei placed a finger to his lips, prompting her to nod in understanding. Deciding it was best to leave, Issei told them to take the lizard to rest and vanished into his shadow, leaving everyone in shock. Rias asked if anyone recognized him, but everyone shook their heads. She then turned to Kaneko, inquiring if she sensed anything. Kaneko replied that even if she had seen him up close, she felt nothing in that place. Frustrated, Rias concluded that they should return home, as Ryu needed to rest. With that, she disappeared in a magic circle.